Where 15 European nations once stood, only 4 remain, with the England 11, Belgium, the Netherlands 11 and Spain all in contention to lift this magnificent trophy. The first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship is on the line, and we're here with you all day on the European Cricket Network. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now. A very big good morning to you wherever you're watching around the world, and welcome to a huge day in European cricket, probably the biggest day of the year. This is finals day of championship week at the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Today is the day we'll find out exactly who will be raising the trophy. 4 teams are still in it, and this is 2 of them, Netherlands 11 and Spain. But only one of these teams will survive this eliminator number 3. It's match 21 of championship week, and now a big coin toss is on the cards. I'm sure both skippers want to win it there with match referee Rob Kemming. Let's go over there now and see who wins it.
Your call. Tails call.
It is Chris Munoz-Mills, the Spanish skipper, that has won the toss, and he's elected to bowl first, so Netherlands will be batting first, but I think they probably would have chosen to do that anyways. I think both teams getting what they wanted out of the coin toss. But look, you know, Spain, they're on a winning run now. They've won their last 3 games, and look, they have to win 3 more in a row if they're going to take the title, so it's a big uphill climb for them, but so far so good for the home nation. I'm looking forward to seeing Jack Perman. I think he was getting in better and better form the more he has batted this week, as well as Hamza Salim. And don't count out Awais Ahmed. He's a very powerful opening batsman, and he's never really gotten to the half-century mark, but if he does, he can score some big runs. But Netherlands 11, you know, they're 11 and 5 now for the championship, and they've got some big inclusions as well, including Julian DeMay, so another left-arm spin option. He's a handful and such a good fielder. We saw him take part in a very sensational team catch the other day. But look out for Clayton Floyd. He's been great with the bat and the ball during the series, and Musa Ahmed opening the batting for the Netherlands 11. Let's talk about the conditions today in Cartama on the Costa del Sol in Spain. We're expecting a lot of sunshine once again. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 27 degrees currently, a little bit chilly, 18 to get this one started. And just that dew, like I said, it'll stick around for an innings or 2, so that may be a factor. The ball can be a bit slippery first up. So let's go up to the commentary box, and I know that Rico Full is there, and he has a very special guest for the first innings as well. Let's get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss is that Spain have won the toss, and they're bowling first.
Hola, muy buenos días y bienvenido de último día aquí en Cartama de Cartama Oval. Y eso es de trofía. This is what they're playing for today, the last day of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Well, these 2 teams, Spain going out, taking the field, and we'll see the Netherlands batsmen coming out after them. They know that 2 victories today will see them in that final. This is a huge, huge match. Netherlands taking on Spain. As we have a look at the fantasy dashboard there, Clayton Floyd, well, look at those fantasy points. It's not often you see over 1,000. And he needs to get back into form, though, with the bat. And so does Musa Ahmed. If these 2 can get going early morning in this dewy, rather chilly, but sunny morning, well, then they're going to do the world of good for their team, Netherlands. Now, look, we can see form. These 2 teams have met before, and the last time, listen to this, Netherlands 128 for 4. Spain, with 6 balls to go, 38 all out. So that's the task at hand for Spain. But look at the last few games. Netherlands lost to Austria, then after that lost to England, beat Belgium in a close one, then lost to England, then lost to Belgium. They are not on a good run of form. Spain, on the other hand, after losing that one, they then went on to lose to England by 93 runs, went on to lose to Italy by 96, Austria by 7 wickets. But then they got onto this, they got the momentum going. The big players started to play. They beat Belgium by 5 wickets. They beat Austria by 8 wickets yesterday, and then beat Italy by 2 runs in that classic encounter. Rico Full here in the commentary box. And alongside me is Corey Rutgers. Corey, good morning, and what a match we have first up here.
Good morning, Rico, and good morning, viewers all around the world. Yeah, this will be an interesting contest. Like you mentioned there, the Spanish team's form has come late in this tournament, and the Netherlands has been dipping a little bit, so it maybe makes this an even contest. But looking forward to it. It's finals day, and we're ready to go.
Mahmood, first delivery to Floyd. I think this one takes a bit of pad. It does indeed. They take a single. I mean, Spain, it's been remarkable the way they've come back. I mean, nobody really gave them a chance. But I think they've been inspired about the amount of people that have been coming to the fan zone, the sport that we're getting. Yesterday, we had the schools here, didn't we? The British School of Malaga were here. And before that, we saw the Phoenix College really giving them support. And I think all of a sudden, they've just clicked.
Yeah, they have. I feel like that sort of home ground advantage, just a little bit of pride was on the line for their team after the first few days. I mean, without registering a win, and a bit of honour and a bit of pride on the line, and obviously some deep team talks, and they've come out firing the last few days. So they'll feel like they're a real red-hot chance to knock the Netherlands out here.
And, well, this is sliced away, and Atif Mahmood is not happy with the effort from Adil Raja. I mean, this goes pretty quick, but he still thinks that Raja should have got a hand on this. Yeah,
and it's a free 4 runs for Musa Ahmed to get him going today. He's going to be a key player for this Dutch 11 if they are to get to the final. But a thickish outside edge, and, well, they didn't have a slip in place. Some teams do start with it. A little bit late now. Looks like they've got a bit more of a fly slip, or he's very, very fine. He might as well be standing in the slip position than there, but 4 runs nonetheless.
Oh, this is well bowled. This is the year with Atif Mahmood. Wants to target with a left-hander. Musa Ahmed, we know he's a very talented batsman, and he has scored stat loads of runs in this championship. But it has to be said, the last few innings, he's gone off the boil, as has his partner at the other end, Clayton Floyd.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the best of Musa this tournament. I know how destructive he can be, but a couple of starts and a couple of failures. Hopefully today for the Dutch, he can get going.
Short and put away. There's nobody out there. And Atif Mahmood bangs this in. Doesn't really get the response he was hoping for from the pitch. And Musa Ahmed says, thank you very much. I'll have this one. 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a bit of a freebie that. He started so well by getting the ball at a good length and nice and full and swinging, but that's short. And yeah, I think if Musa was asking for a Christmas card, that would have been tightly wrapped for him, because that was a pretty poor ball.
Yeah, the Spanish supporters coming in here. Apo todos. Apo ellos. Vamos, equipo de España. That's what they're saying. And they'll be hoping that these dreams come true here of these players. This is nicely played. In fact, it's beautifully played. They did make a slight change in the field here, but this is still being guided beautifully between two of them. Goes back to what you were saying, I think.
Yeah, it does. And nice batting this was from Musa. He intentionally runs this down through the vacant third man. But, I mean, he edged that first ball, and so they moved the fielder finer, and then he guides it the other side. I always say to Cam, don't chase the ball too much, because it sort of feels like you're trying to play catch-up cricket. And it's clever batting from Musa, though. And, well, he's got the Dutch off to a bit of a fly. He's 12 off 4.
Yeah, this is good. And he has been beaten the outside of that off stump, and that's where Atif needs to be targeted. He needs to go just a little bit fuller. That's good, and look at the shape on that delivery. So it swings away from him. That's what Atif can do. And I have to say, there's not too many bowlers, especially first thing in the morning here, the first match, have got the ball to move. I mean, with the dew, the ball does get a bit heavier, but he's bowled a good one there. That moves away, beats Musa Ahmed. It is 13 without loss after the first.
Yeah, he's a talented bowler, Mahmood. It'll just be a couple of balls in that over that disappointing. But, I mean, for Spain, they should go in today with a we've got nothing to lose mentality. I mean, I reckon on Wednesday night when they went to bed, they were not thinking in their world of dreams they'll be at finals day. And they're here. They knocked out Austria and Italy yesterday. I mean, that's no easy feat. They are tough teams.
Yeah, tough teams. And I think, you know, I mean, I was getting frustrated, I have to be honest, and so were a lot of other people, because we know there's good players in there, they're just not performing. And we were all saying, come on, guys, it's about time that you stand up tall, you fight, you play for that shirt, you play for yourself, you play for your country, come out fighting with your heads up. And they've done that, and now all of a sudden they've done the nation proud. And if they can win this one, well, this will really be a turn up for the books.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like they're going to go to spin. Well, quick off spin with Yasir Ali. So keepers up to the stumps. It looks like it's a deep mid-wicket in place and a deep cover. So that's interesting.
Yes, Rally, the first ball to Clayton Floyd, gets it through to the safe hands for Ace Ahmed. Yes, Rally yesterday, that over he bowled, picked up those 2 wickets. The wicket of Rajmani for Italy, that changed the game, didn't it? I mean, he bowled so well, and yet he's hardly had a bowl. Well, that was his first bowl in Championship week.
I'll tell you what, Clayton Floyd, he's a key man for this Dutch. If they want to win this championship trophy today, he needs to get going today. Yep. He needs a really big day. I mean, he's missed 2 cut shots there. He's 0 off 3, a little bit of pressure building now.
Well, he gets onto this and he gets fortunate with it. It goes past Haider, who made that sensational stop against Italy, which also was a key factor in that match. But this is 4 runs. Nicely played. I think this is something that Spain maybe need to have a look at, because I think that's 12 runs we've seen that have been scored behind the bat.
Yeah, these Dutch batsmen are usually pretty good at running the ball behind themselves, but for Clayton Floyd, that will help him relax a little bit. When you're 0 off 3, you can feel that tension build, but 4 runs to get his account open for finals day.
That's well bowled. Good change up from Yasir. Just goes a bit fuller. Beats Clayton Floyd once more. Floyd having a little walk, having a little talk to himself. He knows the importance of this knock, doesn't he?
He does. He knows it's in the power play right now as well, so you can just feel a little bit of tension building here.
Firmly struck, and that'll be Hennessy. That'll do the fielding there. A good duo, aren't they, up there? You've got Paul Hennessy and Christian Munoz are the 2 players straight, and they've shown their power and their quality with some of the catching that they've done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fielding wins a lot of matches, especially in T10. So to have those 2 at mid-off and mid-on is very helpful. But Yasir Ali, brilliant over so far. Only 5 coming off it, and now he's got Musa Ahmed, who's on strike. He's gone off to a bit of a flyer, but 1 ball left in this over, and while the off-spin will be going away from the left hand, looks like a deep backward point and a deep mid-wicket. So they know Moose is very efficient at getting the ball behind himself, so probably not a bad field setting there. Don't usually see a deep backward point for a left-handed player.
He goes over the top. There is a fielder out there. Big moment, and they're taking the catch. And the field positioning, he took his time to get the fielders in the right place, and Hamza Salim has taken the catch. Now he feels it. He didn't feel it at the time, because at the time it was just joy. At the time it was, yes, we've got a dangerous batsman out. Musa Ahmed has to go. The first wicket. Vamos, equipo España. Eso es. Una más, por favor.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris Munoz-Mills has had an absolute blinder as captain there to have a deep backward point to the right arm off spinner for a left-hand batsman. He's going on a bit of a hunch maybe, or he's looked at the analytics. But that's great captaincy to have a man out there, because he's picked him out. And well, Musa Ahmed, he got off to a bit of a flyer, 12 off 6 with 3 fours, but that is a big wicket, because he's very crucial to this Dutch 11. So 1 point Spain, and I reckon they've got themselves ahead in this game early.
Yeah, they have him, especially with Clayton Floyd looking scratchy. He doesn't look to be in the sort of form that he started this championship with. And they've got the key batsman back, Musa Ahmed. Good bit of play there from Spain. I like the way they're thinking about the field. They've done their homework. And the captain, yeah, you're right, absolutely right, Corey. Getting the field set for the left-hander, taking the extra 30 seconds to do so, picks up the wicket.
Yeah, it's good captaincy, so he'll be absolutely wrapped with that. And it looks like Mahmood's going to come back for his second over in the power play. And deep mid-wicket, deep mid-on in place, and bowling to Clayton Floyd now.
It's in the air, but it's too well hit. And once again, it's 4 runs in that area. Right, here's a question for you with your coaching background and your knowledge. I mean, this is one thing I normally talk to Vinny about, and also to Michael, and I'd say that when you're seeing that these sort of teams playing against you and you see a lot of runs scored there, would you go for that 3rd man on the boundary?
I think with the first few boundaries going there now and it being a dewy morning and it's skidding onto the bat, I think so. I don't know if deep mid-on's required just yet. And Clayton Floyd doesn't look like he's in the best of touch. He's missed a few. He's sort of got thickest edges. So when someone's on the best touch, the ball's going to come down here a lot. So he's had a good start, the captain so far, but maybe can adjust. And we are seeing the adjustment now. It does look like mid-on's come in and 3rd man's gone back onto the rope.
Yeah, I'm liking this move. Short, doesn't really, well, hesitation between the 2 batsmen there. And that's one thing that we have seen from the Netherlands, haven't we? Them running each other out, which, well, when we saw them earlier on, not in just Championship week, but also in the group stages, their running was sensational. And all of a sudden, they're starting to doubt themselves, aren't they?
Yeah, just a little bit of pressure exerted on them, and it's good fielding from the Spanish to start this game.
Yeah, and I think there's a noise there. There's certainly some sound. I wonder if that's bad or not. I mean, Gawley's not impressed at all. He hasn't moved. The umpire, more importantly, has stood very still. Now, there was a sound. Now, I'm just wondering whether this is the bat hitting the surface. We'll see this on the replay. Yeah, I don't think there's any bat involved here on the ball. This is just a sound of, yeah, there you go. You could probably see a little bit of that moisture coming off the mat there as the bat is swung. Good call from the umpire under pressure.
Yeah, good call. And I mean, it went past the bat on the full anyway. So if he did edge it, it would have been one of those bump ball sort type of ones. So good decision in the end, and Clayton's still there.
Slow delivery, well bowled. This is quality bowling. I mean, they've gone for Mahmood to bowl himself out, which sometimes can be a risk for Spain because they really rely on him to bowl that last over. But in this case, I think they've decided, right, if we can get another wicket here and it be this one off the cap of Clayton Floyd, that's going to be a big scalp.
Yeah, absolutely. But the captain just going with a hunch and giving him 2 in the power play.
He's very disappointed with it. He keeps missing out on those. What's going through his mind here?
He's just late on everything. I think that's 5 or 6 balls outside off. He is so late on it. So maybe it's skidding off the surface and it's a bit quicker than he thinks. But, I mean, he's a top talented player, and he'll be disappointed because he's getting balls outside off that he could put away even for a 1. He seems very late on the ball today. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on him now. He's 9 off 11. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a big hoy across the line.
He's hit it to the fielder, and well, he's picked it up pretty cleanly, but holds on to it. You could see that the Spanish players wanted this thrown in quickly. He doesn't do. Yasser Ali doing the fielding. I'm pretty sure he'll hold on to that and bowl his second as well. End of the over, and the score moves on to 23. So it's quite a low-key power play. 13 came off the first, but then after that, it's all been Spain. They're keeping it nice and tidy.
Well, the Spanish train continues. They've won that power play, and they've won it really comfortably. You see there, the first over went well for the Dutch, 13 off it, but the next 2 overs only 5 and 5. So, I mean, the Spanish team, they really did come from nowhere in this competition. They knocked out 2 giant teams yesterday, and they're thinking, can we get another scalp under our belt? Because they're ahead in this game.
Yeah, they are indeed, and it's not going to get any easier here. Now, Gawley, one thing that he's known for is his scoop shots. And therefore, we're seeing the fine leg going on the line, and that's Adil Raja. I think that's a good move to try and take that shot away, or just add that doubt in the mind of the batsman to play it.
Yeah, it's good options because Boris is one of the more competent players at the ramp and at the scoop, so it's good to have someone fine there. And he's been good at that slog sweep as well, but he hasn't faced a ball just yet. But it'll be Clayton Floyd still on strike, and he'll be looking to get it away and maybe get Boris on strike here.
Firmly struck, and it's over, Hennessy. And just for a moment, he thought he was going to put it straight in the competent hands of Hennessy. He's very good out there, but he's just got enough on this, hasn't he?
And you just saw Clayton Floyd just with a big, deep breath, so that's probably relaxed him a little bit. He hasn't been able to go too well in this innings so far, but that's a nice shot for 6. Good extension of his hands, and just lifts it over deep mid-off. So maybe that will get him going and get this Dutch train going.
Short. Hit firmly, but they will stop this. Christian Manuth gets himself down, makes the stop, and what we did see there, just at the corner of our screen, is that Atif Mahmood has come off the field of play, and Kuldeep Lal, the 12th man, is on. So Atif Mahmood is obviously, maybe that was a reason to bowl him out straight away. He's probably got a little niggle, and the captain deciding, well, look, let's use you while you can. Oh, this is big. Balle, seis carreras. And Boris Gawley wastes no time in hitting the first 6 on this championship finals day. What a big hit. And, this is what they need, a little bit more of this.
Yeah, we just mentioned he's good at those ramp shots, but he's been excellent at the slog sweep as well. And he got every piece of that. So 6 off 1 for him. He's not messing about. And, well, the Dutch, this is turning into a big over for them.
This one a little bit quicker, fires it into him.
Yeah, it's good defensive bowling there. Didn't want to give that ball any air at all. Didn't want to see it go for another 6. But, well, Boris obviously is going to get out there and go as hard as he can. If we have a look at the rates throughout the tournament, Rico, well, it's gone up and down a little bit everywhere. But overall, 11.5, so 115 is the pass score.
To the ground, bit of a groan from Clayton. There comes the throw, not an easy one for Wais Ahmed, and now Ahmed goes down. Now this is the sort of running we were used to seeing from the Netherlands, and they're getting a bit of that confidence back. But Wais Ahmed, well, he's taken one here. Not sure where this is hitting, probably just on the side. Yeah, there you go, just missing the pads and catches him just above the knee, and he's giving that a bit of a rub. This cold morning, he probably says, it's okay, I don't want the cold spray. It's cold enough as it is.
Yeah, it's a very chilly morning, so it's going to get a little bit of blood to that region because it is very cold out there. But good running from the Dutch and a good over for them. And, well, Boris Gorley's come out with some really good intent here to partner Clay for. You see in your replay there, oh, it's just missed his pad, him above the knee, and, yeah, that does hurt. That really does hurt. But good running from the Dutch. And, well, they'll sort of feel, I mean, we just saw the pass scores 115, but on finals day, it always is a little bit different. I think we might see some low-scoring matches today.
And this is big, and this is going a long way. I think it's going to go over the marquees. It does. Well, that's one of the biggest hits we've seen. And it's Gawley again. As soon as he gets that length, he's onto it so quickly, isn't it? In fact, apologies, Clayton Floyd. Well, I said it's Gawley because that certainly was a Gawley shot. Smashes it away. That's a huge hit. So another 6 to the score. 45 the score moves on to. So they're starting to get the acceleration in here.
Yeah, and we'll have a look at the matches today. We have Netherlands, Spain now in the eliminator, and then we're looking forward to qualifier 1, England versus Belgium, which should be a doozy. The winner of that will get a free passage straight to the final later today, and then they'll play, the loser of that game will play the winner of this game in another elimination game later, which is called qualifier 2, and then we have the big one, the final. Who are you tipping today, Rico?
Oh,
what are you feeling?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot.
Let's go.
You put it. Look, I can't see anybody. Okay.
Who's winning that trophy?
It's got to be England 11.
I'm going Belgium.
You're going Belgium?
I'm thinking Belgium.
You're thinking Belgium. Well, there you go. Well, it's nice to have a bit of spice in the commentary box as well.
I thought you'd say Spain.
Well, you know, look, I've got to be a realist as well. That would be a dream come true. Slower delivery start off with, and that's what he does so well. And it goes all the way over for 6. Queridas, manos arriba, arbitro, manos arriba. Eso es 6. And this is what he does, and well, a lot of teams have seen him do it time and time again against them. You've got to try and cut that shot out for Gawley.
Yeah, when he came to the crease, you mentioned that he loves that ramp shot, and I mentioned he loves that slog sweep, and he's played both shots in his first 3 balls, and both have gone for maximum. So, good batting from Boris Gawley. He's getting the motor running for the Dutch. I mean, they've raced to 51 now for 1 off 4.1. They did have a bit of a slow start by their standards, but I mean, these boundaries in the last sort of 7 or 8 balls have really got them going now.
Banchal. First ball goes for 6. Goes for the fuller delivery, and this time it's just played out. And they're taking him on, are they, with Gawley? He's certainly a little fidget. Starts and he stops. Now, what's your thought on this? Because one thing that I noticed that Spain, I mean, their revival maybe with in the field, they've gone with Atif Mahmood, who's opened up. Normally they were keeping him for over 8 and 10. He's open and been good. Ravi Panjal's been the other opener. So they've used the new ball well. Him coming on here, 5th over, do you think that's going to make a difference? This is a cracking shot. This really is nice. Well, that was nice and spicy, and if it is chilly out there, this will warm things up a bit. That was hot. That is 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot by Clayton Floyd, and he really is ticking now after a slow start. But good question. Maybe they're just looking for a little bit more control in the middle overs. Maybe that's something they looked at last night, so we'd like a more senior bowler bowling there. It's a tough one. Maybe their plans change as well, because Atif Mahmood, we're not too sure what the niggle is, because he's bowled 2 overs and gone off. So maybe it's just changed the plans a little bit for the Spanish.
Slower, and this has been absolutely thumped. That is big. Watch out in the tower there. The production team, that is 6 runs. That is big. That is huge. That is 6 carreras.
Yeah, lovely shot. And Clayton Floyd, well, we said he started a little bit slow. Nothing slow now. 35 off 18. And, well, that 6 Boriscore lead hit off the very first ball this over. That puts so much pressure on the bowler.
Yeah.
And, I mean, when you go for a boundary with that first ball, you feel a bit tight in your chest. It's hard to keep a clear mind. And now Clayton Floyd's cashing in because that was a half volley. And this is turning into a big over for the Dutch.
And that's a good batting from Floyd. They're thinking about the 2, and they're taking him on. This is going to be risky. Oh, if that hits, he's gone. If this one hits, he's gone. I mean, this was risky. And their communication sometimes has been a bit suspect. I think, again, they weren't 100% sure. And I think you'll see this. If this throw hits those stumps direct, I think he's gone.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's aggressive running and really good fielding from the captain there, Chris Munoz-Mills. And direct hit, he was gone and didn't miss by much. But good running as well because I like the aggressiveness of it.
Shot. That is beautiful. And that's going to be 6 more, I believe. Yes, it is. 6 carreras más. Qué fuerte, qué genial. Vale, de momento en este partido es 50-50 para los Netherlands. Tienes otras 6 más. And at this point, they move on to 70 off 5. Well, Clayton Floyd, he couldn't get bat onto ball, could he, to start off with? He was playing those cut shots, playing and missing. Now all of a sudden, he's hitting it well. Looks like he's decided in his mind there, Corey, to say, well, I'm going to take that shot out of the equation and just play straight and play big.
Yeah, absolutely. And once he started to try and play straight, he's getting it out the middle of the bat a lot more. And I think, actually, what Boriscore Lee's come in and done, because he came in and hit some 6s straight away, it probably helped Clayton relax a little bit, because if he had a couple of dot balls, that pressure would have kept building. So, I mean, 70 for 1 after 5. I mean, you keep double that. Obviously, they're on 140, but they've come back really well because it was a good start from the Spanish.
It was a good start, but I'd like to go back to that question about Ravi Panchal. I honestly believe that him opening the bowling with a teeth, and it's a question of the new ball.
Yeah.
Having the new ball, I think he used it well. Also, these early morning games, that ball gets wet pretty quick, and this Kookaburra ball, once it gets wet, it gets heavy. And I'm just wondering whether they're not going to get the best out of him now that he's bowling slightly lower down and he hasn't got the new ball.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he's a swing bowler, you do want your swing bowlers to have that new ball, but they decided to go with the off spin early. So maybe there's something that's gone on with their tactics, but you'd think the Spanish would know the Dutch team pretty well now, so there has to be thought process behind it. It's difficult to tell always from up here. But Atif Mahmood being bowled out early, I was surprised about that as well, because I do like to see the left armer at the death. Yeah,
I think that could have been an injury. I think he may have bowled that first over and then said to the skip, I'm feeling something here. I think it's better to use me while you can. And because I don't think I'm going to last till the end. So I think there's a little bit that there. But look, good chance to say good morning to all of our viewers around the world. It's lovely to have you with us again on this finals day. And wherever you are around the world, it's a very warm welcome from myself, Corey. And of course, we'll see Vinny and Marco later. The Good Time crew, we're here for you. And we hope you're loving the coverage.
So it looks like we're going to see another bowling change here. It looks like Zulkarnain Haider is going to come into the attack now, and he does bowl some quick deliveries. So third man's back, I like that. I wouldn't be surprised when you see Boriscore Lee. The fine leg's not back, which I'm surprised about. He might be trying to play that ramp shot.
Oh, this is an opportunity. It's got to be taken. And, well, this is right in front of us. Kuldeep Lal, the 12th man who's on. And I think he's got to take this. I don't know whether he picked this up late, but it is dipping on him. And we might see it better here, but I think this is the catch he's got to take. Well, you see there, it does bounce just in front, but was he late moving to that?
He's very late moving to that. Unfortunately, he's just below us in the commentary box here, and I don't know if he picked it up. He's in the shadows here, and sometimes what happens when you're in the shadow and the ball's being hit out of light, it can be hard to pick up sometimes, but no excuses. He probably should have given that one an attempt at least of catching it.
Yeah, that's a good point, though, with the shadows. Haider once more. Full of ball, well dug out. This is what he's got to do. Nice line. They'll take the single.
Really good bowling that. Good comeback ball, and Boriscore Lee jams that out, brings on the dangerous Clayton Floyd. I mean, I'm just trying to recall. I think Clayton Floyd might have been 9 off about 11 or 12 balls. So that means in his last, 8 balls, he's made about 34 runs. So he's one of those players. If the Dutch want to win this whole tournament, he's the key for me.
Yeah. Shot, and this has gone a long way. That's from the middle of the bat, right over Christian Munoz, who's in that unique position that only the Spanish team have deployed He's right behind the bowler's arm. He stands very, very still to allow the bowler to bowl, and then hopes he's going to come to play with a kind of a miss-hit shot of that type. But this one is from the middle. It goes all the way. Quality.
What a shot. Shot of the day for me. Gorgeous hitting from Clayton Floyd, and he really is motoring along now.
Well, he plays this one well. He'll get the single, and that takes him to a well-deserved 50. He didn't start well for him. He was shaky. He wasn't getting bat onto ball, and then all of a sudden, he's got 50 of 22 deliveries. Board Badaya, Clayton Floyd, new batsman, Netherlands, apni 50 Manali.
Well, congratulations to Clayton Floyd. It's been a great innings after a slow start, and he gets himself to another 50 in this competition. I've just seen, Boris got leads on strike. He's just had a little look at where fine leg is. I'm telling you, Rico, I think he's going the ramp shot here.
Well, he's get a wide, and that's very good running as well. Nobody backing up, and, well, was it worth a try? I think so. Well, no harm done, because it was good there from Christian Manuth. He read the situation really well. So they do turn that into 2.
Just our co-commentator, Vinny Sandu, who's also sitting here and doing some analytics for us. Clayton Floyd, after 10 balls, was on 9 runs.
Yeah.
So in his last 13 balls, he's made 41.
That's just amazing. Well, that tells you one thing. They've got to get him out pretty quickly.
Well, he's on strike now, and I tell you what, I think he's facing the, fancying the pace on the ball here.
This is 6 runs. And it's as simple as that, just gets himself into position really quickly. He almost preempted that shot, didn't he? He knew more or less where the ball was going to be, got into position early and sends this away. That's gone a long way over backward square. 6 more runs.
Yeah, that's a huge 6, and the Spanish, they need to take a breath here. It's starting to get out of control for them. And it's one of those things as well, we haven't really reflected on this. If one of these teams is going to win today, they have to win 3 games, right?
Oh, it's
So for Clayton Floyd, if he hits form today, this first game as a batsman, if you hit form in the morning, he could have a glorious day. So it's pretty important. 3 games throughout. Need to bat well in every single one.
Just flicks this away. Fielder has to stop it and does. Adil Raja gets hand on it, keeps it to 1. And looks like just having a change of gloves here. Clayton Floyd, and that is also the end of the over. And what a good one it was again. Another one. It takes them to 89. They're motoring along here now. 6 overs gone. Just that 1 wicket down. So they've got plenty to come in as well. So I think we're going to see maybe Clayton Floyd and Boris Gawley here now to start taking the odd chance. But they've got to be careful though, because one thing I've noticed about them is when they lose 1 wicket, one of the big wickets, they do crumble a little.
Yeah, they do a little bit. And, well, you look at that scorecard, I wouldn't mind seeing the person that's listed down there at number 7. Ryan Klein, I think, could be very helpful for them today. And Sebastian Bratt, we know, hits a big ball. So I think you might see them come in next ahead of Victor Lubbers. But it's a good team, the Dutch. And, well, I know they're very excited for finals day. And, well, with 4 overs left here, and they're already on 89, they might be looking at 150. And Clayton Floyd might be looking to become the first ever player to hit 2 international T10 hundreds.
Full toss. This is going to be a no ball for me. It's got to be called. It has been. So that's how you get 7. It's a no ball, so this ball doesn't count, and it's been absolutely crushed. And, well, I mean, you're talking about the ton already. He's only just gone past the 50, but if they keep bowling like that to him, he's going to get there pretty quickly.
Yeah, I do like to make the calls quite early, but, I mean, I don't think there can be anything more demoralising for a fielding unit and a bowling team when there's 7 runs, and it's free 7 runs. So now this is a free hit. And well, it makes it a little bit more difficult for them.
It's half stopped. I think there was a fielder backing it up anyway. They're taking him on. He's got a good arm. Oh, well, this was a chance. I think this is a miss stumping.
Oh, no.
Or miss run out. Forget the stumping, but wicketkeeper involved. This is a big opportunity, and he fluffs it.
Oh, well, Awais Ahmed's actually collected the ball brilliantly because it's on the half volley, and he's just swiped at the stumps and missed it. That was certainly going to be out if he took the bails off. I can't believe it. I mean, you have to take the opportunities. You look here, it's actually a good take off the half volley, and then, oh no!
Oh, would you believe it? Would you believe it? Look, he's had 2 goes, and those bails haven't come off. What is this about? Oh, dear me, I can't believe that.
Oh, that's so unlucky.
Well, look, if I were the bowler, I'd go up to those stumps and just pick the bells up and put them down for a minute. Just make sure they're not glued on. What's that about? I've never, ever seen that. I've seen it maybe happen once, but twice on the same ball, never.
No,
How about you?
I've seen maybe when the ball skims a stump, but his gloves have touched the stumps twice there. Quite a decent force. So, well, I don't know how gravity works, but he's a bit unlucky there.
Oh, the slower delivery. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, he may have been a bit unlucky with the run out, but that one, that's gone through as buys, and 4 of them, and away's Ahmed. He's been done again. He's got to do better there. What about these stats here? What do you find interesting about those?
Well, the bottom left on your screen, Clayton Floyd's the leading run scorer and the leading wicket taker. I mean, you were saying he's Dream 11 points before.
Yeah.
I'd have him as my captain. That is an unbelievable tournament. He's the key to success, and, well...
Look, when you look at those figures, I mean, he's topped the 400 mark, 416 runs. He's still there. And this one, well, you may as well make it 420. That was a bit lucky. Tiene poquito de suerte también. Pero, madre mía, esta jugador, qué grande es. Sometimes you need a bit of luck as well. If you luck, they say, favours the brave. And away's Ahmed. He's just had 3 deliveries of 3 balls that he'll want to forget. Probably couldn't do too much about that. But you saw the run-out chance. The bells just refused to come off. Then the 4 buys, and now this one goes for 4 as well. 420 runs, and as you saw there, also 21 wickets. He's a good contender for MVP as well, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he might be leading that race, but, geez, it might be his day. I can't believe he wasn't run out before, and now the inside edge 4.
This one goes through, and he's not very happy with that shot. It's quite a lazy shot for him, and he knows it. But he'll go away. I like this, what he does. He's always talking to himself in his mind. He plays a bad shot, he walks, he says a few words to himself, goes back to his crease. So he's there, he's thinking about what he's doing. Again, here you see, he's just having a look around at the field now. And maybe he's thinking, okay, maybe I'll go over the top. There's nobody at point. Oh, well, he's not thinking about going over the top. At point, he says, I'll go the other way, over square leg, 6 more, and this one was effortless. He just helps the ball along the way. 6 carreras más.
Yeah, nice shot, back of a length, brings an end to the over, and it's 112 for 1 now. The Dutch are flying, and what I've really liked about Clayton Floyd's innings is, we mentioned before, he was 9 off 10 balls. He didn't panic. He knows his game. I mean, most players there panic and maybe hit themselves out. And
yeah, you're right.
And maybe get more doubles, but he's kept his shape, and this is where we're going next. Well, tell you what, Split, Corfu, Alicante, I'm looking forward to being there with Vinny Sandu, and then you're back for the Super Series in Italy.
Super Series in Italy, back there in Rome, looking forward to that. But, well, the cricket that's come from European cricket at the moment this year has been extraordinary, and we're looking to bring up the 1000th match as well. That's incredible, it really is. And no wonder Mr. Maxima's having a bit of a rest this morning. He's done most of them. But, well, actually he's not. He's next to us here doing the stats. And we keep giving him a jab now and again to say, tell us this, tell us that. It's nice to have an assistant, isn't it?
Oh, we do need
I mean, I think we found a new role for him, a little commentator's assistant.
It's about time.
That's a nice shot, and he's absolutely hammered this. Well, don't forget, Boris Gawley says, hey guys, I'm still here. Yeah, look, he is still there, 23 of 7 deliveries.
Yeah, and he's doing an excellent job as well. These two play the domestic cricket in Netherlands together for HCC, so they're teammates back home and teammates here. And this is turning out to be an unbelievable partnership. The wheels are falling off here for the Spanish. They haven't been able to hit their channels or their lines that they've wanted. They're bowling a lot back of a length, and it's getting hit over the leg side with ease.
Well, we knew it was going to go at some point, and he takes Raja on. Just having a look at Raja's approach to the wicket here. I mean, he starts quite smooth, but he almost comes to a stop, doesn't he? Yeah. His delivery stride, by the time he gets there, I mean, he's just relying on all shoulder and arm power. But that run-up, I mean, he's a long run-up, doesn't really come into play.
No, it's a bit of a stutter step run-up, but that's probably one of the first times Boris Gawley's missed that favoured ramp of his. And, well, what can Raja do for the Spanish team? They really need a wicket.
And they're taking him on, and if he hits, he's out. And he's missed them.
Well, we just mentioned they really need a wicket. These are those half opportunities that you just got to take, because if you bring a new man in, it's never easy for the new man. And, well, it's aggressive running again from the Dutch. He had 3 stumps to aim at, and, oh, he's missed it by a long way. So he'd be disappointed with that.
Yeah, I mean, look, he wasn't even in the picture. His shadow was. Gawley. Firmly struck. This will go towards Hennessy. I wonder if they're looking to take him on. And Gawley this time says, no, I know about this man. He's probably got a good arm, and he has. Good throw from Hennessy. So Gawley comes back on. I think he'll go for that the old scoop again, you know.
Yeah, good call. They've got that fine leg and third man in the ring, but always a funny thing, when you miss one, you sort of don't feel as confident to go again, but I think he's played it pretty well throughout the tournament. Wouldn't be surprised if he does try it.
On this one, he turns it into a full toss, but he hasn't got enough on it, and he goes. So Gawley doesn't go for the ramp shot. He tries to go over mid-wicket. Doesn't quite get this time. I think this may have been slightly slower from Adil Raja. So they get a breakthrough. It is 120 for 2.
Yeah, it's a big wicket. It was a low full toss. He just chipped it. Oh, he's picked him out perfectly as well. And I mean, with that different field with a man behind the bowler's arm, it means their deep mid on is actually at a wide deep mid wicket. So it's a big wicket, but a great innings from Boris Gawley. Strike rate of 240, 24 off 10. So well done to him, because he came in and got it motoring. And this is what I like to see. The Dutch, maybe they're listening to our commentary today. They've given Ryan Klein the go up the top, and he is a powerful hitter.
Yeah, and look, well done there to Gawley, because that was a 102-run partnership as well. So,
oh, was it really?
Yeah, 102-run partnership.
Brilliant.
Because they came together with the score on 18. So well done. And that's exactly what they needed at the time, because they were struggling, weren't they? They were struggling. They were scratchy. Latif bowled well the first over. Yes, here, Ali bowled a good second. But then Clayton Floyd got going, and the worry for Spain is that he's still out there, and 120 is already a pretty testing score, especially in an elimination match, because that's the other thing. It's the pressure that they're going to be under.
Yeah, absolutely, and they'll be coming up against the likes of Vivian Kingma and Ryan Klein, who's now on your screen facing 2 excellent fast bowlers. But yeah, I do like the Dutch think tanks giving Ryan a go up here. With only 13 balls left in the innings, he's been hitting it pretty clean all tournament, but hasn't had the opportunity to be up the order. So an opportunity now for him to show his batting prowess, and good comeback from Raja. His first ball in the over went for 6, but he's only gone for 2 more runs in the following 4 balls.
Well bowled. He's asking the question, and he's still asking, and now he's starting to beg a little. And the umpire says no, it's just going to be a leg by. It was a good full delivery, and we'll have a look at it again. I think the only thing would be here that it was perhaps going to go on a missed leg. I think that's what the umpire's thinking as that over comes to an end. A 121 with 8 overs gone.
Well, you look how far outside his crease is there, so it's pretty difficult for an umpire to give that. It does look like it hits him in line, but he is about 1.5 meters down the wicket. So probably still with the angle, because he's so far down, is probably just missing leg.
Yeah.
And I guess one thing we've got to look at now with 2 overs to go, the race is on for the 100 for Clayton Floyd. He could be the first ever man. He's the first to hit the first international T100. Yeah. I mean, he's only 24 runs away. He's 4 strikes away. So if he can get back on strike, it might be something for us to watch. An interesting decision here. Well, they turn to the leg spinner. Wasn't expecting that. Jake Perman's been handed the ball. It's a brave decision. I mean, Ryan Klein, Clayton Floyd, 2 big strikers of the ball, now have to face a little bit of leg spin. We haven't seen, well, we have seen some spin earlier today with Ali, but they're more dart bowling. Jake Perman flights it a little bit. So,
yeah, this is a gamble, because sometimes he can be a bit short, and if he is short, they're going to go after him. It's got to be full. Well, this is short, and that's what I meant. That was the gamble. Starts off with a short one. Well, that was really a half-tracker that needed to be put away, and it was no mistakes there at all from Ryan Klein. Well, he gets off the mark with a big 6.
And you say everything happens in the 9th, don't you? Well, bowling the leg spinner in the 9th might be one of the more risky moves, and geez, that was short. He needs to get it right here, because Ryan Klein hits a monster ball.
Perman, can he get it right?
Or...
The answer is no, but he may get lucky. The fielder does stop it. Well, I say lucky. I don't know if it's lucky if that means you get a single. And Clayton Floyd comes on strike.
Oh, I think you're right. That is lucky. That was a... Look, there's no easy way to say that was a rank long hop, and that should have gone over the bleachers as well for another 6, so he'd be disappointed not to get that. But it does bring on Clayton Floyd. He was 9 off 10. So, I mean, in his next 22 balls, if my maths are good, he's made 67, striking at 300.
Yeah, that's one way to go, isn't it? Like you said, he was the first man to score 100. He goes after this, and he's going to stay hit. That is big. Bye-bye. Adiós, pelota. Esa pelota no volver. 6 más. Qué fuerte. 6 more. And Clayton Floyd. Well, just to tell you, people may be asking, he was the man to score the first century, and that was 115 of 35 deliveries against Romania. And he's looking to get another one here.
And he's 3 shots away.
This is called a wide, and Jack Perman not happy about that. Keep an eye on the ball, Jack.
Yeah, I wonder if it's dead when it's in the keeper's hands, because I'd be cheekily going for a run there.
Well, I think that one, I mean, I don't know. It wasn't like he held on to it too long. Just let it go. And yeah, but I don't think Floyd wants to get to the other end just yet.
No, well, he's 3 shots away, and there's 3 balls left in this over, so maybe...
He tries to get funky.
Oh, I don't like that at all. He is so good at hitting the ball straight for 6. We don't need to see the reverse Malachi, Clayton. I mean, I know you're on 82, but tell you what, if it's hit his gloves, but I mean, that's almost gone through him. But just hit it straight. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
I think Ryan Campbell might be seeing that shot, pulling his hair out.
This one as well. I think he's gone down a little bit too early, hasn't he? He's made it difficult for himself. I wonder if he's heard you talking about those 3 shots to get to the big number, and you put a bit of pressure on him, Corey.
Yeah, maybe. Good comeback from Jake Perman as well. Not easy when you get hit for 60 in your over, but good comeback from the leg spinner. Oh, I can't believe... Oh, actually, hold on. I don't know now because, well... Interesting. So he's got an underneath edge. He's wedged the ball in his pads. He's then decided he thinks the ball's dead there, so he's jumped up and flicked it in the air, but he hasn't actually put it in his hands at any stage. So I don't know what's going on here. I think this might be given not out.
There's a lot of debate here. Let's watch this again. So there is definitely contact. Now look,
no, that's
no. It's touched.
That's on the ground.
That's on the ground. It's on the ground.
Wow, what's going on here?
That ball is touched the ground at this point. Yeah, I don't think this is out.
What is that? I don't think so. Okay. Oh, you can't tell me they think that ball is
No, that's on the ground.
That can't be given out. He's walking off. How can you tell me? He doesn't have control of the ball at any stage. There is no way he has control of the ball, and then he flicks it up and he doesn't put it in his hands. It lands on the ground. That is not out.
No.
That is definitely not out.
No, that can't be out. And, well, if they give this out, this would be the most sensational wicket that you'll ever see. But I think myself and Corey agree.
No way.
That, and Vinny now as well. First of all, he was putting his finger up saying, that's out, that's out. You know, Vinny always sides with the wicketkeeper, but I don't think that can be out.
Well, you have to have control of the ball for a catch. And I don't think, and yeah, the right decision has been made. So really good work from the officials. For me, when the ball gets wedged in the pads anyway, at some stage you have to grab it with your hand, right?
Yeah.
And he flicked it up. I've never seen anything like this. Look there. So pad, foot. No, to be fair. And look, he might have it a little bit there, but some of the ball must be touching the down. But
yeah, just there he puts his foot on it, and I'm thinking, that's touched the ground. Well, how about that? That was a comical moment.
Well, Rico, why didn't he just bend down and pick it up with his hand? Why did he flick it over his head?
It was a great flick, though, wasn't it? That reminds me of, what's the goalkeeper that makes a save jumping up with his legs?
Oh, the old Colombian goalkeeper with the big hair. Oh, geez, I couldn't tell you that.
That tops that. Well, you're going to see that on social media for sure. That was sensational, but it's not out. So it goes back to, that was also the end of the over. And of course, it all happens in the 9th.
Yeah, it does.
Well bowled. That's a really good delivery. 135 for 2. 5 deliveries to come after that dot ball.
Yeah, I mean, well, the Dutch, they'll be thinking, can we get 15 more and get to that 150 mark? You sort of feel 150 in an elimination final. That is a huge, huge score. So, I mean, the Spanish aren't out of this contest. They've shown in the last few days they've been batting a lot better. But a pretty important 5 balls still to come here.
Yeah, he'll go for that Yorker again, and I think Klein will take him on.
Oh, he's moved well outside leg stump.
Gets enough bat on it. Just bangs this one in shorter. Does the deal, Raja. And, well, look at this. Klein, he's halfway down the track, almost tempting the wicketkeeper Ways Ahmed to have a shy at the stumps.
Yep.
Some people are asking about who is the leading run scorer, because Floyd has been so good. Well, it's Harrison Ward from England, 512 runs. His highest score of 92 not out. Dan Lincoln, the captain, not far behind of England, 482. And then it's Amir Sharif, but Clayton Floyd is making his way up there as well. Hamza Salim of Spain, 389. He's the 4th.
He's got 4 balls to maybe get himself to another ton here.
In the air, where's this going? And it's fielded on the boundary. They only take a 1. Well, they should go for 2 here. Well, this is not good for the Netherlands. First of all, they didn't push the first one like they normally would. They're both batsmen, especially the non-striker, should have already been halfway down the pitch trying to look for the second. And with that throw not going to the keeper, they had to take that there.
Yeah, I think though Ryan Klein was looking for the 2 a little bit more than Klein. Klein must be a little bit tired. But you see the keeper and the batsman get entangled a bit. I don't even know if Ryan Klein put his bat in the crease. So it would have been a short run anyway. He had it. He didn't even get close to the crease. So a bit of comical things happening here. Oh
dear. Well, this one, you talk about a bit of comical things happening here. Well, there's more comical things happening. This was an attempted slow ball, and this went completely wrong. And it's going to, oh, this is tragic for Spain, because it's a no ball, and it's going to be a free hit.
What's happened in the last 5 minutes of this game? We've seen it all. If you can see the ball on your screen, it just comes out like a comet late. Oh, well, it's a free hit, and, well, you see everything in European cricket. The last 5 minutes, I've seen everything.
Well, from ever since that 9th over, it's not good if you're a Spaniard. I mean, you're like gritting your teeth saying, come on, boys, vamos, chicos. Couple of good balls here. And that's a good response, and has a go. But he keeps hold of it in the end. Well, look, that's well bowled. I mean, he's on pressure. First of all, the slow ball comes out horribly wrong, and he knows that's been seen around the world. And now pressure on him when he was bowling that free hit. He's come back with a good one. Yeah,
he's come back good. And I think Ryan Klein's just overcomplicating it for himself a little bit. A lot of moving in the crease. I mean, you can just sit deep in the box and get your batter, and he's doing a lot of moving, and he's sort of losing his shape. But, I mean, we can't take much away. Clayton Floyd's got 2 balls left here. He's on A3. He won't get to that magical 100 mark, but it's been a sensational innings, and he'll be looking to get into the 90s.
Oh, that's well bowled. Oh, no, it's gone through. They've got to try and stop this. They will, but they've got to come back for 2, which they will as well. So, well, it's just slightly, I mean, though they have put the screw on a little bit on the Netherlands these last couple of overs, but unfortunately, they have let themselves down with a few extras, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, and this is just a little bit of a clanger from the keeper, maybe a little bit of fatigue. It's been a long tournament, but 2 byes always hurt. And, well, it brings Clayton Floyd back on strike as well, so that's not exactly what you want if you're a Spaniard. He's got 1 ball left here. Can the Netherlands get themselves to 147 or 145 if they get a boundary off the last?
It's well bowled. That really is well bowled. And he does, I mean, when he gets that Yorker going, we saw him bowl it well against Italy yesterday when he ripped the middle stump out the ground. He does bowl really well, which is why I was surprised that at that time he went for that slower delivery. We went horribly wrong, but in the end it only costed him 2 runs because the free hit was just a leg by. A good finish to the over from Raja, and that means that this very strong Netherlands side, they'll finish on 142 for 2, so 143 is going to be required by Spain if they are to stay alive and knock Netherlands out.
Yeah, really good recovery from the Dutch. And you see they've got a few supporters. The Portuguese boys are over here, and they've got a couple of Dutch shirts on, so they've chosen their team for the day. But a big round of applause for the Dutch batsmen coming off and the Spanish fielders coming off. But Clayton Floyd, sensational batting. It was a really slow start, but he took his team to a pretty competitive total.
Yeah, he did. And you know what? I think those final overs, I mean, we saw, I think from the 8th over when Raja came on, over number 8, 9 and 10, I mean, that's when this score could quite easily have moved to around about the 160 mark if there were big overs. They did pretty well. I like the way they're fighting back there. I think Raja bowled pretty well. Perman was a gamble. It didn't really pay off. But they got that wicket early. That was a key one, wasn't it, from Hamza Salim? But then after that is when we saw this partnership of 102 runs.
Yeah, it was a brilliant partnership as well. And Boris Gawley actually got it going a bit. He came out, showed some real intent. That was a big slog sweep for 6, actually off his very first ball. So with that intent that Boris got, maybe he got Clayton going a little bit, because then he really started to get that ball in the meat of the bat. And he hit some enormous sixes, that one clearing the tents. And a big smile from the Dutch domestic pair that play together. And, well, Clayton Floyd, you said he's the key to this batting lineup, and if he hits his form, they're going to have a big day. And he started to hit the ball beautifully straight.
Oh, no, some of those straight hits he played, I mean, you said one of them was certainly, well, maybe we can't say shot of the day. We've only just started, but if you look back at this week, it's, but that, look, this was amazing. He's hit him once, he hits him twice. Well, the second time wouldn't have mattered, but the first time he would have been out. Can't believe that. And sometimes, well, it's moments like that, it's luck like that that make all the difference. Perman, well, he had a bit of luck as well, because he bowled some half crackers and they weren't put away. They missed out on it. And this one, when he was hopping, he was popping, and he was trying to take what would have been, well, he thought an incredible catch, but he's got to catch him as well. If that ball hadn't touched the ground, he's still got to catch it. Well, there was a bit of kangaroo keeping there. It was all fun and game. That 9th and 10th over, all sorts of things happen. Well, there they are. You're seeing Paulo, Conrad, Miguel and Francois also enjoying the action. Drove all the way from Portugal. What about this scorecard? 83 of 39, Clayton Floyd. Musa Ahmed, though, once again, doesn't get going, but good from Boris Gawley. And then a little bit of support from Ryan Klein there at the end. But 8 of 7, he'll be disappointed with that. I think they would have expected a bit more from Klein.
Yeah, he's just moving around a little bit. But I think that in that bottom left column, the extras as well crept up to 15. I mean, even if that's 3, then you're only chasing about 130. We look at the bowling figures here, and, well, Adil Raja at the bottom there, 2 overs, 5.5 economy, excellent for him. And Atif Mahmood bowled 2 overs in the power play at only 8.5. But really, for everyone else, it was a little bit violent. You can see 1 over for Panchal, 1 over for Hayter, 1 for Hussain. And if you're a captain, it's difficult when you're having players bowl 1 over and they're going for around that 20 mark. It's very difficult.
It's very difficult indeed. And I think also when you saw some of those extras and some of those buys early on as well, remember there was the boundaries that were coming. I think we saw probably 16 runs come behind the bat with those little sneaky edges. Maybe with the third man back, some of those would have been stopped, but all of those things count. But take nothing away, as we look at the bowlers, I mean, Adil Raja, his last over only went for 7 runs. That's a sensational over. That makes the difference of this score being 150 plus and odd. He bowled really well, and he was under pressure as well, but his 2 overs for 11. 1 wicket as well. Yasir Ali came in at an important time. His first over was good. The second one was a little bit expensive. Atif, though, I mean, look, if Spain do this, it'd be sensational. But the question has to be, would Atif Mahmood be fit?
Yeah, we don't know, so we'll definitely be able to find that out in this chase. I guess for the Spanish team, they knocked out Austria, they knocked out Italy. They'll be saying to themselves in the dressing room, we're not out of this, let's knock out the Dutch.
Oh, absolutely. Look, they've got to believe, and the reason that they are here is because they did believe. The reason that they are here is they came together as a team, they became dynamic, they were proud of wearing that Spanish shirt, and they went out there and they did, well, themselves proud, and they also did all of their fans in the fan zone proud, and they'll be looking to come out here fighting, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all to play for. Tournament life on the line for both these teams. Netherlands 11, they have their necks out in front at the moment, but I know this Spanish side, they won't be giving up soon.
They won't be giving up soon. Well, Corey, I know you're going to go back to some of your social media duties, so best of luck, and hope you enjoy the rest of finals day. And, well, we're going to see Mr. Maximo himself, and he's going to join me for the second part of this match. So don't go away, because we'll be right back in just under 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this eliminator. Will it be the Netherlands or will it be Spain that continue in this championship, or will one of them, who's going to be knocked out, Netherlands and Spain? Well, find out and join us in 10 minutes time. Hello and welcome back. And well, it's going to be quite a sad day today as well, because we're not going to see this magnificent scene off the Cartama Oval here in Malaga, the host city in the region of Andalusia, where all the cricket has come to you for the last 4 weeks. This Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's an absolutely amazing location and a fantastic pitch as well. And well, there's a lot of people out there saying to the Spanish team, "A por todos, a por ellos." Yes, we're supporting you. Everyone's supporting you. We're there for you. And no doubt they are not going to let us down. They're going to give 110% in this chase, but it's a big score that they need to get 143 to win. When I'm talking about everybody watching the Spanish team and supporting them, well, there's a lot of support here for the Dutch as well. And we've already seen Paolo, Conrad, Miguel and Francois. But there's support from around the world as well, Corey.
Yeah, there is. And, well, Vivian Kingma steaming in for the first ball in this run chase. Shot. Well, I'll tell you what, back of a length outside of Rico. That's a lovely cricket shot.
That's a beautiful shot from a man who's coming good in this championship. Yasser Ali, así me gusta, 4 carreras.
Yeah, lovely batting that. But yeah, there is a lot of support. It's been brought to my attention from a couple of boys over in Dubai at the moment. The Dutch team, the national team, who are preparing for the T10 World Cup. Ryan Campbell's there. It's Peter Saylor and Max O'Dowd. All the boys there enjoying watching the Netherlands 11. So welcome, guys. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Cambo, stay in that seat. Enjoy yourself.
Kingma this time says, "I'm not going to give you that width again." That's the fielding himself.
So what do you think, Rico? I mean, after the power play, 3 overs of only 2 people allowed out, what are they going to need to be at? Maybe that 45 mark? It's difficult against this pace attack, though. Yeah,
I think the way Vinny would normally do this, he's still working away on his computer, so it's good to have you still with me, Corey. But yeah, I think they'll be looking at sort of 2 overs, trying to be getting on about 22 runs to do it in 2 over slots. And so I think about the 4th overtime, they want to be, 45 to 50 for sure. That's where they need to be. And that's a good comeback, isn't it, from Kingma after the first ball. Well, you could say maybe it was a loosener, but it was a cracking shot from Yasser Ali for 4, and now he's come back with 2 dots.
Yeah, well, Kingma has shown all tournament how good he is in the power play. Usually bowls turn. Look at there. Well, Rafael Fons, he's a cheeky little keeper, and I reckon if he whipped the bails off, we would have gone up to the 3rd umpire there. So, bit of match awareness there for the Spanish batsman. But, yeah, I mean, Vivian Kingma, he's unlucky not to be in Dubai. He's a really talented bowler, and he's played really well throughout this tournament. And he's one of the more difficult bowlers to get away in that power play.
Well, this one was really quick. I didn't even see it, and nor did the keeper. Where's that ended up? No, well, Kingma just deciding there. It doesn't feel... This happens to him a couple of times, doesn't it? We've seen him maybe once or twice every over where he runs in and it's not just right and he just pulls away.
Yeah, still a little bit dewy. The sun's come out over the mountain now, but still a little bit dewy. Maybe lost his footing on the run-up.
In the air, this is a chance, and it's straight to the fielder, straight to mid-wicket. Yasser Ali, well, I think his eyes lit up when he saw this was slightly short. He doesn't get the timing on it, isn't able to get it over the fielder. First wicket goes, and that's a big blow for Spain.
Yeah, didn't get the elevation under the shot, and that is a big wicket. Well, Vivian Kingma, we said he's been pretty efficient in the power play all tournament. The big heave-ho across the line, but that has pinned Boris Gorley. I mean, if you're a fielder, that is absolutely perfect, straight into the chest. So, a big early wicket, and I mean, Spain is going to be a tall ask to chase these runs, and they're going to have to go a lot of deliveries. But this man coming in, Jack Perman, he's been pretty sensational this tournament, elevated to 3 because of such a big chase.
Yeah, the Perminator. And this is a good opportunity and a good moment for him as well, as we see a disappointed Yasser Ali depart for 4 deliveries. Started brilliantly, didn't he, with that lovely shot on the offside, but then after that, Kingma tied him up and gets his wicket. But yeah, I mean, going back to Perman, he's come through the ranks, come through as a junior. He's an exciting player to watch, talented, and he's really focused on his cricket. He wants to go places, and I tell you what, I mean, he probably could as well. We've seen some really good work from him, and I think his bowling is suited better to the longer format, in fairness. And but his batting, I mean, he's when he gets going, he plays some exciting shots, and he's suited to this form of the game because of the style he plays, and he'll be eyeing up some shots over mid-wicket here and over square leg. That's his preferred areas, but I don't think Kingma's going to give him too much in that zone.
No, I mean, Kingma, he angles that ball in, but he gets a lot of late swing. That's what I like about Vivian Kingma. He gets it swing late. So this will be a test for Jack Perman, and well, he has to get on with it from the start.
Nicely played. Got to get down here. Got to get dirty for his team. Oh, just keeps it inside Ellen Bass. And I think they may have a look at this again, but I think he's done okay. He's got the slide in, and well, on this dewy surface, it's gone a bit further than he wanted on the runway. But I think he does just bring this back in. And have a look here. This is not the best of angle, but you see, he just gets that touch on that ball before it touches that rope. And he's managed to keep his feet away from the rope, so good work.
Yeah, it's good fielding for Olivier Ellenbass, and well, they've operated with that third man back for most of this tournament in the power play. He's just gone into the ring now, so it's a deep mid on deep square. Maybe it's a bit more of an off-speed delivery.
Yeah, well, just played down. Well, that gets something on this, goes to the other end, knocks the bails off. Well, those bails come off then, at least. But good delivery, and you can see Awais Ahmed, he's not prepared to take any risk at the moment, but they do need to play some shots. I mean, they can't be playing too many defensive deliveries. 5 off the first, but more importantly, I think they've also lost a wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we're going to see a bit of a change. Usually, it's Ryan Klein that partners him, the two spearheads with the pace, but it looks like they're going to go to the young Shariz Ahmed. And, well, interesting decision this in the power play. I mean, he does bowl these quick little front flickers out the hand. They're sort of little seam-up balls, yeah. Not really traditional leg spin. But, I mean, if I'm Ryan Klein, I'm probably thinking I want that new ball. So, obviously, the think tank, Tim DeLater and... well, Piers Fletcher, and I'm sure they're getting some advice from Ryan Campbell, who's watching in Dubai as well on the message. I dare say maybe they had a chat last night and they've thought, let's give the young fella a go on the power play.
Yeah, why not? Look, we saw Spain do exactly the same thing. We thought Ravi Pancha would bowl the second over, but they went to Yasser Ali spin. I think this also could be because it has been such a good over that they think, you're right, maybe now's a good time to put the spin bowler on. If he goes for a few, we can bring it back.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him. I mean, look, he's got deep mid off and deep extra cover. So he's basically televising. He's going to bowl it wide of off stump. But he's a good young bowler, really talented. And you can see there, it's basically like slow medium outswing instead of spin.
And he hasn't timed this at all. He's up in the air, could take a wicket of his first legal delivery, and he does. So it works, and it's nicely taken by the captain, Sebastian Braat. And Perman, he has to depart for one and just gets the toe end of the bat. Didn't really go into his shot, did he? He wasn't leaning into it. He didn't go towards it. He sort of waited back and then tries to rely on the power and the timing. No mistakes there from the captain of the Netherlands. Another wicket.
Well, we said Shariz Ahmed, he's going to try and take it away from those right-handers, and he televised it with the field set that he had, but you've still got to execute, so great bowling from the young man, and it's another big wicket. Jack Perman, well, he only goes for one and didn't get himself in, but the Dutch, well, they've got their necks out in front in this game, and they're starting to run away with it. We're going to have to see something pretty special from the Spanish batsman. Yeah,
Jack Perman there, talented player, but just not able to get going. Goes just 2 balls, scoring 1 run. But this man, he can certainly set things alight for Spain. Hamza Salim, I already mentioned that he's the fourth highest run scorer, 389 runs before the start of today. His highest score has been 72. Well, this would be a good time for him to get going. He's unorthodox, but when he hits it, it stays hit.
Yeah, it does. I mean, he just made an international T20 50 in the Spanish series win 2-1 against Germany, and he's made some pretty good scores throughout this series as well. So, well, he's going to be facing Shariz Ahmed, who started really well in this one. And it looks like now with the left-hander on strike, you won't see too much of a field change, but you've got deep mid-wicket and deep mid-on, and he'll be looking to bring it back in or slide it maybe across the left-hander. But maybe with Ryan Klein not bowling, I did speak to Ryan yesterday, a little bit sore, a little bit with his body. Maybe they're trying to save him. They feel like they've got enough runs on the board.
He goes for the fuller delivery, and that's good variation from the young bowler Ahmed. And it's leg by. Yeah, I always believe that if you get a good first over in T10, you know, and that was a good one from Kingma, got a wicket, just 5 runs. I think the second over, yeah, try the spin, why not? You know, because you know batsmen, you've got a good score on the board. Batsmen are going to try to take you on. And I think Ahmed, with that loop, with that line, it's just the right bowler to have on. And this one's been crunched, and this one goes. And it's a big hit as well. And that's one thing that weighs Ahmed's touch. When he hits this, I don't think nobody plays this shot better than him. There's very little movement. He stays absolutely dead straight, and he just absolutely pins it out the ground.
Yeah, that's probably the first ball that's actually been a genuine half volley. So nice shot. You still got to put it away. And, well, will that get the Spanish train rolling? They need a lot more of that if they're going to chase down this mammoth total of 142, 143 to win. They're going to need a lot of sixes.
Good reply from the bowler. He gets this one right up there, similar to the ball that he bowled the first one to Hamza. But Hamza managed to take the leg by on. Good reply.
What I like about Shariz Ahmed is the younger brother of Musa. He seems a very calm individual, very educated, very smart. Doesn't let any situation panic him.
This one, well, this is well bowled, and I like that. He looked straight back, and the umpire said, "Don't you dare," because he moved. He moved early. That line moved with him. Let's have a look at this. Let's see. Look, he does set that shuffle across. Well, I don't think he quite moves that much, but that's an interesting one for me from Charles Croucher. Oh, well bowled. You know, you're absolutely right. And when I've spoken to him on a number of occasions, once the days come to an end, I mean, you don't feel like you're talking to a young man because he's so mature and his knowledge of cricket is fantastic. And I know that he and his brother, they've had a few battles on the cricket pitch as well. And I think the last one, he was the winner. So I don't think Musa likes to be reminded of that as that over comes to an end. 13 at the end of the second over, but they have lost 2 wickets.
And, well, it's just come through as well. It looks like that with England and Belgium playing a little bit later and Belgium electing to bat first, it's going to be pretty interesting to see what sort of total they're looking to set against England. Because, I mean, England, they're starting to get their motor going with how high their totals have been. I mean, Harrison Ward and Dan Lincoln, you tipped England today. I still think the Belgians will get over England later.
Yeah. Kingma starts with a wide to the left-hander.
Well, Vivian Kingma, I mean, 1 for 5. They've decided to give him 2 in the power play, and that's been pretty much the go the whole tournament, as that one does just go a little bit wide. The batsman looking to give himself a little bit more room. But, I mean, Vivian has been their spearhead. He's been taking a lot of wickets in the power play. He gets that ball to talk. And, well, if they can get a third here in the power play, it's really going to dent the Spanish in this huge run chase.
Hamza is up in the air, doesn't time this, it should be another wicket, it is. And the big guns of Spain, they are falling, they're not firing. Hamza Salim just couldn't hold himself back. And this is sliced up in the air. And Viv Kingma takes his 2nd wicket. And you know what, with Viv Kingma, I have to say, up until this championship week, he's been the kind of bowler where his economy rate has been fantastic. Hasn't taken a lot of wickets, but hasn't gone for too many runs. And all of a sudden, when it matters, like all great players do, when he needs to take wickets as well, he's starting to do so. And this has been a good championship week for him with the ball so far. 2 more wickets here, and he's still got 5 deliveries to come.
Yeah, and that's the big wicket of Hamza Salim, who leaves for a duck. And you saw on the screens there, Vivian Kingma, a big cheer to the crowd. He's got a bit of a fan base here. The Portuguese have driven all the way for finals day, and they love getting around Vivian Kingma, that is for sure. But, well, Spain, it's difficult, isn't it, Rico? I mean, when you've got such a big chase and you basically have to go at every ball to come out and you're facing, well, a fast bowler that's at the top of his game, it's never easy.
It's never easy. And Hamza Salim, I mean, he's a raw talent. He's a great player. But he's one that I think somebody like you would love to be working with him and just get him playing some more shots, maybe get him to play a shot on the offside as well. Because I think when you know what he's going to do, you know where you're going to put the ball to him. And Kingma's done exactly that. He just kept it short of a length outside the off stump, and he knows that he's going to play that shot. It's going to miscue and get the wicket.
Yeah, and interesting to see he's going cross seam here.
Takes the single, plays this out to the mid-wicket area. That's the new batsman that comes in, and that's Takir Hussain.
Isn't it great that the Dutch national team are off in Dubai? Isn't it great that they've tuned in and watching the Netherlands A? It's great support. I bet you there's a lot of English cricketers that are watching the England 11. That just shows that this European cricket game's growing quite quickly.
It's taken the world by storm, buddy. It's Cartamania around the world. Kingma in once more. And this is in the air and just, well, that's fingertips away for the fielder. Diving, trying to stop it. And Alan Bass can't prevent this from going to the boundary. It would have been a sensational catch. So a little bit of luck going Awais Ahmed's way. And Kingma, he won't like that one, will he?
No, he's pretty unlucky there. It's a thick outside edge, and Olivier Ellenbaas gave it everything he could, but cleared him quite comfortably in the end. So a little bit of luck for the batsman, and, well, I dare say this one might be short as well.
This is a nice looking shot. He's hit this dead straight. This is a quality bit of batting, and he goes all the way as well. Balle, 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 6 carreras. Así me gusta, chicos. No pares, sigue, no pares, sigue. Quiero más, eh?
Yeah, shot of the innings so far. Beautiful batting. I wish I knew my Spanish because I'm not sure exactly what you've said there, but it's got a lot of energy. I like it. But it's nice good batting, isn't it?
Just not ready, and King was coming in, and this time it's the batsman that says, hang on a minute, I'll just get myself in.
I'll tell you what, there's a few bowlers that would keep running in and bowl that. You don't want to roll up a fast bowler and pull away.
And this time, defensively play back. Kingma having a few troubles picking up that ball. Well, he says it's like a bar of soap, I can't pick it up. Que pasa? Kingma, in the end, says, look, you have it. Give it a wipe and give it back to me.
Have you ever seen many fast bowlers with the old glasses on? I can't think of many that I've seen bowl with glasses on.
No, I was having this conversation, I think, with Michael McCann yesterday, saying I'm surprised how they just stay on. They don't move. They must be either very, very tight because there's no support behind them, is there?
Must have a Specsavers contract.
Oh, well, this wasn't too far away from a called and bowled opportunity. Certainly doesn't time this right. And that's the end of the over, and a good spell of bowling again from Vivian Kingma. He's taken 2 wickets for 18 runs.
Yeah, brilliant bowling from him as it brings the total to 26 for 3. So you'd say at the power play, all the chocolates are heading the Dutch way at the moment. I mean, we're going to have to see something pretty incredible from the Spanish. We look at the power play comparison at the moment and you see wicket, wicket, wicket in each over. And, well, wickets always stunt the growth anyway, and it's an extra dot ball. But you sort of see in this middle section for the Dutch there, that's when Clayton Floyd and Boris Corley really exploded. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, it's just like for like after 3 overs. The Netherlands were 23 for 1. So in terms of runs, Spain are ahead, but they've lost those wickets. And have they got, like you say, the acceleration that we saw from Floyd?
See, I think this should be a dot ball. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what Awais Ahmed is playing at there. I mean, he's still busy putting his makeup on, and you've got to put your makeup on before you get out there.
Oh, well, when the bowler's ready, bowl the ball. And, yeah, you can see Clayton's a little bit rolled up about that. The batsman doesn't need 40 seconds to face up, so let's get on with it.
And, well, Awais Ahmed is playing this very cautiously. I'm not sure why. I mean, he's played that shot there. I'm not even sure why the batsman, the non-striker, was saying he's not backing up. Got to take a single out of that. He goes for this one. There's a fielder there, but just over him. Well, he's a tall man, isn't he, Del May? But he could do nothing about this. Awais Ahmed. So he pushes at one, makes it a dot, and then the next one, he crashes it for 6 runs.
Yeah, a bit of a swashbuckling shot that just reached down, swatted over the tall Julian DeMay at long on.
We'll get a single, so they do take this one. So Takir Hussain will come back on strike.
Yeah, and well, Clayton Floyd, we've talked about his batting all tournament and how dynamic he's been, but you also said he's the leading wicket taker for the Dutch as well. So, I mean, he's a multifaceted cricketer and he's having an outstanding tournament.
Yeah, he is. I mean, oh, well, it probably won't go to the boundary. It's the young man chasing it, does really well, does Ahmed. And he's impressed me in the field as well. I've seen him take some spicy catches. And you see there, 100% commitment from the young man, and that's been appreciated as well by Ryan Klein.
He's a little live wire. That little edge almost took Rafa Alfonso's head with it, but he's a live wire, and the Dutch fielding throughout the tournament has been exemplary. A little bit of luck for the batsman. But, yeah, Clayton Floyd with the ball as well. He loves to change his pace a little bit. He knows what he's doing, doesn't he?
Well, there's that change of pace, but this one has been called a wide ball. Yeah, I mean, not only is he the leading wicket taker for the Netherlands side, he's the leading wicket taker joint with Sam Pearce in the whole championship.
Is he really?
Yeah, 21 wickets he's taken.
MVP.
Oh, well, this one, just a wild swing, and took care of saying, well, don't worry about the umpiring. Worry about getting bat onto ball. That's what I say here. Let the umpires do their job. Let's ask. Struck firmly, but Del May will do the fielding. But the batters will get a single. That's the end of the over, so we just go back to this rate here now. So that's the score, moves on to 37 at the end of 4 overs. And you can see that required rate now is just under the 18 mark.
Yeah, we have a look at the Championship week. It's finals day here today, and we've got Netherlands playing now. But coming up next, England versus Belgium. They've got the double chance. The winner goes straight through to the final later day, and then the loser will play the winner of this. And at the moment, it looks like the loser will likely come up against the Dutch. And it looks like they're going to pass the ball to Julian de May, the other left-arm off-spinner. Well, I know Roelof van der Merwe and Peter Saylor are watching in Dubai, and maybe they're lucky to have their tickets, because I think Julian de May and Clayton Floyd could easily have been the 2 left-arm off-spinners at the World Cup. Very talented bowlers. They love their left-arm offies, do the Dutch, and in comes Julian.
And call of weight, and that's wise. Yeah, one thing I've noticed with Julian de May, I think when we first saw him bowling, I think he was sending them down a little bit quicker and a little bit too short, and he was getting punished. As we see him bowl this one. And then what he's done, well, they're asking the question, they're going upstairs here. I think, well, was his foot in the air? Well, this will be an interesting one. I think he's played the shot, and then with the momentum, the foot's just gone up a bit and then gone back down. And Alphonse is asking the question.
Yeah, well, Rather Alphonse, he's a live wire, and he's always paying attention to the batsman's movement. So, I mean, he didn't come out of his crease originally. He just tried to play a traditional cut shot. This angle's not going to be able to tell us too much. But look there, he's just walked out of his crease. Oh, he might have just got back, but where's he going? It's tough to tell from there. But he's gone a bit walkabouts. Quick thinking from Rather Alphonse, and it's a tough one to tell.
And let's have a look here. Look, let's keep an eye on that foot. Here, this is where it goes up, and just have a look here. In the air there, oh, I think he just gets enough of it down. That's good work there from Spring Productions, our production crew here.
I'm not too sure where he's going there. He's missed a cut shot off the back foot and somehow fallen out of his crease. Pretty remarkable.
Well, he's got this completely wrong and gets away with it. And then there's another chance of a run out now at the other end.
Yeah, I have a feeling that would have been run out as well. You can see on Sebastian Brutt's face the disappointment. Must have been close to the stumps. He's gone the reverse Malachi, got none of it. And, well, good live wire fielding from the Dutch. They seem up today. I don't know, they must have had a nice rest.
Yeah, they look very different to the team that we saw yesterday. This one would be wide. So, yeah, going back to what I was saying about de May, I thought he was trying to bowl too quick.
Yep. And
he wasn't getting the flighted deliveries in. All of a sudden, last few times I've seen him, especially in Championship week, he slowed it down a bit. He gets the bit of the loop in, but he also gets those one in, and all of a sudden, it's different kettle of fish.
Yeah, well, he's come out pretty well today. And we said the Dutch like their left-arm off-spinners, so if he finds his form, because we know how well Clayton's bowling,
yeah,
all of a sudden you've got 4 overs in these T10s throughout the day. They're going to be good, because it does look like the Dutch are running away with this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting the squeeze on, aren't they? They'll take the single, and again, they'll attack away his arm, and this is another shy at the stumps.
Yeah, once again, it's Sebastian Brutt, the captain at cover. He's a live wire fielder, and he's moved really nicely to his right. One stump to aim at, but he would have made it home that time. But great start from Julian de May. 1 ball left in this over.
And it's going to be fielded. Oh, they're going for it. This one will be close. Oh, well. Alphonse takes the bails off. We're going to go upstairs again. I mean, direct hit, and he's gone. Good pick up and throw from the youngster again, Ahmed. And good work for Alphonse. This is going to be pretty close.
Yeah, I really like Alphonse. He's really got clean hands and he's got quick hands. Good fielding from Shariz Ahmed. Maybe a 50-51.
Let's have a look here.
Oh, it's gone. He hasn't slid his bat.
Bat's in the air. This is sloppy.
Oh, no. Oh, maybe it's a little bit close, but it's in the air. I mean, if we freeze frame it right on the right point, I think he's going to be out here. It's one of those ones, well, when you're a young kid, you get taught to slide your bat, and at this level, you need to be sliding your bat. We have a closer look here. It's a good pick-up from Rafael Alphonse. Bats in the air, bats in the air, bats in the air. Bails are up, bats in the air for me.
Yeah,
I think that's going to be out. Rico, well, you teach your kids to slide your bat, especially at this level, you need to be sliding your bat.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've said a number of times when we've watched the England 11 play in Netherlands as well, and we've seen them taking those run-outs, and I've always said it. I said, kids, if you're watching, if you're learning the game, that's the way to do it. You're running, you're reaching out, but that bat is being slid along the ground, because when it's close calls like that, that makes all the difference. That, for me, is out.
Yeah, I think it will be. But the Dutch today, they've been on in the field, and I know they do a lot of work in the Netherlands on their fielding. They have weekly sessions on Wednesdays, and usually it's Ryan Campbell, Peter Byron, Pierce Fletcher hitting them, making do it. And today they've shown out on the field, their fielding's been exemplary.
Fielding's been really good. The one observation, though, here, and I don't know if what you feel about it, I've seen the Netherlands, they've been really sharp in the field, a lot of shy at the stumps. But I think the percentage of misses has got to be something like, is really high. They're not able to hit them.
Yeah, maybe it's a technical thing that, well, Ryan Campbell can work on and get those throws right. I know the boys in Dubai, hopefully they're practicing their throwing, and good luck at the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, good luck, boys.
But it does look like the Dutch 11, they're going to probably make it through this one. I mean, Spain's had a pretty crazy sort of tournament. They didn't win many, but then they knocked out 2 teams yesterday. And unless we see something pretty remarkable, it will be the end of their tournament.
Yeah, I mean, both the batsmen are still out there, so they've gone with a very, well, surprise to me, a not-out decision. So I'm really a bit, I don't know what they've seen. Maybe they've decided that it's too close to call, whether that bat is off the ground or not. I'm not 100% sure, but that's the decision. So we continue.
Maybe my eyes are just a little bit old these days, but it's Clayton Floyd to continue, correct. I don't like that. The batsman's arguing with the umpire if it's a wide or not, and Clayton Floyd with a cheeky grin on his face saying, well, let's just get on with it.
Yeah, I mean, I could touch on that after this delivery. See this one. Well, this has really got a loop on it. They'll take one. Look, I know that both the England 11 with Dan Lincoln, their captain, and Sebastian Braat, they've had a good chat with the tournament referee, Rob Cumming, and the umpires to say, look, if the batsman is moving before the ball has been delivered outside the off stump, that line has to move with them. And the umpires have said, yeah, that's correct. That's what we'll do. So here you see what the batsmen are doing. They are moving early. So the line, the guideline moves with them. So when the bowler does bowl and it's just slightly outside of that line, it's not been called a wide for that reason. This is in the air, but just dropping short of the fielder. It will be a single to Awais Ahmed. Well, he's living dangerously, but he's still there. And now it's time for Takir Hussain. He's made 7 of 10 deliveries, but really, we need to see some fireworks here now. There's a lot of tiki-taka, but no boom-boom.
Well, he's tried to boom-boom that, hasn't he? But you're all right. It's been a little bit tiki-taka this whole chase. I like that analogy. They've just sort of, I mean, they've had balls in the slot, actually, and they're just punching them for ones. And when you're chasing this total, you've got to try and clear the pickets.
Yep. Well, this one does go all the way. This is a nice shot. It's not the first time we've seen Awais Ahmed play this one. That goes big. Seis carreras. Así se me gusta. Eso es grande. Awais Ahmed, well, we see the one who's really, he needs to go into top gear here now, though, doesn't he? Really got to get flying, because already, well, this is at the point of no return. Well, that's what Mr. Maximo would say. He says that when it goes over 18 required per over. We're at around 23.
And it brings an end to the over. It's 50 for 3 now. So, well, he's still there, Awais Ahmed. He's 32 off 17. He needs a bit more support. The captain's still to come as well, and I know he bats really well. Julian DeMate, the spin twin partner, to continue. And, well, this has almost been a complete performance from the Dutch. And we said today that if they are to win this competition, they're going to have to win 3 on the trot. And, I mean, they could go look at Pierce's little notebook later and they'll be pretty happy with this effort.
Well bowled, good delivery, full. Yeah, you know, the other thing here is It's the way they're performing. They look a different team. Yesterday they looked tired. They looked a little sluggish, but they've come out fresh this morning. They've got the energy. They looking dynamic, and team dynamics means everything. And everyone's bowled well. Clayton Floyd with the bat as well. As this one, it's another dot delivery.
I think yesterday they were a little bit unlucky maybe with the draw and how it worked out. They played game 1 and game 5. And it's a long day sometimes, and they've been playing cricket all season in the top class, and they've had a lot of fixtures, so maybe a little bit of exhaustion came in because they look refreshed today. They do look like a re-energised team.
They look like the team that we saw in the group stages. They look fit and well. Sliced away. Ahmed gets down. It's going to take a lot to beat him. And look, the other thing we have to say, I mean, we've said they looked a bit sluggish and in championship week before this match, but they did have that little bug that was going around as well. You know, a couple of players weren't feeling 100%, and that did rub off on some of the others. But they're getting back to their best now.
Well, Julian DeMay coming back into form changes this team completely as well. I know in the last few games he's been hit quite viciously and for some big overs, but if he finds his form right, all of a sudden that bowling attack just looks a bit more complete.
Yes. Doesn't quite time this. We'll get one bounce pick up for the fielder. Gets the throw. And yeah, you're absolutely right. He does look well. And when he's in these rhythm, as we saw him in the group stages, he's a very tricky bowler to play because you just don't know. You don't know what line he's going to bowl. Sometimes a bit shorter, sometimes it's fuller, a bit of flight. See, that one was the quicker one. That's really good work from the wicket keeper there, Rafa Alphonse. Good stop.
The non-striker's given it a little bit of cheekiness, thinking he's going to try and steal an extra run. But Rafa Alphonse, he didn't play in week 1, then got the call up. He hasn't made the runs he would have liked, but his keeping's been absolutely sensational.
Ooh, next to leave this one, and that's the end of the over. And the batsmen, again, you see, they're not play your shots. I mean, they're looking to try and get the calls from the umpire. But look, you've got bat in the hand, use it. That's what I say.
Well, let's be fair. This game is meandering out now, but let's look at the 3 teams that are likely to be left. You've got the Netherlands 11, Belgium and England. When you see the Netherlands in this form, I mean, I tipped Belgium for the competition. You've tipped England. Do you think now Netherlands are a little bit the underdog and they can ride that to the top, or all of a sudden are they thrust into maybe being favourites?
Well, yeah, it's an interesting one. I think on this performance and the way they performed, and everybody that's been asked to do whatever their task is, whatever discipline it is, they've been good. You see this delivery first. Well, this is up in the air. This is an opportunity. And away's Ahmed. May have to keep walking, and he will. He goes. So the wicket and the spin doing the job. And again, it's the bowling. Well, the tight bowling and good catching, good variation. And, well, it's the captain, Brat, who comes in. And his variation has been good. He's taken some stick as well in the last few matches. So all of a sudden, as we go back to your question, all of a sudden they're coming good. The bowlers that are coming on, they're back to their best, I believe. They're bowling in the right areas. They're getting the right line. They're causing problems for the batsmen. And, well, they'll take this and get better from it. They needed this, and they got better from it. And that's going to give some concern to these 2 teams, England and Belgium. Yeah,
and we look at some of the lineups now and the list there. You look at that Harrison Ward and Dan Lincoln, a dynamic opening partnership. Aziz Mohammed and Ali Raza on the other side have been batting beautifully as well. And that does spell the end for Away Summit. He made a pretty confident 33 of 20. Maybe could have gone a little bit harder. And, well, you are correct there with that, Rico. They're taking so much confidence. Sebastian Brat, who didn't have the greatest day yesterday, now has a wicket off his first ball. He can take confidence into the next game. I think this is a really big win for the Dutch and their mindset going ahead in this tournament. So he comes in again and it's just pushed into the offside for a single. So, I mean, confidence goes so far in life, but especially in cricket, and all of a sudden you're going to have 11 very confident Dutch cricket players.
Yeah. They seem, I mean, everything about them, I mean, yesterday they were obviously a little bit disappointed, but this morning, as we see Brat once again, nicely bowled, and that's that variation. And, well, not quite the way that the Netherlands duo there of Ahmed and Clayton Floyd would have wanted to do the fielding. Put a bit of teamwork there, a little lay on to Floyd from Ahmed, and then comes the throw. But even their mood in the bus this morning coming in, it was relaxed, you know, and when I saw them in their camp before the start of the match. This is a nice shot. It was short, and it had to be put away, and it was. That is a thunderous shot. I'm liking that from Haider. He's a guy that likes to come in and play his shots. He's not holding back. He was there for the hit, and he hit it, and hit it big. Seis Carreras.
Yeah, lovely shot, back of a land, but you still got to put it away, and it was the off-speed, slower ball, and back of land, he got every piece of that for an important 6 for the Spanish. But you're right, they do seem a relaxed unit, and they're going to take a lot of confidence. Another thing as well, because they're dominating this game, they're not bowling Ryan Klein. So obviously he's got a bit of a niggle, and they're being able to save him for later in the day, and that's also a bonus for the Dutch.
Very sensible, yeah. It's very well bowled, isn't it? That slower ball, cleverly disguised. And what about the bowling of Sebastian Braat? I just think he's such a clever bowler. Okay, sometimes it goes wrong, but when he's at his best like this, he's just so difficult to play. The batsman just doesn't know where the next ball is, what it's going to be. The slow one, the quick one, the short one. It was the fuller one, slow and full. And it does go a little bit across the line there, Haider. He gets bad on it, takes a single. Yep. So Ahmed out there. He's one man that they'll need to get back into form. I think he's probably the only missing link at the moment to what has been a perfect performance. Yeah,
and it brings an end to the over at 62 for 4. But you're right, Musa Ahmed at that top of the order, if he gets going in these next 2 games, still one of the best bats in the Dutch team. A few teams have figured him out by having a deep backward point and getting him out that way. But with Clayton Floyd finding form, I mean, Boris Gorley looks good still. Sebastian Braat, I think, would like a few more runs. They've got match winners, so you can't discount the Dutch today. And they'll be thinking, we're going to beat the English, we're going to beat the Belgians, and we're going to get the trophy.
This one is pretty wide from Ahmed. Just, I think that one almost slips out of the hand. It's full and wide. But the other thing, this was never going to be an easy match for the Netherlands, for obviously a number of reasons. Probably another wide. Just nice shape, just not getting the radar right. They were playing Spain. Spain have got a lot of people in here giving them support. Spain were also a team on a high. Almost chops this back onto his stumps, very lucky. So they were very much the underdogs going into this. And of course, everybody likes to support the underdogs, and the people around here were going to be supporting Spain. A lot of people have come down to this venue, giving them some support. So Netherlands had to perform. They had to be up for it. Firmly struck. Won't get the boundary. Fielded. Get 1 run. So they've done well. They prepared themselves well. They knew it was not going to be an easy game. And whatever it is that they've done between the match yesterday and this morning, it's worked for them. And they look like a completely different outfit.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Spain, in this tournament yesterday, they knocked out Austria and Italy, and I don't think anyone saw that coming. So they had the momentum, and their mindset coming into this would have been thinking, we can do this again. But Netherlands have been a pretty professional outfit this game. And what I liked about the Dutch batting is, well, after the power play, they took the game on from Boris Gorley hitting his first ball for 6. That's a little bit of what the Belgians are doing, and just taking the game on, being brave. Yeah. And then because they're such a well-drilled bowling unit, that they're bowling and fielding, you know what you're going to get. For me, it's the Dutch batting. Once they get a bit braver and take the game on, then they are still a chance to win this trophy.
Yeah, too right. Ahmed just losing his radar a little bit. It's better ball. Played out for a single from Takir Hussain. The spin has been perfect here for Netherlands. Dilmay, he's 2 overs, just 7 runs from him. That tells you how challenging he was to play. And Ahmed here, just gone for 12, 2 more deliveries in his spell. And well, several of those runs are courtesy of wide balls. So the batsmen just haven't been able to get after him. But look, Spain, they've had a fantastic championship. They did amazingly well in the group stage. Remember, they won Group A. They were the winners. They topped the group over Belgium. They lost in the final, the Group A final. But in terms of where they finished top. They came into championship week and it didn't start well, did it? They lost those 4 matches on the spin. Remember, this team beat them, and well, it was a humiliating defeat when Spain were all out for 38. And then there was the big losses also to England. They lost by 93 runs. Then they lost to Italy by 96 runs. So that's why nobody really thought they were going to come back strong. But they came back and they did it the hard way. They beat Belgium, a team that you still believe could go on to win this. They beat Austria yesterday by 8 wickets. And then they also beat Italy, the team that beat them by 96 runs. It's been an amazing, amazing championship for them. And I think they've done themselves proud. They've also done the nation proud. So you see this one played for a single. But look, they will come back. They will come back stronger. What is it you think they're missing? What's the missing link to see them go a little bit further next time?
Oh, I think their fielding could improve quite a lot. Their fielding probably hasn't been at the standard they would have liked, and maybe missing a little bit more power hitting at the top.
Yeah. This firmly hit. I mean, that's probably an example there, these sort of shots that Hussein is playing. Look, I know Tukir Hussein, he's a very accomplished batsman, but it's got to be said, for me, he's a batsman that will play the longer format of the game. And you could probably say the same about Hennessy and Ravi Panchal as well. A good batsman, but maybe not in this format, and maybe not even T20 perhaps. And I think that talent is there. And I think having seen this championship, having seen the likes of the hitting in the Belgium team and the Austrian team, I think they know the players they need to try and find, and they are there in Spain as well. So I think this team will be, well, next time you see them, they will be like the batting of Austria and Belgium. Up in the air, this is going to be an opportunity, and it's a really good catch indeed. That is fantastic, and that sums up, I think, the mood in the camp of the Netherlands at the moment. What a great catch. This is a catch and slide. This is quality.
That was a little bit of Michael Jackson Thriller in this. I love this. If we get a good look at the catch here, he sort of caught it and slid on one knee as he caught it. Victor Lubbers out there. He's been sensational at deep backward square, and another wicket for the captain. Good for his confidence. And, well, really good catch, and another wicket for the Dutch. They've been really good this tournament. And, well, for Spain, unfortunately, Tukir Hussein didn't rock up. And 12 off 21, a little bit of a net session for him. And the Dutch coming to a counter with now. Here's our replay. Have a look at this catch. The old, woo!
I like that.
I love that.
That is good. That's a good catch. And of course, these early morning conditions with that bit of dew are ideal to catch him like that. In comes Hennessy. He replaces Hussein.
Rico, I'm a little bit upset here.
Why are you upset? Go on, tell
These are
me.
my last 2 balls on the com box for the ECC. It's been a...
Do you want a hug? Let's have a hug. Yeah, no, we'll have a hug.
I've got 2 balls left, mate. I've got... Oh, you can do this one. I'm going to do the last one. I'm going to give it a lot of energy.
Okay, I'll do this one. So Hennessy to face his first delivery from Brat, who's taken 2 for 12. 2 balls to come. And Hennessy gets off the mark, and that gets 1 to his name. So now, last ball to come, and over to you, sir.
Last ball of my tournament in the combox. Been an absolute pleasure bringing you this live ECC tournament. And, well, hopefully it's not a wide. 71 off 1 required. I've seen things happen. Sebastian Brutt coming in. It's a slow ball. It's over. It's up. It's high. It's 1 bounce. He saved it. It's on and on. It's gone for 4, and that will conclude a good win for the Dutch. They're going to come to a 67-run win. And, well, Rico, thank you for letting me enjoy that last little bit of limelight. It's a lovely shot over the offside for 4 and a little bit of a fumble on the rope. But the Dutch are way too good today and this morning, and now they will go into qualifier number 2, where they will play the loser of England and Belgium.
Yeah, and then look, you got to say it's going to be the last time we're seeing the Equipo Roja, the Spanish boys, in this championship. They, of course, are going to be disappointed. There's no doubt about that. But look, we have to, again, rewind and say, look, at one point at the beginning of this championship, nobody even imagined they would have been here playing this eliminator. They've done hugely well. They've done a lot of them, the supporters out in Spain, people like myself and a lot of other players, and also people who work behind the scenes. They've done us proud. They've gone out there, they've showed this never say no attitude, and yeah, they should be very proud of what they've achieved. They've well, they've warmed many hearts, they've made many friends around the world as well, and they've played this the same sort of attitude as cricket as we saw from the Italians as well, and also Portugal. And it's about, look, just go out there, do your best, try to improve, even though you're the underdog. So well done to them. Congratulations to them for an excellent championship. But it is over for them, and they're getting a good round of applause also from the Netherlands side. And they'll get a good round of applause from the fan zone as well. So the equipo España, mala suerte hoy, pero qué grande, todos muy grande, muy grande. Apo ellos, apo ellos. And, well, there's the trophy that they would have loved to have their hands on. There's Juan Carlos there, and also John Howden, the president and the CEO. And as the players go back, Kevin Launder, the chairman of Cricket España, is there as well. Well done, chicos, muy bien, pero vale, hoy no es tu día, pero seguro la próxima vez será aquí más fuerte. But also, congratulations to the Netherlands because they keep their dreams alive as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, the innings just never really got going for the Spanish team. There was wickets throughout. Vivian Kingma continued his prowess. A smart catch there by Julian Demey. And a little bit of flexible work there from the fielding unit. This was a nice shot. Julian's a very tall fielder, but couldn't get onto that one. And, well, Clayton Floyd, he had a good day with the Bay Bowl pretty well as well, and they couldn't really get a hold of him. But the Dutch fielding today was excellent. They were everywhere.
Yeah, they were really good. They were up for this. They were sharp. And the thing is now here, it's all about fitness and stamina as well. I mean, you made a good point about not using Ryan Klein. You don't need to. This is going to be a long day for them. I mean, if they're to win it, there you go. Dave Gallup says a few tears, but a few smiles as well along the way. It's been a marvellous journey for the Spanish boys and the Spanish squad. But no, it's going to be a long day. If they're going to lift that trophy, they've got to win every single 3 matches today. But that's the first. 2 more big ones to come.
Yeah, I mean, they're into that final 3 now, so they've got a real big opportunity, the Dutch. And, I mean, the Spanish team can hold their head high. They've finished 4th out of it was 15 teams. I mean, they've got 4th place, and it's a good effort from them. But the Dutch, they're through the final 3, and I reckon they might have sent a little bit of a warning to these 2 teams, England and Belgium now.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is going to be a huge match. Belgium, they play with no fear, and they've got some huge hitters. I mean, Ali Raza and Azim Mohammed, when they are in flow, they are sensational. Their captain as well, Sharif Sheikh, he can be a big hitter, but there's also another man in there, and I'm just searching for his name, but I can't see it there at the moment, but yeah, there he is, Sabir Zakhil. I mean, he's something else. He may even, because he's rested his shoulder, we may also see him with the ball as well. But look, with England, Harrison Ward, 906 fantasy points to his name. Dan Lincoln, well, I've already mentioned where they are at the top of the standings with the runs that they're scoring, but you cannot rule out the likes of Alex Mellor as well. Tom Bevan has been really good, and Andy Rishton comes in around number 3, and he just hits the ball hard as well. A very, very strong side, a very talented side, and that is going to be an exciting contest. It's almost like sort of what you call the orthodox against the non-orthodox. That's what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got, well, 2 orthodox teams left, and you've got 1 unorthodox team left. So it's going to be interesting. I know England, they got them hard yesterday, Belgium. They beat them by lots of Belgium. They'll be up for that.
Yeah, they certainly will. It's almost like maybe if you look at it in a musical sense, it's like the classical theme, I should say, against the clubbers. And Belgium certainly are the clubbers, and if they get going, well, they can raise the roof, can't they? Really looking forward to that as we have a look at the bowlers here. Bowling was sensational, wasn't it, from the Netherlands? Yeah,
it was. I mean, you look at the economies, only 1 bowler went going for 10, but everyone else under the 10. 2 wickets for Vivian Kingma, 2 wickets for the captain Splash But I think Julian Demey hitting some form gives them another option, because Ryan Klein, unless he's severely injured, will bowl, I imagine, later today.
Yeah, so we'll leave you with a match summary here. It's a victory for Netherlands, so they stay in the championship. Spain, unfortunately, the host team, have to say goodbye, but they've made a lot of friends around the globe, and they've done themselves proud as well. Awais Ahmed, 33 of 20 deliveries. Haider there, I like him coming in, and he's hit 16 of 10, but it was all about the bowling and the fielding of the Netherlands. Sebastian Braat there, he took 2 for 17. Great bowling from Kingma right at the beginning, 2 for 18. And Shariz Ahmed there as well, and the spin of Demey was good. So, Corey, you're going to go back to doing a bit of social media, and I'm sure you're going to be entertaining some of the guys from Portugal that are here supporting the Netherlands. And it's been a privilege to be on comms with you. And of course, I know you're not disappearing from the theme, because you're going to be on the travels with Mr. Maximo. And I'm sure that Mini Sandy will be talking about that, where we go on from here after what has been an absolute splendid championship. And well, with only a few games left, it's going to be a sad day. It's going to be sad, isn't it, to say goodbye to this scenery we've got here.
No, it's been absolutely fantastic being out here in Cartama. And just a quick thank you to all the production crew and everyone that's helped us involved. And thank you for letting me commentate again for this tournament. Thank you for the knowledge Rico, Mr. Maximo and Michael McCann have been able to instill in me, and it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, and it's been a pleasure to have you on, and it's been a pleasure to have your company as well around the world, our global cricket family. Thank you for all your comments and all your support. And well, Like I say, it's time for us to say goodbye for now. Rika Fall and Corey Ruckus. But remember, Michael McCann and Vinny Sandu will be in the house as well. We are your good time crew. We bring you all the action, and the action starts again with England versus Belgium coming up in just under 10 minutes time. Hasta pronto!
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol, and now it's time for a big match. It's qualifier number 1. The winner of this match will be the first team through to today's final, and it is the England 11 versus Belgium. Well, these two have had some very interesting tussles during the week. We have a special guest coin tosser for this one, and it's Manuela Weston who is here to toss the coin. Let's go over. She's with Rob Kemming and the two captains for the coin toss. So Belgium win the toss and they elect to bat first. Good confident move from their captain, Sheikh Shiraz. Interestingly, they did win chasing the other night, didn't they, against the England team. Belgium, they are 11-6 for the tournament, coming up against the strong 15-2 English 11. Well, we know that the Belgians, they are fearless, but can they do it? Can they knock off the English 11 in this big match? Let's go up to the commentary box. Michael McCann is there. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, and welcome back to the Cartama Oval for this, the very first match in this tournament that has had a place in the grand final up for grabs. Belgium and the England 11 getting that chance because of their excellent campaigns so far. England 11 start the tournament as probable joint favourites with the Netherlands 11, but as the tournament's gone on, we've seen Belgium crash the party somewhat. They've picked their way into this contest ahead of the Netherlands 11 thanks to beating them last night by 5 wickets with 11 balls to spare. That's what they're playing for, a magnificent trophy from Loka Lifestyles, signed by Sanjay Sharma after he got sick of winning badminton competitions as a youngster, only getting all plastic ones that were so bad he had to put them in the bin. Out come the England 11 to field. Belgium winning the toss and electing to bat. They decide with probably the deepest batting lineup in the competition, Belgium, arguably, in terms of guys that can hit from 1 to 11. All 11 Belgian players that have swung the bat in this tournament have hit at least 3 sixes, which is truly extraordinary. So the England 11 with just 2 losses so far. They've got a stacked bowling lineup, plenty of options in there. We'll see Edwards and Akhtar charging in with their pace, Godsall with his good change-ups, Ward and Lincoln up the top. But for now, it will be Aziz Mohammed and Munib Mohammed, who've been probably, alongside Ward and Lincoln, one of the very best opening pairs in the tournament. Ahmad Sharif and Nisar Ahmed from Italy deserve an honourable mention in that regard. Abhijit Khan, the Belgian coach, who lives and breathes every moment on the touchline. You'll see him celebrating every boundary wildly, as if they've won pretty much the entire tournament. He's ready to rock and roll, as are we, for the second match of the day. If you're joining us a touch late, first one saw the Netherlands win by 66 runs against the Spanish. We know par in finals week. It's maybe about a 130 mark. Rich Edwards, as he always does, is going to open the bowling for the England 11. Started this week as the most economical seamer in the tournament. It's been a touch more expensive in finals week. He's going to try and slide it across Munib Mohammed. He's got Alex Mellor in fly slip position. He's also got a deep third and a deep fine leg. So I think there's going to be a fair bit of short stuff from Edwards in this over. Here we go then. Place in the grand final up for grabs for the winner. It's a nice start from Edwards. Right on the button, Richard Edwards. Well, no, in the bus on the way to the ground was actually downloading the Full Track AI app, entering in his details. Now he's considering using that a fair bit as a training aid. Worth checking that out. One of our very valued partners, Full Track, and tracking Edwards' deliveries this week that have often got in excess of 80 miles an hour. Short and hit very hard indeed. It's the first boundary of this game. And immediately the Belgian dugout roaring in delight. Well, I mentioned short stuff was coming, and Munib Mohammed shows he's up to the task. Now, how does Edwards respond? The man who has admitted it's feeling a touch strange to be as a proud Welshman playing for this England 11. Also talked about enjoying the feeling of being a professional cricketer for 2 weeks from being at this tournament. Said it was the European Cricket Network stickers on the bus. That was one of the small things that really made him feel like he was being treated like a pro while he was here. Richard Edwards, right at the top end of amateur cricket for Wales. He's played for the Glamorgan Twos as well. On the ground this time. Miscued. And we'll get the quick single, which brings on to strike Aziz Mohammed, who has, despite having a bad injury throughout finals week, where he's been pretty much batting on one leg, has still made himself a key player for this Belgium team. Hit 52 of 18 yesterday against the Netherlands in match 20 of finals week. 48 of 17 against England when the Belgians beat England back on Tuesday evening, but England did get their revenge, it must be said, with victory by 80 runs yesterday. Skied up. Chance for Akhtar running back and takes it well. A good catch from Zaman Akhtar. And Rich Edwards has yet another early wicket. He's made a habit of that in this tournament. And Aziz Mohammed, arguably Belgium's most distorting, most barnstorming batter, has to go. Just didn't quite get all of it. Still wasn't easy for Akhtar from short third, who had to run back and take it. He did so magnificently. So that is just the start the England 11 wanted. They do bat all the way down, Belgium, but so often dependent on Mohammed and Aziz Mohammed to give them that good start at the top of the order. So Aziz Mohammed has to go. We'll see him later on with the ball, despite that injury I mentioned. And that is a big loss for Belgium. Gone for a golden duck. So taking guard now, Ali Raza, who will certainly not fear the English. Ali Raza hit 56 off just 23 balls. Belgium chased down 134 to win successfully against England on Tuesday evening. And his very first ball is flicked away for 4. Nice shot from Ali Raza. Off and running immediately, just using the pace of Edwards effectively. And you know with Belgium, every chance batter's going to hit their very first ball to the boundary for 4 or 6. They just do not mess about. They don't really do sighters. That's not really a thing for this Belgian team. It's huge swipe and a miss. And this was kind of the theme of Ali Raza's innings against England on Tuesday evening. His first 10 balls went 6 dot, 6 dot, 6 dot, 6 dot. Tends to either look very gorgeous when he gets it right or very ugly when he gets it wrong. End of the first over, all the ones. 11 for 1. So it looks like Zaman Akhtar is going to bowl the second over. Now, for most of the tournament, Ewan Woods bowling his sort of off-spin darts has been in charge of bowling 1 at the power play and 1 at the death. 1 at the power play in between the Rich Edwards sandwich. But Woods has gone home with a hand injury in the last couple of days, so Akhtar's had to bowl in this new role, and he's thrived in it. Yesterday took 3 for 16 against Belgium with some very short, pacey stuff. And that was after a spell of 1 for 20 against the Netherlands earlier on in the day, where he had 2 catches dropped off his bowling, so was quite unlucky. Akhtar's going to be surging in here. And that is a wide to start off with. Might count himself a touch unlucky, just dalliancing with that wide line, as England bowlers have done often this week. Decided it's better to be out there than risk straying into the slot. And that is what Zaman Akhtar will do. He's a very quiet lad. He likes to let the ball do the talking. And the ball was doing plenty of talking there, as it whistled past Munib Mohammed's ears before he could swing through that ball shot. This is good again from Akhtar. That's where he's going to be. Sort of armpit length or higher. He can only bowl one over the shoulder, but he can still aim balls to sort of rear up in that upper part of the body. And that's been the plan from England. It's worked pretty well on the whole. Short and a wide. So Akhtar's got through 2 balls of this over for 2 runs, 2 wides and 2 dots. Short and hit very, very hard. That is a massive 6 from Munib Mohammed, who finally gets hold of a short one from Zaman Akhtar and says, take that. That sounded so good off the bat. Belgium, who seen as side who many thought could get to finals week, but I think, being perfectly honest, very few even in Belgian cricket thought they could get quite this far. An extraordinary run that's taking them right to the back end of this tournament. Bit of time here for the ball to be fetched back, and I'm not surprised. Did go a long, long way, so the umpires are going to have to reach for a spare that's in a reasonably similar condition. The umpires do have a fair few kookaburras on hand, because otherwise we'd struggle to get the games in with the amount of big 6s that get hit. So the ball has been changed. Welcome back to the box, Vinny Sandhu.
Thanks, Michael. First time I've jumped in today. Very busy day in European cricket, as you can imagine. It's wonderful to have your company. And interesting start to this one.
Flicked away. Oh, that's so well played. Just off his legs. Made it look easy. Met it with a straight bat. The wrists came through. And this is such a good response from Munib Mohammed. He had a couple whistle past his ear earlier on in the over, but now the counter-attack's well and truly on.
Yeah, sure is. Munib Mohammed is a really good young player. I don't think we've quite seen the best of him. We've seen glimpses, though. I think he is able to handle the heat. That's what we're seeing at the moment. So, Zaman Akhtar, a bit expensive so far. 14 of his 4 deliveries, 2 to come in this second over.
It's just jabbed away, but into that fielder, which England 11 have made a habit of having. On this occasion, it's Sam Pearce, the top wicket taker in the competition. We'll probably see him in the middle overs. They don't allow you to steal singles in that inner ring because everybody's about 5 in off that circle at 30.
Yeah, it's a good attacking move, I think. Any dot balls are good dot balls in this form of the game if you can stop them in the infield.
Straight to short mid-wicket. So Munib Mohammed will keep the strike. Akhtar ends up conceding 15 from an eventful, quite a long over as well. They have got to be wary of time, the England 11. We've seen a few teams pick up 5-run penalties for not bowling them quick enough. 25 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, we saw them cop a 5-run penalty yesterday. They are very, very strict, the officials, with the timing. We know that. And keep track of everything. Look at the lineups here, and yeah, for me, Luke Webb was left down to the 11. So Utley gets an opportunity, the spinner for the Belgian team. Yeah, Omad Rahimi is the man who misses out. He's quite the character in the middle order, but he misses out for the Belgian team. And yeah, I think in particular, it's all about their injury concerns they have with Aziz Mohammed and also Zubair Zakil. But they are playing, and I think there's a few teams struggling with injuries at the moment at the end of such a long tournament.
Yeah, England have gone for the extra bowler by leaving Webb out. They decided they'd rather have 7 bowling options in the team. It means they've got incredible flexibility. And on comes one of their very best options, Alex Russell, the 19-year-old. It's the best economy rate in the tournament. 3 for 21 against the Netherlands. That's his best performance of finals week. That's not the best delivery that he's actually got away with. We did see him take a wicket with a full toss yesterday after an astonishing tag team catch between Arthur Godsall and Tom Bevan.
Yeah, I mean, this one, it's touch and go, waist height. Probably should have been hit anyway by Muneeb. Good bit of wicket keeping.
Watching on the hill. Down the ground from Muneeb Mohammed. And it's got just enough. Well, the left-hander against the wrist spin of Russell is a good matchup for Belgium, and so it proved there. 6 more.
Yeah, nice shot. Straight through the line. This is what I like from Muneeb Mohammed when he's batting well. He's able to hit down the ground powerfully. He's down on the back knee. Gets enough of that one. Good power play batting.
Just having a discussion there about facing Russell, Mohammed and Raza. Goes again this time, flicks it off his pads. 4 more. This time through square leg. It's clever batting. And a lot of thinking here to do for Russell. That given the angles, it's not exactly controversial to say. He'd much rather be bowling to the right-handers. He's under real pressure now.
No doubt about that. That was a really good shot as well. So, Muneeb Mohammed, let's see if he can make the most of this start. He's off to a flyer, 30 off 12 balls.
He's going to lose the strike here, and that's a significant mini moment because Russell's really enjoyed bowling to the right-handers. Alex Russell, who comes from North Midley in Gloucestershire, made his first-team debut for Gloucestershire in a first-team friendly when he was 16. I know that he's bowled 2 England international players as a net bowler a fair bit, as well as Indian internationals as well when over touring. That's skied up. Russell should have a wicket, and he does. Caught by Akhtar. Akhtar's second catch, and that is the end of Ali Raza. At one point did score 3 consecutive 50s here on finals week, one of those against the English, so they won't need to be told quite how important it is to have him gone for just 4. 37 for 2.
And form's a funny thing, isn't it? It comes and it goes. Ali Raza, he's gotten going. He's looked as good as anyone in the tournament, but this one, pace off, just tries to hit that one to the leg side. He knew straight away that he was in trouble. Akhtar's got a very good pair of hands. So a second wicket goes down for Belgium. It's 37 for 2.
Now the Belgian middle order are going to have to dig their team out of not quite a hole, but by their exceptional standards, will be a concern to have lost both Raza and Aziz cheaply. Mohammed needs a bit more stable company. 1 ball left off the power play now. That run rate's still pretty good. You've got to remember England have got the likes of Ward and Lincoln opening, then Bevan and Rishton and Mellor to follow. Probably want more than 130, I'd imagine, Belgium. Sherry Butt out there, and he can accelerate the scoring. And with a T10, T20 International 100 to his name, I should say, now working his way into life in T10. Dot to end the power play. So Russell concedes 11 and picks up a wicket. He's pulled it back very nicely in that over. 37 for 2 after 3.
That was a good length, last one. A good pace, just kind of hurried on to the batsman. So Sherry Butt, we know what he can do. Can hit the ball a long way, but I think all things considered, after that, probably about even after the power play, Michael. What do you think?
I'd say so. It's a decent score, but 2 of their very best hitters are gone. Interesting to see where England go from here. They're going to go with Rishton. Rishton, who tends to bowl wide Yorkers, do so very effectively. He's a maths and PE teacher at Felton Fleet School in Cobham. And I'm sure the kids are going to be allowed to watch this It is a Friday after all, and it's Mr. Rishton playing for the England 11 on a finals day with a global cricket audience from the Caribbean, Sportsmax TV Jamaica, ORF in Austria, Sport en France in France, Willow TV in Canada, and of course BT Sport in England. Rishton bowling to Munib Mohammed.
Keeper up to the stumps as well to Rishton. Probably tells me he's going to bowl a lot of slower balls, which you know he does anyway. Bowls a lot of cutters. And I think you can keep up to the stumps a bit easier on this surface because the bounce is so consistent.
It's interesting with our full track stats. We've had a lot of people asking, well, why isn't Andy Rishton right up there in the top 3 or 4 quickest bowlers in the tournament? I think more than anything else, it's actually because there's not many balls in a spell he really pushes through.
Yeah, still, I'm surprised that something hasn't registered. Anyway.
Oh, he's registered, yeah. But not quite Kingmer or Klein or Akhtar.
120s.
Comes across, and he's got himself in a horrible muddle there. The question is whether Lincoln did accidentally knock the stumps over, and whether it's deflected on off Munib Mohammed. The way Lincoln's collecting them, I think it's bounced back off him, and Munib had made his ground.
Yeah, I think in the end, you see that Lincoln, after he had time to think, realised it didn't come straight off the batsman onto the stumps. It bounces off his pads onto the stumps. Yeah, you can see that quite clearly. So it would have been a stumping if the batsman was out of his crease, but of course he was well behind the line, 2 feet behind the line. Interesting first choice shot as well from Munib Mohammed to Rishton.
Slow ball straight back at him. This is good from Andy Rishton, who sort of an all-rounder that kind of provides the glue and the balance to this England 11 side. He's a very steady and impressive performer with the bat and with the ball. Very flexible as well. He's bowled in all sorts of different times in this tournament to great effect. And that will be a front foot no ball, or a no ball for pitching off the track, but regardless, 3 hit to follow, and it goes to the boundary as well. Poor old Lincoln can do nothing about this. It's a freebie. Yeah, well, there's a no ball and a wide, basically, but the no ball takes precedence, so that'll actually be no ball plus 4 byes, which is a bit harsh on down Lincoln. But we'll have a look at this one. Yeah, you can see there, it's clearly over, and then at the pace of Rishton, it's very difficult to get down there in time if you're wicket keeping. You see, it does get there, but it's a little bit too late. Free hit coming up. I did suspect it was a front foot no ball, only because the call came from the umpire before the ball had even pitched. That's a great response on the free hit from Rishton. It's a dot. I know that his partner Charlie will be watching. Been together for 5 years, so she's very much used to accepting that and being with Andy Rishton. Cricket's going to be a big part of his life. She's actually someone that keeps fit even better than he does. He somehow managed to get that away to the boundary, Munib Mohammed. It scampers past Lincoln. I'm not really sure he meant it. Hand's gone up from the umpire for byes. Lincoln seems a bit confused, and it's more runs for the Belgians. Keepers hate byes, that's why. I felt like this hit something on the way through, but maybe not. I mean, you be the judge. I think sometimes when it bounces around the line area, you can see the ball really takes off. What was that? Got him! Superb from Andy Rishton. What an over this has been. He's only conceded just the 1 run against his name, despite those byes, and it's a good comeback. So Munib Mohammed has to go. He'd been the only person holding this innings together for the Belgians, but he's out now, 46 for 3. Yeah, so we're wondering if we could go on after the start. And this one, you see, it's pitched up. It's a perfect Yorker, really, from Rishton. Gets it just right. And he's let a couple get away from this over, but this one was spot on. And with the ball to go in the 4th over, it's 46 for 3. Nice little knock of Munib Mohammed, but unfortunately can't get out of the 30s. Kind of sums up the way Belgium bat, though. 11 dot balls from 19. They really do not care about their dot ball percentage, because they bat the high proportion of the deliveries that aren't a dot are probably ones that are going for 6 instead. So from here, probably eyeing off 2 a ball from here would get them into around 120s, maybe 130.
This is a big moment, though, Michael, for me. I think this is Belgium's best batsman, pound for pound. Saber Zakil. He's got a slight injury, but when he hits them, they go a long way.
He's hit the 4th most sixes in all T20 internationals this year. That's not just associate cricket, maybe for those wondering new to it. That is all T20 international cricket. 19 sixes and 7 T20s, so it won't surprise you. He's kind of enjoyed T10 cricket as well, Saber Zakil. It's a good confident stroke to start off with. End of the over. 47 for 3. Well, Andy Rishton is known as Rishinfo because of the way he keeps track of his stats, and he'll be very pleased with that one. He concedes 2 runs, picks up a wicket, and of course the byes. Well, they don't go down against him.
Yeah, well, he's very lucky that there was no ball in front foot, not a wide, because it would have been 5 wides. Speaking of info, here's some info updated now for finals Friday. This is the 1 versus 2 clash qualifier number 1. The winner goes to the final later in the day. The loser will play the Netherlands for the remaining spot in the decider, match 24. And so you can see why these 2 teams are here. They've earned the double chance on account of being the top 2 performance on Super Thursday in that top 3. But the Netherlands 11, they get a little bit of a break before they come back. And you can catch all the action right here on ECN and all of our international broadcast partners during the day.
And we've already seen the Netherlands beat Spain. So the Netherlands will play the loser of this game. Who's going to get to that grand final? Rich Edwards back.
Yeah.
Now this is it's strange because Edwards normally always bowls the 1st and the 3rd. He's been held back. Here he comes. Slow ball and met with a glorious straight back. Godsall's trying to get underneath it, but he'll have no chance. Well, Saber Zakil might be injured, but even an injured Saber Zakil is still pretty good.
Yeah, and this is just a pure shot. Straight down the ground. You see, gets the elevation, just gets the distance. He's flirting with danger, Zakil, but he lives life on the edge. He bats on the edge. That one wasn't off the edge, that one's right off the middle.
Goes again. Chance. Oh, and not taken by Mellor. It wasn't an easy one. Started on the edge of the circle. He had to backpedal about 10 yards and then dive backwards. But he got 2 hands to it, and by his very high standards, he would have probably expected to catch it. It's a life for Zakil.
I think carries a bit further than he thought. He goes back kind of goalkeeper style. The thing is, he didn't want to really turn around. He would have been facing the sun if he turned around. So he tries to go backwards, but just doesn't get it. And that is a huge moment in the game, I think. Sherry Butt pushes, but gets sent back. Goes to Mellor again. Again, England 11, you know, they set such high standards for themselves in the field. And you know that they'll be hoping they get another opportunity to get Zakil before too long. But just remember that moment. Zakil dropped on 7. Once again, it's Sherry Butt on strike. Short and cut away. Yeah, Mellor's getting plenty of practice there. 2nd consecutive dot ball. Yeah, Rich Edwards, I should say, has come back well after that first blow. I think their decision to bowl Russell in the power play was a curious one, but they got away with an over from him, cost 11.
Hit hard, and that's managed to get through Mellor at backward point for 4 more. So not the best 5 minutes or so for Alex Mellor, who also seems to have hurt his finger on that one as it's gone through. So that will be a concern for the England 11. He's a key part of their middle order engine room with the bat.
Yeah, ball's following him at the moment, isn't it, Mellor? So this rate, the 12 and over rate. And 120 is absolute minimum they'll need against England 11, I think.
Flipped away, 4 runs. Oh, such good wrists from Sherry Butt. Just to get this one behind square, uses all of the pace of Edwards to good effect. Rich Edwards goes for 26 from his over. And after 5 overs, it's pretty even, you would say. 62 for 3. Bit of acceleration from here. Belgium will think Maybe 130, 140 even is still possible. A good last 5 from here, pulling it back. The England 11 will think we're chasing 110. We can get this.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, yeah, 15 off the over, 26 off the spell. I think Edwards probably would like a few less than that, I think, normally. But very good morning to all of you. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Michael McCann for this one. The big 1 versus 2 clash after the Super Thursday matches between the top 3 teams from the round-robin matches on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. What a big tournament it's been, though, Michael. I mean, a lot of anticipation, of course, for many, many months. Of course, with the ECL, unfortunately, not being able to be held this year due to the pandemic. It's been all about this ECC, and this is the biggest day on the calendar for European cricket. Basically, today we get to give away that trophy to one lucky team. And well, at the moment, you'd say England 11, they are the favourites, but you know Belgium, they're fearless. You know, the Netherlands 11, they played very well this morning. It's now down to those 3. One of those will be champions.
Well, the jeopardy, of course, is you know that 15 bad minutes with bat or ball, and it's probably all over.
Yeah.
That is the nature of knockout cricket, regardless of playing for the double chance and everything else. These teams do have the luxury of knowing that if they lose this game, they are still in the tournament. But then you've got to go and meet the Netherlands, who for me have probably just put in their most complete performance of finals week in completely dismantling that Spanish juggernaut. So that is not really much of an insurance policy, you'd have to say.
Yeah, you know, form, it is temporary, but we're dealing in the temporary really here. We're talking about a moment in time, a snapshot. And
you're getting a bit philosophical.
Well, it's true. I mean, you said it right there, 15 good minutes, bad minutes. I mean, look at Zakil there. He got dropped. If that gets taken, he's gone. And so he's still there, and he's still got an opportunity. And he's going to be facing up to start the 6th over.
Sam Pearce, the top wicket taker in the tournament with 21 to his name. Didn't have the best day with the ball yesterday, went wicketless. First ball goes off side edge, and they just about get home for the single. Pearce, he wasn't used to bowl in the early morning game against the Netherlands 11. They felt like the conditions suited pace better. And then wasn't able to take a wicket against Belgium and was a bit expensive. He's had an excellent tournament. Sam Pearce was part of the Morgan squads in T20 Blast and 50 over one-day cup action in English domestic cricket last year. So that's away for 1. Pearce, who, amongst other things, whilst he was there, got the chance to bowl to James Vince. And you think that exposure against players of that quality is only going to help him develop further. As Zakil has hit that very hard through extra cover or wide long off for 6. Going with the spin inside out. This is a glorious cricket shot. Very nicely done from Sabah Zakil.
Yeah, magic wrist. That's what it's all about. The way he just snaps him through the ball. This one is whacked away. And, well, just the answer he wanted as well, Zakil.
So, do you remember the Belgian coach? And you said, what's that? He was ticking off boundary targets.
Ah, is that right?
They have certain statistical margins that they work off. Miscued. Chance for Mellor. And he catches this one. He dropped Sabah Zakil. And anyone who's ever done that in village, club, county or international cricket will know the feeling is so good when you get the chance to make it right and catch them. He's out, 70 for 4. Sam Pearce gets the breakthrough, assisted by Mellor.
Well, I said the drop was a big moment in the game. This one's even bigger. It's not often you get this kind of second opportunity. And you see there, just lost his shape there, Zakil. And Mellor, he was not going to give him a second chance. So he atones for his error. And Belgium lose another hitter, probably one of their best. Now they are 70 for 4.
So Sabah Zakil has to go. 2 big 6s in that knock, but to be honest, I think if you told England 11 you're going to get Sabah Zakil for 15 off 6, he will hit a couple of 6s, but then off the park, he'd probably take that. Out comes another man, very capable, Hamid Sheikh Shiraz, Belgian captain. The longest serving Belgian player in this lineup. There's been a lot of squad changes for Belgium in the last year or two, but he's been playing in the national team for 6 years now.
That's a stalwart.
Hasn't really made a big contribution with the bat finals week. Sure will be eager to do so here, but he can't get off the mark from his very first ball. He runs a fast food restaurant his spare time, and he actually turned to me and he just said, "This is the fast food of cricket." It's his words, not mine.
It's so true. I often use that food analogy. Sometimes I say, you know, Test cricket's like your filet mignon, just paired with nice wine, all the subtleties of it, and then as we get, I'll continue my long-winded analogy in a minute, but first we got the end of the 6th over, 70 for 4.
So that's Test cricket.
That's Test cricket. You got T20, one day national, which is kind of a good pub meal.
Okay.
You know, it's got still pretty good,
have
some good home cooking.
But you've got to have a difference in T20 and 50 over then.
It's the quality of the pub meal.
Okay, right.
Well, I'll tell you what the ECN is. It's your 3 a.m. cheeseburger, but they are so delicious. You could eat 25 of them, and you can in a week because they just keep coming. And you never feel satisfied. You want more, and that's what we found. So many people, a lot of people in Australia have been watching on Fox Sports and messaging me, of course, and my old teammates, and a lot of them that are involved in the T20 World Cup setup from the Australian team as well, telling me they're enjoying the coverage. And why not? I mean, the action just keeps on coming.
Arthur Godsall on. Godsall has been one of the real stars of finals week for the England 11 with the ball. Starts with a wide bouncer, and he's left looking at the umpire here. Sherry Butt wanting a wide call. I don't think it was that wide. He's got really good changes of pace. See that one again? Yep, that's not a wide for me. Would have been better off flashing the blade at it. Always looks easy from the commentary box, though. Wants a single, doesn't get a single. Good aggressive fielding from Alex Russell.
England have a bit of a sniff now, and I think it's a great time to bring Godsall in. He's consistently deceived batsmen with his slower ball. His slower ball comes out, kind of a bit of an Arnold Palmer, comes out of the palm, and even with a bit of an off-cutter action. But the arm action still is very quick.
Again, it's gone straight through him. Godsall conceding just 2 runs from his only over against Belgium yesterday, and he picked up a wicket.
That's the one. I mean, that's the one. It's very hard to pick, and batsmen have consistently struggled to pick it. And let's have a look at his hand here. You see, it kind of comes out with a slight off-cutter action, but he holds the ball further in, not in the end of the fingers.
Pulled away, but unconvincingly for just 1. Just in danger of letting the momentum drain out of this innings, Belgium. If they only go at that sort of 11 and over rate, they're going to end up just over 100, and you can guarantee Ward, Lincoln and company are not going to fear chasing that, not one little bit.
They just can't get after Godsall. He's still got another over after this.
Brilliant Yorker from Godsall, and given. That is just perfect fast bowling from Arthur Godsall. The Belgian captain has gone for a free ball duck. Magnificent stuff from the man they keep depending on in finals week, and he keeps delivering.
He takes a big step across, doesn't he? And there's no doubt about this. Impact in line with off stump, going on to hit middle and off. And so disappointment of Sheikh Shiraz, who can't perform in this one, and Belgium lose another wicket now. They're 71 for 5.
So England 11 will be really pleased with how they've dragged this back. Rishton's over went for just 8. And it's really since the Norcane strategic timeout that things have decisively swung towards the English. Now it's up to Belgium to get some big hits in late, just drag themselves back towards par.
So with 5 wickets down, you might think, well, Belgium, will they go into their shell? I can tell you they won't. They're going to keep swinging. Wakas Raja is going to come out to the crease. And even Sherry Butt, who's there at the other end, he's 10 off 10, so he hasn't had a chance to get going. Really done well to put the skids on the England 11. The kind of team you just know once they get the advantage, you wonder, will you ever get it back? And the answer's probably not. Here's Godsall, very good over from him.
Oh, and Lincoln has a go. Wonder if he hits. Was this out? Would Rakas Raja have been gone from the very first ball he's faced? 71 for 5 after 7.
I mean, this one, he gets a bit on the, a bit of pad on this, so he thinks that's probably running away from the keeper, but it was very fine. You'll see here, Actually goes through his legs in the end and takes off. And I think, would have been very, very close. Have a look at that, just flicks the pad. And he feels it hit him, so he thinks, okay, let's have a go. Scrambles back. Marcus Raja, guess we'll never know. After 7 overs, 71 for 5. And you know, Michael, there's so many bits in a day that we love to bring you on ECN.
Pearce back on. It's a nice start from Sam Pearce.
And well, Michael, you know, you can find all of these little clips on our social media at European Cricket. If you don't follow us already, you can follow us on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter at European Cricket.
Mistimed. And out. An excellent catch from Tom Bevan. You'd expect no less from him. Pearce has a second wicket, and the England 11 are really turning the screw here on Belgium, who just haven't been able to get any kind of momentum going after this drinks break. Yet another one bites the dust. 72 for 6, a duck for Wakas Raja.
Yeah, so another duck, put it with the rest. It's a third of the innings. And we had Aziz Mohammed go very first ball. We had Sheikh Shiraz go third ball, and it's the second ball up for Wakas Raja. This just shows me if someone gets in against a team like the England 11, and Muneeb Mohammed did, he ended up getting bowled for 31, but you can see that his teammates have had a lot of trouble starting. And so another one goes down in the score now. 72 for 6.
We're building a duck pond, and it's an unwanted one. If you're a Belgian.
Well, the ducks won't be social distancing. It's going to be pretty full.
Out comes Khalid Ahmedzai. You're not going to miss him with that hair. And he's about as good at cricket as his hair is long, Khalid Ahmedzai. He's been a really valuable addition to this Belgium side. More with the bat, sorry, more with the ball, I beg your pardon, than the bat so far. But he's come down the order a few times in situations like this and managed to get a few away. It's not a bad strike first up. That is not a bad strike at all. It's gone a long way over Harrison Ward's head at long off. And yet again, it's Belgian batters' first port of call. Can you hit your first ball for 6? It's the target they're all given by their coach Abhijit Khan. And the answer for Khalid Ahmedzai is emphatically yes.
Cross another one off the sheet, coach.
Short and missed out on by Ahmedzai. I am told that there is dinner at a restaurant in Malaga of their choice, all on Abhijit Khan, if the entire squad can tick that off by the end of this tournament, and most of them have managed it. Huge swipe from Ahmedzai.
All right.
Yep.
He's on the social media there a moment ago. Follow us at European Cricket. Follow me at Mr. Maximo, or follow Michael at This is McCann. This is MCC8NN.
Oh, he's nicked that one away. A bit of luck for Ahmedzai. Well, if nothing sums up the Belgian batting quite like this, for me, 6, 2 huge swipes that are missed, and an edge for 4.
Yeah, that's a typical over, isn't it, in this format of the game? As we get to the end of the 8th, only 2 overs remain.
82 for 6 then. So 2 big overs from here. You're looking at 120. 2 smaller overs, more around the 100 mark. Which way is it going to go? Sherry Butt, by his high standards, hasn't quite got going here. That's 11 off 11. This is a man who came in the 8th over of a T20 international against the Czech Republic, almost exactly a year ago to the day. And he walked off at the end of the game with 125 not out.
We've seen that kind of hitting from him in this series, but can he do it to Godsall?
He's got it away, but not far enough. An easy catch. And the England fans just behind Andy Rishton love that. It is yet another wicket. 82 for 7. It's all starting to really fall apart here a bit now for Belgium. They've lost 4 wickets for the addition of just 11 runs.
Yeah, England turning it on now. And this is what happens with a bowler like Godsall as well, because he's changing his pace all the time. It's just easy to mistime it slightly, which is what happens. That turns out it's a little bit of a top edge. It didn't fly that far. It was a good catch taken by Rishton. So Sherry Butt, another player which hits double figures but doesn't go too much further. He's the 7th wicket to fall. It's 82 for 7.
Dan Lincoln having a chat with the 2 umpires as Murad Ekram looks out. Not 100% sure why, but just having a natter.
Might be
I think it's about a dinner reservation in Malaga for tonight.
Might be about time. you know,
Yeah,
because
good
that's
point.
another thing you got to watch out for. We saw England get penalised 5 runs for a slow over 8 yesterday. Today it seems okay at the moment, but I know the umpires are in constant communication with the fielding captain to make sure that they stay on task, so it doesn't normally come as a big shock if you do get the 5 penalty runs.
He was the youngest player in this Belgium squad, Mourid Krami, Afghani descent, qualified for Belgium after coming over like so many we've seen from more traditional cricket playing countries and necessarily and settling into life in Belgium. He's been a very impressive spinner in the power play and had a tough day yesterday, hit for 5 straight sixes by Harrison Ward, got him out from the 6th of the 6, although actually had Ward almost in the second ball of that over. He was dropped over the rope.
Steep price to pay, isn't it, for a wicket?
And Krami's very first ball has been pulled away for 6. Lovely shot. Well, he's another you can tick off for Belgium. He's managed to hit his first ball for 6. And with just 10 balls left, just trying to stay in the hunt here, Belgium. And this will help.
Yeah, this one not quite out of the middle, but that one gets over the fielder.
So England will be pretty happy where they've got Belgium now. Can't let them off the leash. This has gone a long, long way up. This is going to be tough. And dropped. It was not easy. It's hung in the air for a seriously long time. And Mourid Krami gets a bit of luck his way. And the catch.
I tell you what happens to Utley here. He feels that it goes up off his hands, but he has to use his hands to break his form, to break his fall. So he's a bit of a Sophie's Choice situation. Because it would have been a nasty one. Just have a look at this, and when it bounces up, he sees it, but he's got nothing to catch it with. That's another one that hits the grass.
Just having to reorganise their field there. They thought the right-handed Ahmed Sai was on strike, and it's the left-handed Krami facing up.
Yeah, they must have gotten 2 there.
Short, mistimed. It's that cleverly disguised slow ball from Godsall that he sort of runs his hand underneath, but the arm speed doesn't change.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, you think it, and I'm sure there's a lot of club cricketers from across the world watching this who play at a more amateur level. You tend to be able to spot that slow ball because the arm comes over that bit slower in delivery. For Godsall,
or you see something significant out of the fingers. You know, you see a significant kind of rolling of the fingers on the ball, but it's not like that at all with Godsall. It's really well disguised.
And this is going to be another very tough chance. Mellor's called it, and Mellor's taken it. So he dropped one earlier on in the innings, and then he put things right against Sabir Zakil. Now he's seen off Khalid Ahmedzai through his catching. Alex Mellor pouches that one. Arthur Godsall has the 3rd wicket of an exemplary spell at the back end of this innings, and Belgium are 91 for 8.
So now they're running out of batsmen as well. As Mellor back in catching form. Adam Razak with the new batsman. And he's coming out number 10. Of course, he will be on strike with that rule where the catch is taken. Even if the batsman cross, they got to cross back. But Ahmedzai gets the double figures, goes no further. He goes for 10. And Belgium now 91 for 8, 7 balls remaining in this innings.
Well, Lincoln is still in conversation with the umpires, and I think this is all about timing. So, time running out in the innings, no doubt about that. Adnan Razak, the Yorker specialist, I should say, the Yorkshire specialist, is facing up. It's been a key aspect of Belgium's bowling, but in truth, he's not known necessarily as much for his batting. He has hit 4 sixes in the tournament.
So just keeping an eye on this on the time, because there was another conversation between the umpire and Dan Lincoln there.
It's jabbed away by Razak. They're going to eye 2 here. He won't get it. There's appeals for a run out here. I think Krami has made his ground. So end of the over, 92 for 8 after 9, and Arthur Godsall has bowled another brilliant spell. 2 for 11 against the Spanish, 2 for 18 against the Netherlands, 3 for 14 against the Italians. Now he can add the Belgians into the book of teams he's bowled a really top spell against. 3 for 11.
Yeah, so just another conversation. I mean, let's have a look at the time. I mean, the time's 46, so you're meant to start before the 40th minute in the 10th over, but there is the Norcane strategic timeout, which adds on a bit of time. You do get a time allowance for if there's more than 6 wickets or 6 plus or something like that in an innings, and they've lost 8 wickets. So, I mean, the officials are meticulous. They time this thing to the second.
Only thing I'd say, if you're just wondering why we've got a stoppage here, is that he's had to get a bit of spray, Mourid Ekrami. I think he's got hit by a short ball on the gloves or injured himself while diving.
This is where we normally find out, though, if there's going to be any penalty runs to be applied or not. I wonder what all the conversations are about if it wasn't about that.
Of course, the danger if you're Lincoln is in having the conversations. That takes more time.
Yeah, well, sure, even that would be taken into account.
Yeah, you would think so.
So
Rishton to bowl the final over. That is what we know for sure. Big over here from Belgium. Get themselves up to about the 110 mark. But it's been superb from the England 11 ever since the Norcane strategic timeout. Just 30 runs coming off the last 4 overs and 5 wickets taken. That is outstanding. And speaking of outstanding, Rishton back. Conceded just 2 from his first.
I think they've dodged it, the English 11. So let's go, last overtime. Here comes Rishton.
LBW appeals. Umpire unmoved.
Whenever it just flicks the pad, you don't often see them given because you know that's just a tiny deflection. And plus, that was nowhere near the stumps. That's another reason. So
Apart from that, club cricketers like to joke.
Yeah, Rishton has been pretty good, full and whippy. Bring the third man up, putting the deep wicket back. That's often a bit of a signal he's going to bowl short, or it could be a bluff. A bit of cat and mouse at this stage, as you'd imagine. Goes full again, and this one should be out, and it will be out. So that's Harrison Ward that takes the catch. And once again, he goes full, probably a little bit too full. But I often say if you're going to miss the Yorker, miss it full. It's not an easy one to time up, and Razak goes, and Belgium in danger of being bowled out before the allotted 10 overs. They're 92 for 9.
Well, we say they're back deep, and they can, but right now the England 11 are just scything through them. It's the kind of delivery that Truth probably would expect to be going for 4 or 6, and look at Rishton. He's delighted, really pumped up. His figures are looking exemplary right now. Harrison Ward wasn't going to drop that. Nice and dependable out there. Just something to watch if you're a youngster, the way he cushioned that ball against his body, Ward. He didn't risk losing it on impact. Shake of the head from Adnan Razak. We can all relate to that feeling. You take that long walk back. So it's the last pair now.
They've got a fair piece of that as well, Razak. He's a bit unlucky. He just hit it flat, and again, it's because some of these bowlers is on you a bit quicker than you think. So 4 balls remain, and haven't seen too much of Fahim Bhatti with the bat. He's coming out number 11. Let's see what he can offer.
Get a single. And you can argue that's actually pretty intelligent cricket from Bhatti, because Ekrami's a much better hitter than him. Yeah. Ekrami has already hit a 6 in this innings, and he's shown a capability to play little cameos so far in this tournament.
It's really good batting, actually. Smart, especially when you're down to your last wicket. So Richardson's going to come around the wicket to Ekrami. You know, I think he'll be trying to swing him away on the leg side, going with that angle. Got 2 deep backward points. So again, that's a sign, a signal that they might be outside the off stump, and they're very close together, probably only 15 yards apart.
Steps down. They're going to get a leg by. That's a pretty good result. The England 11, it brings number 11 Bhatti back onto strike. Belgium, who've set up a regional development programme, both for men's and women's cricket. They've talked about wanting a pool of around 30 or so players that the men's national team can call on who are at a pretty similar level. And with this tournament, they've left some surprising selections at home, and it's definitely helped broaden that player pool. Miscue, could be the end of the innings. Is the end of the innings. Taken by Max Utley, and it rounds off an excellent 45 minutes or so's work for this England 11. Belgium, the big hitting, barnstorming Belgians, have found themselves bowled out for just 94. It is distinctly under par. Rishton finishes with another wicket to his name, 3 for 3 for him. And England are now the hot favourites to get themselves a place in the grand final. They started this game as the favourites, and they are playing up to that tag. 95 to win for the England 11.
Yeah, and that innings just ran out of gas, didn't it? And at one stage they were 70 for 3. So they lose their last 7 wickets for only 24 runs. There's a bit of a collapse from Belgians. You never know what you're going to get with the men in black and red. And right now, you'd have to say, you're right, England 11 would be hot favourites, but anything can happen in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship based on what we've seen so far. England 11, I know that they will be very satisfied with their work. And they're all business, and why not? I mean, a lot of pressure on them to perform, considering the level of cricket that some of these guys have played. And getting a strong ovation. A lot of English support at the moment at the ground, of course. A lot of expats in the area. Led off by their captain, Dan Lincoln. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights of this innings. And that is the magnificent trophy that's on the line today in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Matt Aziz Mohammed, such a key for them, but it was a good catch by Zamakta going back, running towards the boundary. And Spain, well, of course, they're already out of the tournament. They're licking their wounds, but there was more danger for the batsman with Akhtar in that position. And then Rishton, that's a bit wild and woolly early, but that one was right on the money. And this is the one that went down. Not an easy chance by any means for Alex Mellor, but Belgium just had a few issues keeping the scoring ticking. And so, you know, trying to cross over those boundaries. It's at the halfway point. They went in a bad position. They were 62 for 3, so 62 off the first half. And in the end, only 32 off the second half of the innings, which actually ended up finishing a ball early. There's some more good catching from the England 11, and there were opportunities are plenty. Lincoln, well, that was a gutter ball, but still, it wouldn't matter too much. It's not really so dependable behind the stumps. And a clever bit of bowling. The end of Sherry Butt, who was out on the hook to Godsall, who bowled very well once again. And this again was a rare one that went down. At the end of the day, ring the changes, and the batsmen kept coming, they kept going. And in the end, all 10 wickets fell. And that was Utley getting in on the action. And so Rishton, well, he's pumped, and why not? And England, they'll have a very, very good chance to be the first team to qualify for the decider. Later on today, they'll require 95 for victory. And just looking at that card, you saw Maneem Mohammed, you know, he was the best of the batsmen, 31 off 19, but he fell at a crucial time, and then the wheels kind of fell off. Just shows you the importance, if you do get in, of staying in.
And also the difference that the Norcane strategic timeout can make. 62 for 3 after 5. Just a moment for England to reset and think about their plans a bit more. And after that, it all changed. 32 for 7 after that timeout. And unsurprisingly, that means that particularly the second half of that bowling card looks outstanding. Andy Rishton's best figures of the tournament so far. Another superb performance from Arthur Godsall, who has really excelled, particularly in finals week. Sam Pearce with 2 for 19. And that is what means that at the midway stage of this game, the Belgian batting collapse hands the England 11 a perfect opportunity to book their spot in the grand final. This was a match that they came into as the favourites, and they are playing like favourites.
Yeah, well, I know that I'm going to be handing over to Rico with you, Michael, for the second half of this one. And let's see if Belgium can mount a bit of a comeback. I'll see all of you later on as we hurtle towards the conclusion of this very exciting tournament. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Michael McCann. We'll see you in a few minutes for the chase. It will be the England 11 requiring 95 for a spot in the final. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Welcome back to the Cartama Oval for this, the run chase of match 2 of Finals Day Friday, with a place in the grand final up for stake, no less. Belgium 11 managing just 94 out. It's a score that is very much on the lower end of where we've seen scores in Finals Week. We know Par's probably Finals Week around the 130, 125 kind of mark. So as Messrs Ward and Lincoln head out to the crease, they will be supremely confident of knocking these runs off. 2 players, dare I suggest, who were the England 11 to go on and win this tournament today, would be very strong contenders for the MVP award. I know there's plenty of other names who will have their say in that regard. Abhijit Khan doing his best to motivate his troops. This is the Belgian manager, Abdul Rahman, but this is going to be a tough task for them. Just 95 runs to win for the England 11. But one man who is never tough, having to my left, is Rico Full.
Never tough. I'm pretty tough when I need to be. And now look, what do Belgium have to do for me? They've got to take 2 key wickets.
I didn't mean it like that.
I know you didn't. 2 key wickets, and of course we know who they are, the men that have been in good form. And you've got to get out the hard-hitting left-hander there, Harrison Ward, and then you've got to get the captain as well, Dan Lincoln. Get those 2 wickets early, game on.
But then you've only got Tom Bevan, who's got the highest strike rate pretty much of the entire tournament, so it doesn't necessarily get any easier, but you're quite right.
It doesn't, but it's a big game, you know, you're playing for a spot in the final, and if you put a bit of pressure on and get those early wickets, then it'll be interesting to see how the England 11 deal with that. Welcome to everybody around the globe, our global cricket family and cricket lovers around the world, and I hope you're excited for this second innings. And certainly one thing for sure is Belgium will give it everything.
Belgium losing to England yesterday by 80 runs after winning against England on Tuesday evening by 7 wickets with 9 balls to spare. Murid Ikrami to open the bowling. 20 years old, the youngest player in this Belgium side, but he's done a very good job in Finals Week in particular of opening the bowling in the power play. Or just turns it away for 1. I wonder whether it's a matchup that could work out for Belgium here. Ward and Lincoln do tend to prefer pace on the ball, but these are 2 highly accomplished players. Harrison Ward in the Sussex Academy since he was 15, played for them in all 3 formats last summer. Dan Lincoln, who's been at Middlesex and Kent in the past. It's a big test for Belgium. Ring of 5 on the offside, mid-wicket and long on out. Short, hit hard by Lincoln. Stopped well at the expense of a single by Wakas Raja, so both openers off and running.
Yeah, Kwame, what he's got to be careful of, and this is where he has let him down a few times that he's bowled, is those full tosses. He's got to make the ball pitch.
Straight to cover. Plane flying overhead. Might be able to pick it up on our effects microphones. Dare I suggest it might be the Austrians playing home or the Italians. Of course, the Spanish don't necessarily need a flight. Good of them to save us a bit of money. Have the hosts in. Oh, and I think that's a chance.
Yep.
Ali Raz is very frustrated with himself, and these are the big moments. If you're going to chase, if you're going to find a way to defend, I should say, a low score, you've got to take opportunities like this.
Well, this is a big one. Let me look. It's gone straight in his gloves as well, and I think that's just about his positioning was a bit side on.
Hit hard by Ward. One thing to watch from Harrison Ward that he's changed as this tournament's gone on. He's now got this trigger. He sort of jumps to being very deep in the crease. It means he can get underneath almost anything, and then he's also ready to pounce on the short stuff. He hasn't got out hit wicket yet, so it's working pretty well. Guided through point, and just a single, so slightly circumspect start from the England 11, and that's really good from Murid Ikrami. Concedes a boundaryless 4 from the first over. That just maybe puts a little bit of pressure on this England 11. 1 over the power play gone. Fahim Bhatti is going to bowl the second with his sort of medium pace in-swingers to the right-handers. And then he's got the cross-seamer that he holds. He was a key part of that incredible Belgian victory against England Tuesday, took 2 for 18. He's bowling to Lincoln here.
Yeah, Batty, I mean, I've been speaking to some of the umpires and they believe that this guy here, Batty, is the one that's been moving the ball more than any other bowler. They're saying he's really gets a good amount of movement in the ball. So it's going to be tricky, but it's all about the length. And we saw there, I was saying that Akrami has let him down in the past with just bowling 2 foot, but he bowled a really good over. Should have had a wicket, shouldn't he?
To the pads of Lincoln, but it's going to do well to get an LBW decision with his style of bowling.
Good length though, and you can see the Belgium making a bit of noise around the ground. They're getting good support as well from their supporters that are here.
People love an underdog, don't they? Left alone by Lincoln. I think you maybe thought that was going to be wide with the England captain. It wasn't.
Well bowled. It's all about where the ball is.
Yeah, that's okay. That's not a wide. Captain Dan will pick up a single here. Dan Lincoln, one of just 2 men with a T10 international 100. Scored 105. Not out of 31 against Italy. And then, is it 82 not out of 30 against Spain and 50 not out of 18 against Austria. So Ward on to strike now, and we still haven't had a boundary. 9 balls in. Concerning start for the England 11. We know these two are very, very good players. There's no doubt about that. I'm sure they'd love a nerve-settling boundary, though. Ward's not going to get that here. Just 1 through point.
I think it's all about knowing what the task is on hand. I mean, if it was a bigger score, a bigger target, they'll be batting differently for sure. I think at the moment they just know, right, let's just take these singles. The bad balls will come, the shots will come, but we just don't want to lose a wicket. Sensible at the moment. I mean, that rate is just over 10, which we know in this championship is really nothing.
Great Yorker. If Belgium are going to pull off something of an impossible defence, they're going to do what Spain did against Sweden once upon a time. This is the start they craved. Shorter, just jabbed away. Again, rotation seems to be the first thought of Ward and Lincoln, and it must be said, it is in contrast to what we saw them do against Belgium yesterday. Ward made 81 off 23, 10 sixes, and Lincoln hit 62 off 25, so 7 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, it's you can see what's at stake, of course. Whoever wins this goes into the final, so the body language from Belgium in this fielding display is completely different to that one. They really are up for it.
And we talked about this double chance. Now, it is worth playing for when we saw those matches to get to this point. But it isn't much of an insurance policy, having to face Clayton Floyd whacking them everywhere. Got his left arm spin as well. Klein and Kingma charging in at you. Morris Gawley in the middle order, Musa Ahmed at the top. That's not a chance you want to be taking, is it? You'd rather have it, of course, because otherwise you lost here, you'd be out. But
yeah,
not something you want to depend on. Ekrami's back. Short and hit beautifully by Lincoln through point. He's waited for this so well, got deep in his crease. It's a proper cut shot from Dan Lincoln. And finally, the first boundary of the England 11 reply comes from the first ball of the third.
Yeah, this is all about sensible batting. This is what I'm talking about, Michael. They don't have to take any risks. They're quite happy, even though it's only been 7 off the first 12 balls. They're quite happy just to play themselves in. But when they get the I mean, that was short, it was wide, and these 2 quality batsmen will put it away. 4 runs.
Just a touch early on that one, Lincoln. This is good from Ekrami. Ekrami took 1 for 21 against Italy in the first match of finals week, 2 for 24 against Spain. And again, well, he's saving his very best for this stage. He had the 2nd best economy rate of anyone in the group stages, Murad Ekrami, but in finals week, it's been really tough for the young man. He's hit for 5 sixes yesterday by Harrison Ward, and that certainly wasn't an outlier. He's bringing his best to finals day. Oh, it's too short though, and Dan Lincoln's not going to miss out on a long hop like that. And Ekrami from the 10th ball of his spell finally does go for a boundary, a maximum for Captain Dan.
Yeah, this is a lovely shot. We see him play the 4 outside the off, and this one too short again. Very similar sort of length, but this one was closer to him. So smashed away for a huge 6. Dan Lincoln, well, that takes him well past the 500 mark.
Won't get one here to cover point, fielded by Fahim Bhatti, so just 1 ball left of the power play.
Yeah, these two, they're having a bit of a chase, aren't they? Who's going to finish the top scorer in the championship? Harrison Ward started this match, before the start of this match, 512, and Dan Lincoln was 482. I mean, that's a huge achievement, isn't it, to hit the 500 mark?
Full toss. And Lincoln will be really frustrated with himself. He's missed out on that one, so Ekrami concedes 14 from his pair of overs. And England 11 with just a bit of a circumspect start here. Only the 2 boundaries so far. They are 17 without loss after 3. Yeah, how does it all stack up at the top of those run scoring charts? I know you're normally all over it. I imagine Sharif from Italy's right up there as well.
Yeah, Sharif is right up there now. Obviously, with that good knock again from Clayton Floyd, he's taken himself up to 400 runs as well. So he's right up there. But yeah, I mean, you got the likes of, like I said, you got Ward up there. He's the top scorer so far with 512. That's before the start of this match, so 515 to his name. Dan Lincoln started with 482, so he's creeping up to the 500 mark as well. Then yeah, I mean, Sharifi from Italy.
Deep in his crease, Ward, and launches it. Well, that is power hitting of the highest order from Harrison Ward. He's been waiting for something a bit quicker. It was Fahim Bhatti's effort ball, and it got hit back at him far harder than any pace at which he bowled it. Smack.
Yeah, I think he heard me. He's thinking, hang on a minute, he's catching me up, Dan Lincoln. Well, I'm going to change that. Sends this for a huge 6.
Miscued and dropped. You just can't drop catches like that if you want to win a pressure game to get into the grand final. And Aziz Mohammed knows that. He is carrying an injury which makes his mobility a touch more difficult, but he got there. And once he got there, he really would have expected to take this big let-off from Ward.
Yeah, this is a huge let-off. Ward, well, he's going to go out to score these runs, isn't he? I mean, he's been dropped on 1. Was dropped by the wicketkeeper Raza, and now dropped on 9. You can't drop these big plays. If you do, you know they're going to come back and they're going to absolutely give you a hiding.
Straight back at Bhatti. Of course, we saw Alex Mellor get that rarest chance to get the ultimate cricketing reprieve. He dropped Sabah Zakil, arguably Belgium's best batter, and then found an over or so later was able to take the catch. You could see what it meant to him. There's probably no worse feeling on a cricket field than when you drop someone and then they really make hay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a horrible feeling.
Full toss. And Dan Lincoln on to 15 off 15. Required run rate is still up and around the 11 mark, so the England 11 won't be concerned. That would be too far to say, but we'll see a bit more muscle and intent now from these two, just to try and get into the gears. It's going to be a wide.
Yes, I say, I mean, drop catches, of course, when you go out there in the field of play, Michael, nobody means to drop them. It does happen, and I know and I'm sure you as well, we've dropped some sitters and we've dropped some hard ones as well, but the important thing is the response from the team. The team can't get negative. If they get negative, then it makes you feel even worse.
Hit hard by Lincoln. By Ward, beg your pardon, and that's 6 more. Well, he just managed to get underneath this Harrison Ward. It's the kind of delivery that, were he to not have this stance, probably wouldn't be able to play this shot. Instead does so very effectively. Another 6.
Yeah, and the reaction from the Belgium guys here is they think Munib should have done better. And you can see there, look,
That's harsh.
yeah, I mean, it is harsh. He was getting some dirty looks, but I think that's well, he would have done exceptionally well even to keep that inside.
Flicked away by Ward, 6 more. It's a leg stump half volley from Batty. And Ward just uses all of his class to flick it round the corner. 38 without loss after 4. And Fahim Batty's 2 overs have gone for 24. And suddenly, with a few boundaries, bang up with the rate now. This is what's coming up next. Split in Croatia, Corfu in Greece, Alicante in Spain. Alicante, of course, where it all started for the Fan Code European Cricket Series. And it has often been Spain that have seemed to be the history makers with our project, with the first European Cricket League at La Manga, and then, of course, this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship at Cartama.
Yeah, we didn't touch on the, I mean, we're talking about Spain being the history makers. Well, what about the history yesterday? I know you're a footballing man. So Spain with the team. I mean, I know we're so engrossed in cricket at the moment, but I did catch a bit of it on the news. Actually watched a bit of it as well. So I have to. We are a bit of the red Spanish blood flowing inside of us. Well, they beat Italy, didn't they, in the football? They ended Italy's run of 37 international wins on the spin. And then...
Undefeated, I believe.
Undefeated. And then in the cricket...
Yeah.
We did them in the cricket as well. So, no, Italy, I think Spain is thorn in your side, aren't they? So well done to Spain. Of course, we've had to say goodbye to them this morning, but they certainly have delighted a lot of people around the world with the way they played their cricket.
I think they might not want to look at the Spanish flag for a while. Might have some bad memories. Marcus Raja on. And his first ball is hit hard down the ground, and it goes for a 1 bounce 4. No fielder behind the bowler's arm across this entire tournament, apart from when Spain did briefly try it. So it's another boundary to Captain Dan Lincoln, who, having set a platform, will be eyeing a bit of acceleration. Yeah,
nice shot. This is a shot that he plays so well, doesn't he? I mean, just stands perfectly straight, and he hits it straight back down as well with a flat back. Good shot. And as you said, Michael, both these two now, after getting themselves, they would like to say they got themselves in. Now they're both playing big shots.
I would say as well, Italy probably gave us one of the games of the tournament in that match against Spain. They played their part. Short. And that's got the treatment as well. Over mid-wicket, 6 more. This pair are starting to look in real control of this run chase now. Worrying signs for the Belgians. Yeah, worrying signs indeed. Dan Lincoln is absolutely creamed this. 6 more. Shaka Lagia. He's a powerful man, Dan Lincoln. And I tell you how I know, because the first time I went out there to do a coin toss with England, when he shook my hand, I thought, yeah, he's a strong man. He's got a very, very strong handshake, Dan Lincoln. And if he's gripping that bat in the same way and he's getting that power into it, yeah, not stopping them. Team half century up, and all of a sudden the required run rate, thanks to 4 consecutive 6s either side of the back end of last over and the start of this one, has dropped to below 8 and over. Suddenly Belgium have got it all to do. A lot of thinking for them. Marcus Raja was considering coming right arm around there. He's going to stick with right arm over. Trying to make it 3 from 3 here, Lincoln. He won't. Have to settle for a single. But normally there's a time when there's a bowler and you see, right, they've got a single. I'm going to finish this over well. Well, with these two in, they put so many good partnerships together. Well, now he's got a bowl to Ward, and that's not going to be easy either. Well, it's the combination you've got. Ward has a very different reach to Lincoln because he's a taller man. The left hand, right hand. This trigger that Ward's got as well, where he goes deeper in his crease. Both hit the ball straight very well. Really tough proposition. Low full toss. It's straight to long off. So they do have a wicket, 51 for 1, and Rakas Raja gets it. You can guarantee the full toss was not the plan, but it has worked, and Harrison Ward has to go for 22. Yeah, that's a nice catch taken. I think it's Munib that takes the catch. I mean, he's gone for the Yorker, and it's a bit overpitched, hasn't quite got it out the middle of the bat, and that's a very good catch because that ball, it's hit pretty firmly, and it's on the downward trend, so you're trying to take it in an awkward position. It's done really well. Munib Mohammed takes the catch, so the first wicket falls, and Ward, well, after being dropped on 1 and then dropped on 9,
he has to depart.
So, reached the midway point of this innings pretty much, and out comes Alex Mellor, who's been an excellent stabiliser for this England 11 often, but he can get going when he needs to. 43 not out of 23 against the Belgians in that extraordinary match on Tuesday evening that we did, where at the midway point you're probably thinking, yeah, I've scored 43 not out of 23, we've put up a good score in the 130s. Of course, Belgium knocked it off. It was raining sixes here at the Cartama Oval at the back end of that day, but I remember saying it to Abhijit Khan. We were having a bit of a chat about where they were in the tournament at that stage.
Yeah.
He asked me for a bit of advice. Now, I'm not suggesting I'm in any great position to do so, but the one thing I said that we've seen at ECSs before is don't make sure this day doesn't turn out to be your cup final with these two big wins and everything you've done. And you would have to say they're in real danger now of that becoming the case, Belgium. They've lost every single game since that big win against England on the Tuesday evening, and they're probably, possibly, about to lose to England twice since then.
I mean, one of the things you also said to me, it seems to be that their team plan, their philosophy, that every time a batsman goes in, he's judged on whether he can hit the first ball for six or not. Well, maybe that is a strategy that perhaps they need to change as well, because what can happen is what we saw in this first innings. You just collapse.
Well, it's boom or bust, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there's been a fair bit of boom from Belgium at the start of this finals week, and then what you'd say we've seen since then has been more of the bust. So they beat the England 11, but then lost by 11 runs to the Netherlands 11 in a match. I know you were doing that one where, no, it's easy to say from the box, but they did get to a point in that game where I know the Dutch were surprised they didn't just try and tick it off. They pretty much could have won it in singles, kept going for the big hits, got bowled out, lost. Got 96 for 7 batting first against Spain, then 99 for 6 against England yesterday. So that's nicely bowled. Goes for the shy, but Lincoln was in anyway, and then 94 out today. So they've only broken 100 once in their 4 innings since then, and without meaning to sound too harsh, it seemed like they misjudged that run chase at the end against the Netherlands.
Yeah, they did. And but one thing though I've noticed with them is though they can all contribute with the bat, but they do rely very heavily on a good start. They need Ali Raza to be at his best, and Ali Raza is probably the one batsman, though he can hit big, he can also pace himself through the innings, but they need something like Azim Mohammed also to be in good form. He is an electrifying hitter of the ball, but if they get those two out early, that's when they struggle, and that's when they struggle, like you said, sometimes to get to the 100.
I guess that's where players are coming in with not quite as much of a stable base already on the scoreboard. Then it can all fold in like a house of cards. On comes, and he's been a real valuable addition to Belgium, brought in for finals week, wasn't available for their group week. Khalid Ahmedzai, 3 for 8 against the Netherlands. And that's 20 of finals week, his best performance of the tournament. Lincoln says go, Mellor's short, and a direct hit, he was definitely out. In the end, they're going to scamper through for a second because the backing up was not perfect and the ball deflected off Ahmedzai. Appreciative English expats roaring them on. England are the best supported team here at finals day, no doubt.
He would have gone, look, that's a really, really good effort. But once again, we've seen so many times today already the direct hit just evading the stumps. And there was Barty there having a go.
Flicked away, and again they'll be hunting too, they won't get it. Liam Day says Harrison Ward is actually class, would love to see him in the Vitality Blast next season. Well, he has actually already played in it last summer for Sussex, for those unfamiliar, that being the English domestic T20 competition. And I know this has really helped develop his game, Ward. We've seen him evolve throughout the 2 weeks that the English 11 have been here. Of course, they're in Group C, then they could basically roll straight on to finals week after a weekend off. This will definitely help his white ball skills, no doubt. Swung away by Lincoln. And they want to. Going to try it. And they're going to get it as well. Made a really good habit of this England 11. Easily the best team in terms of running between the wickets in this competition. Although, in fairness, I think the Dutch might have a bit to say about that. But England seem to have really taken it to another level.
Yeah, I think both teams started off doing it really well. But Netherlands, I have to say that the last few times, they have made a few errors. There's been a few run-outs. England, they've been on top form with their running.
Hit hard by Lincoln. It's only half stopped, so again, They are going to try and get 2, and they will get 2.
They get 3 here, maybe.
They were thinking about it, but even for them, not quite. We saw them take that extraordinary 3 against Germany, where the ball was only hit to short extra cover, but a double misfield. And next thing you know, Andy Rishton was diving in to make his ground by millimetres.
Yeah, and this is why to all of those youngsters around the world watching, we say when you're running out there, no matter how easy it looks, run the first one hard. You run hard, pressure on the fielder, and there you saw misfield, and they've made it into 2.
Short. And straight to deep extra cover. That's a very good low catch. This was hit really hard. Wakas Raja does well, so it's the end of captain Dan Lincoln for the England 11. He has to go for 32, 59 for 2. Wakas Raja celebrating, and this wicket from Ahmedside just gives Belgium a bit of hope.
This is a cracking catch, it really is. I mean, that is so difficult because it's been hit like a rocket towards him. It is absolutely travelling. It looks like it's going to be a flat 6, and Raja, well, not only does he get his hands to it, but I mean, he's a bit fortunate, I suppose, because running towards a ball like that could have quite easily hit his hands and gone away over the boundary, but it pops up, and I think in the end he probably takes it the 3rd time. Hits his hands once, gets it in his hands, and then those hands are probably still stinging as the ball pops up again, and then he makes sure it stays in those hands, make sure he has control of the ball. That's what the umpires would have wanted to see here, because it would have been interesting if after the first and the second attempt, if it had gone down, whether they would have decided he did or didn't have control. But by keeping hold of it, he's done really well. That's an outstanding catch. We've seen some great fielding, and a good wicket there for Ahmedzai.
Andy Rishton facing up. Off the mark immediately. Yeah, as you start to discuss that, it all gets a bit Awais Ahmed. Because there was a lot of very confused people in the fan zone wondering what on earth had gone on. There's a few people saying, well, why did he flick it up? Why didn't he flick it up and try and catch it? Which, sure, as a qualified umpire, you can remind us of just exactly how that all breaks down, because there was quite a few people in a bit of doubt as he was walking off.
It was very interesting. The thing is, though, I think when we had to watch it several times, and I think it did get to a point that we did actually the ball did touch the ground, and I think at that moment we knew. But when we didn't know, the question was when it stuck there. I mean, he was sort of juggling and jumping it down. He was doing a little bit of the kangaroo, wasn't he? If he just bent down and picked it up, it would have been interesting. That would have made it more interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think you also, and the thing, it all comes down to all catches. And we've seen a few in the European Cricket Series as well, where somebody's taken a catch but released the ball really quickly, and because they've been off balance or they haven't had it under control or because they've hit the deck. And of course, a clean catch is only when the fielder shows he has got control over the ball.
Speaking of catching, that catch was such a stinger for Wakas Raja. He's had to immediately get medical treatment. Yeah. Good old magic spray on the hands, and I don't blame him one little bit.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. That was a thunderbolt. It really was.
So Aziz Mohammed is on. He's injured, and even bowling sort of effectively with one leg has been one of Belgium's better bowlers in the latter part of finals week. He's got away with a full toss. Azizi took 2 for 25 in victory yesterday against the Netherlands 11, and 1 for 21 against England when they met yesterday lunchtime. But as you can see, he's just trotting in off 4 paces, and this slightly, you would say, has been the Achilles heel as well of this Belgium side. They are much stronger with the bat. Bowling has left a bit to be desired.
Yeah, I mean, Ahmedzai coming in to the team has strengthened them slightly, you have to say, but they're still relying on an injured man doing the bowling. And this is always, we were talking about this yesterday, weren't we? I think I was talking about it with Corey as well, that when you've got somebody like Aziz, and at that time they also went with Sabah Zakil to play that match. When you know you've got other important matches coming, do you risk that injury getting worse? I mean, the next match here for Belgium is, well, that's a final to them, isn't it? That's do or die, and you don't really want any injuries.
And he stopped that with his foot, Aziz Mohammed, which is just ridiculous. But in truth, I don't believe it's his injured leg. It's all getting a little bit Monty Python out there for Aziz Mohammed, and not in a good way. Down the ground over Aziz Mohammed's head.
Well, that was a brave stop, wasn't it? I mean, we were saying We were joking yesterday, myself and Corey said he's, you know, just bowling off one leg. Well, if he hurt that leg, what would have been bowling off then?
Evens out the pain.
Yeah. I mean, that's still got to be stinging. I mean,
yeah. His knee's bandaged up as well. Proper walking wounded. Flicked away by Mellor. Just like his cheeky flips and scoops through fine leg. And it just teases them as it goes to the boundary. Horrible moment for Adnan Razak, who's left frustrated. It is a beautiful outfield here at the Cartama Oval. You really do get value for shots. And Mellor gets that there with the boundary. So 71 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, just concentrating on getting this to the boundary. But I'm liking this to the fielding. Look, a good effort here. But look at Sabir Zakil. He's also coming. As soon as this ball goes past, he just turns around and starts walking back, saying, I'm not getting it.
Very kind of him. Leaves it to Adnan Razak to not just
He
deal
said, it's
with
all yours. You go
frustration.
over the fence. Thankfully, Richards, the cameraman, obliges.
Full toss. Goes for 1 from Mellor, and 1 is what they'll stick at this time. Really are good at squeezing every last run out. So now it is the end of the over. 68 for 2 after 7. So this is where we're at in the day. So qualified 2 coming up. So Belgium will face the Netherlands 11 were they to lose this right now. Probably rather be England, although 1 quiet over could make it really interesting here. Of course, the winner of this game will be straight into that final.
Well, that's what it's all about, and you're absolutely right. I mean, if Khalid Ahmadzai can get a good tight over in here and maybe even pick up a wicket. I mean, both these batsmen haven't really got going yet. I mean, Alex Mellor 10 off 6. Andy Rishton, we know what he can do, but he's only scored 3 or 4 deliveries now. So they can put the pressure on, a good over here, and then we go into exciting last 12 deliveries.
Have got Tom Bevan in the hutch. Arguably the most explosive England player, although I'm sure Ward and Lincoln would fancy a range hitting contest with him to decisively decide over that one. Mellor's hit that one pretty hard as well. Pick up just 1 though. That's Mellor, who sort of moving into sports coaching increasingly now. Did study at Staffordshire University, doing his level 3 badges. He's not just captain of Staffordshire, but also a coach too. Oh, very lucky for Rishton. Little inside edge, and poor old Ali Raza can do nothing about it. A fortuitous boundary for Rishton's first, 73 for 2.
Yeah, a bit of luck here. Big swing. He didn't really have any idea or any control over this shot as well. Gets lucky. It goes past Ali Raza in a flash, and it's 4 runs.
Beautiful response from Khalid Ahmadzai. Unlucky to be edged away for 4 from the previous ball. Comes back with a perfect Yorker. And that is the end of Andy Rishton. That is quite outstanding bowling from the man who's been so impressive for Belgium since coming in for finals week. He's come up trumps for them again, and he's just opening the door for the Belgians here. 73 for 4.
And there it goes. Beautiful delivery. The castle has been knocked over, and isn't he happy? Well, that's the perfect response. He got the edge that went for 4, and he thought, well, I'm going to knock him over. I tell you what, the batsman who's out, Rishton, well, he goes for 7 of 6 deliveries. He would be more than happy if he had bowled that one himself.
I think he'd be delighted. Andy Rishton, so often been stabilising influence for England in terms of seeing them home in situations like this, but out comes Tom Bevan, 21-year-old hard hitter. Plays his national counties cricket with Wales, has been in the Morgan Academy. Got 60 off 23 against the Belgians in match 10 of finals week, where of course they went on to knock it off. Doesn't need anything quite spectacular here, just a few boundaries.
Bowled, and that's a good start, isn't it? We sometimes see that once you get a wicket, at your next delivery to the new batsman, you let yourself down a little bit, but nothing like that here from Khalid Ahmadzai, right on the money. And I think the only disappointment is he's probably had a good chance of stopping that himself, but they do get the single.
21 to win off 14. Managed to do well here, Belgium, defending a pretty low total. They've kept themselves alive in this game. England 11 just haven't quite stamped their authority on finishing it off yet. Should just be one more. Will be just one more. 20 to win off 13. I mentioned if Ahmedzai could bowl a good over, and it's been pretty good so far. 1-4 wicket, 1-1.
Yeah, it's been a very good over, keeping the pressure on. Interesting field change we saw there to the left-hander. The man on the boundary, square leg came in and fine leg went back. But there doesn't seem to be a change here to the right-hander. Well, they're doing it here now. Thought maybe they'd got it wrong. Yeah, this. So third man comes up, fine leg. So they're sticking with the fine leg back. I'm wondering if that is because they believe that there could be a ramp shot coming here.
Well, instead he goes conventional, Bevan, and he's got that right in the gap between long on and mid-wicket that's quite square. I'm surprised they've left that gap for Bevan, because it's probably the place where he hits the vast majority of his boundaries, albeit he can score all around the wicket. The gap was far too big for him to miss out on. 79 for 3 after 8. Just a nerve-settling boundary. But it's still 16 to win off the last 2.
Yeah, that was a huge shot. I mean, that boundary there just takes him up to a score of 79. And so needing 16 of 12 deliveries. But once more, you just feel that a good over just keeps Belgium in this. And if they can take it to the last, but who knows. And the 9th over, Michael, as we say, it all happens in the 9th, and this one could be key for Belgium.
It's Aziz Mohammed, as we've said before, and the man himself has joked about, the one-legged Aziz Mohammed. I mean, his dedication can't be doubted, but it's a concern for Belgium that they're still having to turn to him with the ball as well as the bat. Slow ball. Just 1. So 15 to win off 11. Would still rather be England, but they've earned themselves, shown themselves, not that we needed to know it, to be a real fighting side here, Belgium. Do you often see in these low-scoring games, it tends to be over by now, pretty much. And instead it's very much game on. Full toss, though. Oh, and that's out. He's hit it straight to square leg. He can't believe what he's done, Tom Bevan. And the big hitting Bevan has to go for just 5. And the Belgians really do believe now. 80 for 4. Bit of luck for Aziz Mohammed. A well-taken catch. Game well and truly on.
Yeah, I mean, you think he's going to put this away, don't you? You think this is going to go to the boundary. But though he's tried to smash it hard, he doesn't get it right. And maybe because he's tried to overhit it. So a full toss, what you would normally say is a gundy ball, gets hit straight to the fielder. It takes the catch, well held by Fahim Bhatti. So Tom Bevan, the hard-hitting Tom Bevan, goes for 5 of the 3 deliveries he's faced. And maybe what we are seeing here, Michael has said right at the beginning, what Belgium need to do, they need to concentrate on getting Dan Lincoln and Harrison Ward out. They've done that. They didn't do it early on, but as soon as they've got them out, we've seen the wobble.
Certainly have. Out comes Sam Pearce. He does open the batting for Wales and burst into life at the Dream11 European Cricket Championship with 28 not out of 10 balls to finish off the game against the Netherlands. So he does have experience earlier on this week. That was in match 8 of finals week, seeing a run chase home. Finished it with back-to-back 6s.
Yeah, he's a huge hitter off the ball. He can finish this, like we said, and like you just commented, in 3 deliveries quite easily.
Just flips that away for 1, so 14 to win off 9. And I just wonder, I've noticed on that far side of the ground where you'd probably say a sizable number of the fans who there are English expats, it's all gone a little bit quiet. Just a bit nervous, I reckon. Yeah, a little bit nervy. I mean, they know that one big shot here would certainly take a lot of pressure and tension away. He's nicked it. He's out. It's another wicket. And the comeback is very much on for Belgium now. It's Alex Meller who has to go. 81 for 5. He might have only one leg functioning properly at the moment, Aziz Mohammed, but he's still dragging it back for his country. He picks up his second wicket in the over. Mellor nicks off. Behind the stumps, Raza holds on. And England well and truly are wobbling now.
Well, they are wobbling now. I mean, this was a perfect delivery, wasn't it, to the lefty. Mellor just doesn't get his foot in the right place. And he's reaching for this, hence gets the edge. No mistakes behind the stumps from Ali Raza. Well, game on. And what we thought was going to be quite an easy run chase is not. And the reason for it is because this is a huge match. It's all about pressure. And England 11 feeling it. And that dismissal just puts a little bit more pressure on them. I mean, they've still got plenty of batting. Of course they have, but it's pressure.
They reached the Norcane strategic timeout on 52 for 1. Very well placed indeed. But since then, the scoring rate has dropped significantly. Just 8 balls remain. 14 to win for a place in the grand final. And Taman Akhtar, who's barely faced a ball in this tournament, is out there. He's only batted once, and he got a 2-ball duck. And this is the other side of the trade-off for the England 11. They played the extra bowler. They left Luke Webb out. Ewan Woods has gone home, who, as well as being a very good power play bowler, is one of the top run scorers in national counties cricket. So Woods normally would have been around now. Instead, it's Akhtar. Leaves that alone. He can't believe what he's done, Aziz Mohammed. It's a wide.
I was just thinking to myself there, Michael, this is a huge delivery. I think they need a boundary from this because you might as well go for everything because you want to leave Pearce on strike.
Does go for it. They're going to take the single. They're going to think of 2. And the call is to back up, and Aziz Mohammed drops the ball, and they get 2. And this is really sloppy cricket from Belgium. The inquest is already starting from all of the fielders on the leg side. Why did nobody back up? There was 4 different fielders who could have done it. Nobody did. It's a lesson to be learnt. Poor old Aziz Mohammed ends up scrambling on the ground. 84 for 5 at the end of the 9th. So it will be 11 to win off the last over, but there shouldn't have been 2 here.
No, I mean, I was just about to say, before I saw that misfield, this is a win-win for Belgium because it would have been a single. It means that Akhtar... Sorry?
Win-win for England.
Win-win for England, yeah, because it would mean that Akhtar would go back on strike and not the dangerous Sam Pearce. They get the 2, Pearce will be on strike. And I think that was a big moment in this match.
And we're going to see just how big it is now because, remember, Pearce against Shariz Ahmed finished that game against the Netherlands with 2 big sixes. He hit 4 in that innings. He is facing up now instead of Akhtar. 11 to win off the last. Waqas Raja is on to bowl it. His first went for 14. Picked up a wicket. Here's the obvious candidate to bowl it. Everybody else is bowled out, and it would seem a very unlikely decision to bring on a 6th bowler to do so. Here we go. 11 to win off the last for a place in the final. And straight to extra cover and caught. Pearce is out. 11 to win off 5. And the oh so dangerous Sam Pearce has to go 2nd ball. Another wicket for Raja. And Belgium are storming their way back into this game when they had absolutely no right to do so. 84 for 6.
This is incredible. This is unbelievable cricket. And Belgium, from nowhere, are back in this. I mean, remember, just to remind you, as Michael said earlier, it was 52 for 1 at the 5-over mark. And now all of a sudden, well, look at that score. Would you believe it? They are having some trouble here. This is sensational.
And now it's going to come down as Arthur Godser walks out and Sam Pearce walks back to players who have barely had a bat in the tournament so far. It was actually a joke I had with Rich Edwards that's been running between us for a fortnight of when you eventually get your chance to bat, Rich, no pressure. It's probably going to be a last over scenario and you're going to have to come out and hit some 6s. Well, he's not quite in yet, but he's got his pads on, Rich Edwards, I'm sure. As out comes Arthur Godser, who has only batted once in this tournament and didn't make a score of note. From memory, I think he might have got 0 not out. And that was in the game against the Dutch where they lost 6 wickets.
11 needed off 5 deliveries.
Full toss. 1 to long off. They'll be eyeing 2, of course, England 11. This time, Belgium have got it right. 10 to win off 4. They need 2 boundaries, you'd think from here. We could well have a golden ball as well. For those unfamiliar, if the scores are tied at the end of the match, no champagne super over, which England fans will remember so fondly from the 2019 Cricket World Cup final. It will just be 1 extra delivery with 2 to win off it for England. 10 to win off 4. Mistimed, catching chance, and taken a short third. It's another wicket for Belgium. This is just astonishing. The tournament favourites, the England 11, are right now having no answer to this Belgian barnstorming performance. 10 to win off the last 3 balls. Yet another wicket falls. This is just ridiculous. Adnan Azak takes the catch off Waqas Raja. Zaman Akhtar out for 2, slicing it. Wow.
Well, wow is the word. 10 required, 3 deliveries. That is awesome. And Adnan Razak taking the catch. It could have gone anywhere. It could have gone over him. But it ends up being a catch.
And this is the man. And exactly as I've jokingly been telling him for a fortnight, he's got to come out for the first time in the tournament to bat in a hugely pressurised scenario. Rich Edwards will face up with 10 to win off 3. He's got that Welsh dragon you can see on his helmet. He's a very proud Welshman, Edwards. He is a very capable batter, albeit more of a bowler.
Could
Can
we
he
be
be the
going to
hero?
this? I've got the golden shirt on today. Could we have a golden ball? Well, at the moment, it's 10 required off 3.
Well, if you got a 6, a 4 and a dot, you're there. That's what could happen. Well, sorry, a 6, a 4 and a dot would finish it off. Maybe if you got a 6, a 2 and a single, that gets us to a golden ball. Just adjusting their field. Edwards taking guard. I'm reliably told by the man himself this will be the first ball he's hit in anger since late August. He's very much been focusing on his bowling in this tournament, where he's exceeded even his own expectations. 10 to win off 3. And he can't make contact. 10 to win off 2. Brilliant wide Yorker from Waqas Raja.
Well, Waqas Raja, 3 for 15, 2 deliveries to come, 10 runs needed. This is sensational. And there are people out there in the fan zone that are gobsmacked, as well as people all around the globe.
Well, all those English supporters are very quiet right now. Could it be the 2 tournament favourites before this competition fighting to face Belgium in the final? Oh, he just pulls out of his run there. Bit of gamesmanship maybe. Saw Edwards going deep in his crease. And who would have predicted that, even from what we've seen of Belgium during this tournament? I think if you said to most people before, during, or even towards the back end of this competition that the England 11 and the Netherlands 11 would play each other on finals day Friday, it would be probably in the first versus second game or in the grand final. 10 to win off 2. And Edwards gets a good piece of this. It's gone for 6. What a shot from Rich Edwards. Just the second ball he's faced in the whole tournament. And he clears the rope at long off. 4 to win off the last. Pressure back off onto Belgium. Game very much still on.
Game alive, and we go to the last ball. 4 to win it.
Wow.
And, well, you've seen the shot there from Edwards. He's looking pretty cool, isn't he, walking around? I mean, I think this one was in the slot. I mean, he's just got this one straight at him. He's gone for the wicket-taking delivery as opposed to one to just aim for getting it outside the off stump and just saying, right, I'm not going to let you get a boundary here.
So 3 for a golden ball, which would seem unlikely. Any boundary wins it for the England 11. Last ball, here we go.
Oh,
it's a no ball. What a terrible time for it. The worst possible time for it. So they scamper through for a single. It will be a 3 hit to follow, and the England 11 will need 2 runs to win off this last ball. A front foot no ball from Waqas Raja, and that could be the moment that costs Belgium the game. And it's a great decision from the umpire.
Well, very, very tight call there indeed. But look, I mean, can Waqas Raja, has he gone from hero to villain here? Because if that was a legal delivery, that was it. Game over. They get a run from it. It's also a no ball, so 2 runs have come off that.
2 to win off the last legitimate ball. And now there's a bit of confusion as the 12th man Luke Webb was briefly on, sent off by the umpires. 2 to win from the last ball. That scoreboard on your screens will update
I think
now.
that's somebody coming on, just reminding them about the golden ball, saying whatever you do, get the one.
Yep, single would take us to a golden ball. And Belgium are alert to the possibility. So Belgium are bringing in a couple right on the sort of edge of the cut strip almost to try and stop the single. The wicketkeeper is coming up to the stumps now, Ali Raza. This is just extraordinary drama. This would be, I mean, we called what Spain did against Sweden the impossible defence. This would be something else.
But this is risky for me. Keeper going up, so you got the, again, that's putting pressure on the bowler. I mean, if this goes for bite, look, they've got to be just concentrating on trying to keep the same field, get the ball in the right place.
2 to win off the last, 1 for a golden ball. And
Hey,
they're going to get 1.
Oh, what does he do here?
He's thrown it.
Can
and they're
you
going to get a
believe it?
second.
This is
Oh my
crazy.
goodness.
Oh,
they're going
this
to
is
get
crazy.
2. They've got 2. And they've won it. They've won it. The England 11 have won it. They had the game won. They did their very best to lose it. And then they went and won it again. The 6 from Edwards. Then the no ball. And he shies at the stumps from the last ball. Had he just kept the ball in his hand, Belgium would at least have had a golden ball and a 50-50 shot at a place in the grand final. But it is the England 11 who scrape home from the very final ball of this match. They win this game by 3 wickets. A final ball finish. And it's the tournament favourites who squeak their way into the grand final. And Belgium will now face the Netherlands 11 for the right to play them in it.
Have a look at this. This is crazy. I mean, what is he thinking here? At this point, we're on the golden ball, and I'm wearing the golden shirt, and it would have rubbed off. I would have thought the golden shirt brings the golden ball. He has a throw. Look, he would have been out. Okay, fine. But is it worth the risk? There's nobody backing up, and Belgium, they throw it away. And I tell you what, Ali Raza, talk about throwing it away. He threw his helmet away in absolute disgust. England have won a game which, look, they should have won this comfortably. They threw it away. There was a huge wobble, but Belgium then on top. And what about the bowler bowling that no ball? Well, that no ball came, and then all of a sudden the door was left open. A run would have taken it to the golden ball. Then the overthrows, and it's victory to England. This is amazing. But Edwards, well, he played his part. That 6 was huge.
I kept telling him for a fortnight when he needed to bat, it would be in a pressure scenario. He's come through it, because if it wasn't for that maximum, they're definitely not winning it. And look at what it means to those England 11 players. This is going to be so psychologically tough now for Belgium, because they were just 1 good ball from being in the grand final. It was 4 to win off the last, the no ball, the scampered single. Then really we should have had a golden ball were the ball to have been taken to the stumps. Instead, they get the second. The England 11 at one point there lost 4 wickets in 8 balls. I said they had this game won. They did their best to lose it, and then they won it again. As we look back on the highlights of this run chase, at this point it was a bit of a slow start from Harrison Ward and Dan Lincoln, but you'd have to say they looked in control, didn't they?
They had the game in control. They were doing it everything the way they wanted. It was the slow start. Then they started playing their shots, and they were keeping the wickets intact. But then, I mean, you have to say that there was some very good catching from Belgium. Belgium have let themselves down in the field sometimes, but not here today. They've done everything right, and then right at the last, I mean, look, this was a spicy take, and that, as you said, we had to have the cold spray out to take the fire away from his hands. And effort there on the boundary. But look, they held their catches. They took this game deep. Well, Edwards came out, and well, he will be sort of kind of the hero, because that shot that he hits for 6. And just remember that moment when it was Wakas Raja coming into bowl. Edwards moves, so he stops himself, and then he goes back, and when he does bowl it, it gets hit for 6. But then the craziness towards the end, wasn't it? At this point, it was theirs to lose. They had the game in the bag.
Yeah, Pearce got caught an extra cover, then Zaman Akhtar caught by Adnan Razak at short third. And all of a sudden, we were into players for the England 11 who haven't done anything of note with the bat so far. Have barely had an opportunity. Rich Edwards stepped out, didn't make contact with his first hit, second for 6, and then from the very last ball, 2 to win. And Sheikh Shiraz trying to make a hero of himself, shies. If he hits, he's a hero, and they've won the game. But he misses, they get a second on the overthrows, and the England 11 take victory. Had he just walked the ball to the stumps, played the percentage choice, we would be waiting for a golden ball now.
Of course, there's so many things there, and even look at the bowler there. I mean, Wakas Raja, as soon as he bowls it, where's he standing? He's standing nowhere. If he goes behind the stumps, he's able to stop it. But what a moment there, and well, I have to say, I've never seen a finish like that. That is absolutely crazy. And we were thinking there with just 4 needed off that one ball, and he bowled it, and it was a no ball. They would have only have got the 1 run from it. That was the match done with. The umpires called no ball because of a foot fault. 2 runs there, and then Belgium still had an opportunity, but they went for glory. They went for the run out. There was no backing up there, and England have snatched the most unlikely victory and snatched and most unlikely way through to the final.
Credit to Aziz Mohammed, who on one leg finished in figures of 2 for 13. Khalid Ahmedzai bowled very well to drag things back. And Waqas Raja with those 3 wickets. But I imagine he'll be having nightmares about that no ball. Just astonishing drama wherever you've been in the world watching that one. You cannot help but have enjoyed it. That's your match summary. Belgium, for the 3rd time in their last 4 games, bowled out for a sub 100 total, or not making a sub 100 total, I should say. And they did get bowled out. 3 for 3 from Rishton. Raneem Mohammed top scoring with 31. Dan Lincoln and Harrison Ward had the England 11 in control, but then a huge collapse when it was down to the unlikely hero of Rich Edwards to hit that 6 to keep him in it. Then the no ball and Sheikh Shiraz's error handed the England 11 victory by 3 wickets on the very last ball. We hope you've enjoyed this one. How can you have not, wherever you've been across the world? One of the all-time great games on the European Cricket Network across our 2 years or so of this project. Don't be going anywhere too far though. Maybe go off for a spot of lunch if you're in Europe, or a spot of dinner or breakfast, depending on wherever else you are in the world, because we've got a corker coming up for you in around an hour or so. It will be the Belgium 11 against the Netherlands 11, playing for a place in the final to meet England. And you would sense momentum, to me in that one, psychologically at least, feels like it's with the Netherlands, because they've thrashed Spain by 66 runs. Belgium have had the huge mental damage of losing that game and missing out on their place in finals week. But as we know, in this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship, you just never know, do you?
You never know. I mean, no, you're absolutely right. That is going to hurt Belgium. That really is going to hurt them, because, you know, for all purposes, they had that match won. You could sense it on the field of play. You could sense it even when we saw the coaching staff and the players in their marquee. The game was done. Waqas Raja, he bowled brilliantly, took 3 for 25. And don't forget the bowling, of course. You mentioned Aziz, but also Khalid Ahmedzai. He bowled really well, 2 for 19. But, well, what a strange finish. That no ball first, that was really the one that killed him. And, well, the shy at the stumps from the captain. The captain, you have to say, if it hits, he's out and they've won the game.
But it's not
no
the
doubt about
percentage
that.
play.
It's not the percentage play. And also the bowler, where's the bowler standing? Comes back down to the basics of cricket. And if you don't get the basics right, you don't win games. But, well, it's been an interesting finish to a match which I don't think anybody thought was going to be close. But this is what we've got coming up because of that a real crazy finish to the game. Belgium have to do it all over again to try and get into the final, and they take on Netherlands. So one of those 2 teams will meet England in the grand final, the very first Dream 11 European Cricket Championship final. Who will it be? Well, you can see you've got a bit of a break here now, so you've got time, no excuses. Go get some lunch, get yourself settled, and take the dog for a walk, whatever you got to do, but come right back, and you've got an hour to do it in, because then we come right back at you. We are here, Rico Full, Michael McCann, Corey Rutgers, and also Vinny Sandhu, your good time crew. We're ready to bring you this very exciting match. So join us in under an hour's time. Hasta pronto.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol. Well, what a finish we saw in qualifier number 1, going down to the very last ball. And now it's time to find out who will join the England 11 in the final later on this afternoon. It'll be either Belgium or the Netherlands 11. And we have a special coin tosser again. We have the CEO of European Cricket, Mr. Roger Finer, who will do the honours. He's with Rob Kemming and the 2 captains. Let's go over there now for the coin toss. Well, you see the wind's really picking up now here at the moment, but it was the Netherlands 11 that'll be batting first because the Belgian captain, Sheikh Shiraz, has won the toss and elected to bowl first. Once again, I think the Dutch, they're very comfortable batting first. They like defending scores. So I think both teams got what they wanted. Well, Belgium, they certainly didn't get what they wanted in the last game. Looks like they had England beat, but they let England off the hook, and England 11 are the first team through to the finals. And you wonder, can Belgium pick themselves up so quickly with only 1 hour between the matches? But you know, the Dutch, they looked very good first game of the day. They knocked Spain out of the competition. So really, for me, this is a 50-50 contest, and I'm really looking forward to it. Let's go up to the commentary box where Michael McCann and Rico Full are waiting. The noise, the news from the toss, I should say, is that Belgium won the toss and they're fielding first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. Well, I think we've all had just about enough time to get our breath back after that sensational finish to that last match. And, well, Belgium, they were the unfortunate side that ended up on the losing side in what was a real tussle. It was a bit of a tug of war. And in the end, England just about made it. So they booked their place in the championship final later today. They will be playing one of these 2 teams. Belgium winning the toss. Their captain, Sheikh Shiraz, decided that they're going to have a field first. So they're going to try and put the pressure on the Netherlands earlier on. We can see there, I mean, there's no mistake in who the top men are there. The first 3 on your right hand side, Clayton Floyd, 1,409 fantasy points. Was Ahmed, he's been good as well, and Boris Gawley. And then you still have the likes of Victor Lubbers in there as well, and maybe Ryan Klein that can come in and put a good knock together. And don't forget the wicketkeeper as well, Arthur Ponce. He's a useful and talented young player as well. We haven't really had the opportunity to see him with the bat. Belgium, they're going to have to do it all again in the field. I think they were really good against England. England did make a good start, didn't they, with the likes of Dan Lincoln and Harrison Ward. But once they got the key man out, they were able to really stop them going big. They put the squeeze on England until that, well, dramatic last over and last ball. And they'll be looking to do the same here. I think they will believe they can get the important early wickets of the man who's been doing all the damage for them, Floyd, and then also was Ahmed. They're in with a good chance. The umpires will wait for the nod from our official timekeeper, Norcan, as we get ready to start this all-important match. Everything to play for. They're going to go with the bowling of Akrami again. Akrami will, of course, be bowling to Floyd. So, getting ready for the first ball, just looking at this field. Mid-wicket is back and long on. Here we go, first delivery. Played back to Akrami. Certainly bowled well in that last match for them. He managed to keep the ball full pitching rather than getting those full toss length deliveries in. Once hit away, and it's a catching chance, and it's taken straight away. They've got the very dangerous Floyd out without scoring. It's a second ball duck, and Akrami, he's rewarded with his persistence. He's rewarded with his good tight line, getting the early wicket. This is big, and you can see that Belgium, when we thought, how are they going to come back following that disappointing defeat to England? Well, they've come back so far here with a bang. That is a huge wicket, and it's Rahimi who's taken the catch. And what a moment to bring in Michael McCann on the point of that wicket.
Well, this is a big early moment because Clayton Floyd had led the Netherlands resurgence, that magnificent knock earlier on today. Would have put them in such a good position, and out comes one of the bright young hopes of Dutch cricket. Someone for whom I know there was a bit of a gauntlet laid down somewhat within Dutch cricketing management of you've got your talent, prove it. Boris Gourley, who certainly has throughout this tournament, he's made a really good knack of getting starts, and starts at a good pace. Could have got the Dutch into favourable positions. Got their first ever T10 50 against Romania too.
Off the mark, straight away. Playing that one out on the onside, so they need something special here now from these two, Gourley and Musa Mohammed. Has to say, Musa Ahmed, apologies, he's not been at his best the last few innings, so he's looking to get himself into the groove, and if he can, put a score on the board, which will hopefully they'll be able to defend, but it's a long way to go in this match.
Actually works in a souvenir shop in Amsterdam, Flower Market, Musa Ahmed, run by his family, and I'm sure he'd love the souvenir of a gold ECC medal.
Goes big, up in the air. This is a safe shot to play inside the power play. Nobody out there, but even if they're worst, all they're doing is going over that fence to get the ball. Nice shot, and he's got to be positive. Look, a few times he's sliced at these shots, and that's where he's been getting out. They've always put a trap to him behind point, but this time they haven't done this here, Belgium. So Musa Ahmed is probably thinking, well, until they do, he's going to play these pretty freely. There he goes again, and that's what I'm talking about. That's the areas that he'll capitalise on. If he's not a fielder there, he's going to play those shots now. We've seen a few times, as this one goes for 4, that teams that have worked out Musa Ahmed, they've got a fielder there straight away. That would have been a catching opportunity.
This is also really fascinating, Rico, because Musa Ahmed has done something completely different in this innings already to pretty much any other innings in the tournament. Normally, he always likes 3 or 4 balls as a bit of a sighter. At the very least, if not 5 or 6 actually, and then catches up later. But he's totally changed that approach with that big 6-over cover first up.
So reaching for this, good reply from Makrami, and got to be careful here now because that man has been put back now. Yeah, I just think Michael, he's had a look at the field and he thought, well, okay, if there's nobody there, I'm going to try it, I'm going to chance it, and he does. And he does get 2 big shots in, but the score with that dot ball there at the end, 11. But I think the key point to make here is that though it's 11, they have lost 1 wicket, and it's the wicket of Clayton Floyd.
Clayton Floyd, one of the highest run scorers in this tournament, and obviously performances in finals day count for particularly large amount of weight, but he's got to be in contention for that MVP award because he's right at the top of the wicket takers. His economy rate is good, and his runs tally is good as well. He'll hope that doesn't prove to be his last innings of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly, Michael. That's one of my thoughts as well. As we'll see, it's going to be Fahim Bhatti. He's going to bowl the second, so they're staying very much with what kind of worked for them against England.
To be fair, it wasn't, looking back, the bowling that really cost them that game. That was nearly an outstanding defence, and probably as well as Belgium have bowled, defending a score all tournament. It was the batting, that collapse, 62 for 1 at the drinks break, 94 all out.
Yeah, fair point. Well, hesitant to go, but does go straight away and gets there okay. Shy at the stumps from the fielder. On this occasion, no problems, but it was that shy at the stumps when the single was already made, more or less. The single would have taken that last game with England to the golden ball. Shy at the stumps it was, they miss. England take a second, and it was game over. And that's got to hurt, and at the moment, doesn't look like Belgium are showing any signs of that. They've had to get over it pretty quickly. Place in the final at stake. Goes big again, and this will go all the way. Doesn't quite get this where he wants to, but does go to the boundary. So Musa Ahmed capitalising at the moment on this field placing. A lot of teams have picked up on this from Musa early, haven't they, Michael? And they've even gone to the extent, even in the power play, of putting 2 men back there.
Yeah, he likes that sort of wide slice shot. Likes to go with the angle of the ball. And remember that Bhatti is swinging the ball quite a long way across Musa.
And this time he just delicately guides this to third. I think he's trying to see if he can get it in between the gap between those two fielders. But on this occasion, not able to. So they do take the single, and it's an opportunity for him to give Boris Gawley the strike. He's got 2 from 2 so far.
20-year-old Gawley, who's already captain of Hague Cricket Club in the top class. Youngest captain round in Dutch cricket, won't surprise you to know.
This is a nice shot, just beautifully timed, and no need to run for those. Gets to the pitch of the delivery, he knows where the gap is, relies on his timing as opposed to power. 4 runs, nice shot.
Yeah, I'd go as far as to say, do you think this young man's got a big future in Orange? He's already played the under-19s level a fair bit, and a tournament like this, albeit it is of course a Dutch 11, giving him a good chance to press for selection to the A team.
Well, this one, he's having to rush into the shot, the quicker delivery from Barty.
He looks quite innocuous, but he knows his plan, he sticks to it. He's got a quicker one, a slower one, cross seam, and then the big in-swinger to the right-hander. And between those 4, he's got enough going on.
Just leans into this, takes a single, and he's quite happy to keep the strike as we get to the end of the over. So 2 overs down, 24 the score, with the 1 wicket down. So again at around 12 and over. I mean, they'll be looking to improve on the score that England scored, of course. They'll be looking at least, well, I think 120 will be one that they will believe they can defend. I think if they can make it between 130 and 140, they'll be more than happy and feel pretty comfortable to try and defend it.
I think they'll be looking at that blueprint from when they beat Belgium by 11 runs earlier on in finals week, where they posted a score around the sort of 130s, and then Belgium just ran out of wickets, really. You do sense that to get the best of yourself against Belgium, because they all hit all the way down, you've got to bowl them out. And the Dutch, of course, did bowl them out to win by that relatively slender margin.
Yeah, that was again a very close, interesting and dramatic game. Things were happening all the time. Akrami to continue, and he's taken him on and he's nailed it. This has gone big. A nice shot. Here's the top of the marquees back there. So just plants his foot down, doesn't he? Gets the foot down and just, well, backs himself to play the shot. Middle of the bat, 6 runs. Beautiful shot.
This is probably Boris Gawley's favourite shot against spin in particular. He's very good at playing it. It's a slog sweep, but in front of square through the mid-wicket region. Down on one knee. We've seen it yet again. Krami's got to try and hang it outside the off stump.
Shorter. Well, good throw, he'd be in trouble. And, well, I think if Akrami could have got this onto the stumps, I think this would have been out.
Yeah, I agree. Still probably worth trying this single there, you would say.
Now here, look, have a look at this. Here comes the photo. Direct hit, he's definitely gone. But I think Akrami also, yeah, look, he had the time, but wasn't able to get the ball in control. I've got to say, it wasn't the best of throws.
Would have taken an exceptional piece of fielding to get him out. I know a lot of these teams have a philosophy that if you can pinch an extra single and over, that's 10 runs. Always dicing with the devil.
Well bowled, Musa. You could see he was looking to go after this, and then at the last minute thinks no. I mean, he's eyeing up that ball going over into the mid-wicket area, which is left vacant at the moment. Nobody there. You can see why his eyes lit up, but in the end decided against it.
It's a good matchup. You would think Musa facing Akrami here. Ball being turned into him.
And this time he backs himself in the air though, and oh, the catch goes down. The 2 fielders almost getting in each other's way. And to rub salt in the wound, they also take 2. Wow, this one is an opportunity. It's Wakas Raja that puts the catch down. And he's suggesting that maybe he was put off a little bit by Fahim Bhatti. Let's have a look at this. I mean, he doesn't quite time these. He's probably got a good point there. I mean, he's keeping his eyes on this ball, and then his big shadow goes right across him. Good shot, 4 runs, and nobody's stopping this. So Ahmed, now it's down to him to mentally prepare himself for a big knock here. He's given a chance, it's gone down. Now he's got to keep going for his team. That was nicely played. Just love the way he's got to the pitch of this, and he's got it through the gap. Beautiful shot for 4.
Well, generally, the only tiny criticism you can make of Musram is that he started his innings a bit slow. This is easily his fastest start of the tournament by a mile. Oh dear. Should really be gathered cleanly, and it does feel like right now like there is something of a Belgian hangover from that horror loss to England. And fielding is often said to be the sort of dial of where a team is. The team's in a good place overall. The fielding tends to be the first thing you notice, and vice versa. And the fielding so far has not been great. 38 for 1 off the power play.
Yeah, 38 for 1 is good power play. You can see that those little steps are going in the right direction. And though they did lose the wicket of the dangerous Clayton Floyd in the very first over, these two have kept going in a positive way.
Do you know what Clayton Floyd's nickname is in the Dutch camp? I think it might win prize for the worst nickname of the entire tournament, or maybe ever on ECN.
Okay, go on, tell us.
It's Flayton Cloyd. Absolutely dreadful. It should be named and shamed, because you'd think any team environment that claims to have any sense of humour would be able to come up with something more innovative than simply swapping the first name and the surname around. Dreadful. Dear oh dear. Now, we've got a bit of treatment here going on for one of the Belgian fielders. The good old magic spray.
That magic spray does wonders for everything. I'm just wondering who that was that did ask for it, but that gives the batsman time to just use this time to try and stay concentrated on something, try not to lose the momentum, because it is Musa Ahmed. He's raced along to 24 of 9 deliveries, and I think he knows, and his team knows, that a good contribution from him here is essential.
Yeah, it's quite rare in this tournament that Musa Ahmed and Clayton Floyd have both not got runs, and they've still managed to get themselves out of jail, the Dutch. So need Musa Ahmed to really go on with it here. Made his video debut earlier on in the year against Ireland in the 3rd of a 3-match series that the Dutch went on to win 2-1.
Slight miscue, doesn't get this time. You can see what he's trying to do, trying to hit straight and get it in between those two men. That long on and long off. Timing wasn't there this time round, but they will get a single, and now captain needs to get this field sorted for the right-hander. And my first observation is that I would have that fine leg back, because you know Boris Gawley, he loves to do the ramp and the scoop. That's one of his favourite shots. He'll be eyeing that area up.
Does tend to maybe prefer it though more when there's a bit more pace on it. So I wonder if Batty wary of that's going to bowl a slower ball here.
And it keeps him inside his crease, and he gets this one through. Good lines, good areas from the bowler.
Gets his valuable dot. And now they are changing the field. Do you know what? Someone's listening to you in the dugout, Rico. We've now got a deep, fine leg.
Talking too loud, I'm going to start whispering.
Good square. They can hear us from the box, I've been told.
This one, you can't put a field there because he's going to be in the jungle. That's where this is gone. Nice shot played, and well, they're enjoying it. And gets a good round of applause. And this is all about making and creating this shot, isn't it? I mean, you'll see some batsmen will have a wild swing at this or charge at it. He's just got himself in the perfect position, and he's trusted himself to make good contact. Lovely shot.
He's played a fair bit of hockey, Boris Gawley. It's a big sport in the Netherlands, and that had a very sort of hockey style about it.
This one goes through, and I don't know if this called anything. Keep an eye on the umpire. I suspect not. Yes, it's going to be 4 byes. And 4 more. Ali Raza, he'd be disappointed, and he was not able to stop this.
Just on a good roll here, the Netherlands 11.
You've got to find a way to pick themselves up, haven't you, Michael? I mean, like I said, it's a tough one for them after that very, very close defeat to the England 11. They've got to try and pick themselves up here. And the Netherlands just taking that single. Because I think it's one of those, isn't it? If they played that match and they were easily beaten,
yeah,
I don't think they'll have an issue with it. They'll be in a much better frame of mind than the way that match ended.
Of course. The no ball, the shy. You're not going to forget it if you were here or watching it wherever you were across the world, one of those moments. It is worth pointing out we have a pattern of 3 finals days now. Every single time the team that lost in the top 2 game did get through this match.
Ball, bit of extra pace outside the off, and that is the end of the over. The score is exactly on 50 for 1.
The big caveat to that, though, is you've got one of the pre-tournament favourites, the Netherlands, who have ended up in the position where it is they who are the team you've got to meet. So they're definitely a stronger calibre of position than what we've seen from anyone else in that situation.
Yeah, well, welcome to everybody that is enjoying the cricket. And, well, they've certainly had to get themselves back into, I don't know, composed, I suppose, after that last game. It was an exciting one, wasn't it? And this one, well, if Belgium can get their act together, this could be exciting as well. And, well, what about I hope you like our jackets. We have to give a shout out, I'm sure, to Stana Huja and the tailoring for these jackets. Thank you very much. They look very smart. You look very smart there as well.
I do my best.
And, well, I know that Stana Huja, he follows his cricket well as well, and he's here enjoying the cricket. And I know, speaking to him earlier, he said he can't wait for this match and the final. He said he's got a feeling, and I agree with him, that it's going to be a classic.
Yeah, he's played for the Hungarian national team previously. I know that he was unavailable due to other commitments to be involved in this, but he's hoping to be back in at the ECC next year. Of course, Hungarian captain, member of his family, Marka Huger, and they gave us much entertainment in their group stage campaign. Skied up by Gawley. And they've finally caught one. Well, I say that because even that catch, Adnan Razak juggled it and nearly dropped it for a second. And look at what it means to the Belgians. They've got one, 50 for 2, and Boris Gawley has to go for 21.
Yeah, it's straight after some spell we were talking about. They were just looking a little bit flat. They needed to really recover from where they were. And that wicket certainly will help, and you can see there just how much it means to them getting that wicket. They needed that. They were getting to a point where we were just starting to get a bit flat. They were just starting to let their heads go down. That wicket will give them the opportunity, just in that, even those few seconds, get together and say, come on guys, you know, we created the opportunity to have 2 goes at this. Fine, we didn't do it in the first one, but we've done it in the second. Gawley goes for 21 of the 10 deliveries that he faces.
It's a similar pattern for Boris Gawley, and you could see the frustration from him there. He's got into the 20s at a very good strike rate and just not quite got on with it, but he's made a lot of useful starts for that Netherlands 11. As I mentioned, I think you're going to see a lot more of him in orange in the years to come. For now, out comes Ryan Klein, who barely got a bat in their group stage week, but in finals week has come good, and he's been promoted up to number 4 here, so this is a big promotion for Klein. So Klein gets his first run. Wakas Raja, of all the players in this Belgian lineup, has got to do the most mental resetting, because remember, it was his front foot no ball with 4 to win off the last, that were it not to have been a no ball, would have gone for a single, run on a bye, a leg bye I believe, if memory serves, and they'd have won by 2 runs. As it was, front foot no ball, the next ball in an 11 scampered 2.
Changing the field now to Musa Hamid, and this is a better field, so you can see what they're trying to do. Hamid, he just throws the bat at this one. He won't be happy with his choice of shots there, so really taking his eye off the ball and just hope for the best. And probably, in fairness to him, this one probably doesn't bounce as much as he was expecting it to.
He's a quality player, Musa Ahmed, when he gets going. We've seen him hit a century in the ECS, and of course did great things for the Dutch on much higher international levels.
This one does get the bounce, and it also goes through past the batsman. So 2 dot balls. You gotta, I mean, I know everyone will be talking about that no ball. You know, how can you bowl a no ball? I mean, you had the match one, but There was 11 needed off that over, wasn't it? And don't forget, he also took 2 wickets in the over.
Yeah, did a lot right.
You can't be too cruel on him. I agree with you. I know it was a horrible finish, but it was all down to the batting. Firmly struck. Fielder gets down, makes a stop. They think about the 2, and they're still thinking about the 2, but keep it to 1. Yeah, I'll go back with what you said. I said, no, it was dramatic at the end, and you can point fingers at different things. But in fairness, the bowlers did a fantastic job. It was the batting that let them down, just didn't get enough runs on the board.
They were 62 for 3 at the drinks break, and they lost 7 for 32, which still isn't quite as good a collapse as the Czech Republic managed on 3 separate occasions. And I say collapse because people will say Spain got bowled out for 38. To me, a collapse involves starting from a position of relative strength.
Good shot. That is a really good shot. And that is what he can do, Ryan Klein. He didn't quite hit the button, did he, in that last match when he was required to get the acceleration going. But we know what he's capable of, and that shot, that was quality, and that shows you what he can do. Really nice shot, perfectly placed, well executed, and that brings up this strategic timeout thanks to Norcan, our time partner. The score moves on to 56 for 2.
Yeah, I would say this game's pretty much even right now.
56 for 2.
What do you reckon?
Yeah, I do. I mean, as long as Musa Ahmed is out there, I think Netherlands have got a good chance to go and get that 130. I still believe that.
And remember, they've still got, probably, I would argue, their wild card pick, the man who's as good as any of them at going out and hitting from the off, Olivier Elenbaas, who I know is incredibly proud of the fact he has the highest strike rate of the tournament, and he wasn't quite so happy, and I'm saying this only joshingly, that when I talk about Tom Bevan and Clayton Floyd and others as having the best strike rate of the tournament, I tend to use a bit of a qualifying, most statisticians do this, of say 100 runs as a bar to stop your statistical anomalies, just in the same way as you do with over rates. So there's someone who's bowled 1 over has the best economy rate of the whole thing.
Absolutely, yeah.
But he's got 68 runs, and I sort of was chatting to him about it, and I jokingly said, well, there you go, get yourself 32 more runs while still striking at 4.5 a ball, and then we'll talk. But he is a useful man to have in the hutch.
He's useful, but I mean, there's always been opportunities where I think we could see him and we don't.
I agree.
So it's almost like he's there for just a specific role, and if the captain doesn't feel it's right, he doesn't get the shout.
Because he doesn't normally bat that high in longer format cricket, but as we've seen, you've got to change your plans to adopt this T10 format. So it will be interesting to keep an eye on. Comes out next for the Netherlands in that middle order. Aziz Mohammed on. He starts with a wide. Aziz Mohammed, who I have so much time for Aziz Mohammed. He's someone that does a lot to start up coaching of kids and women's cricket in Belgium. And what's more, on the field, he is still keeping himself. I mean, I wouldn't quite say he's maybe an MVP contender because he was a bit inconsistent with the bat in Group A. He's missed a bit of the tournament with injury. But he's proving himself as one of the tournament's best all-rounders on one leg.
Yes, he is.
His knee is bandaged up, his ankle is bandaged up, both on his foot.
This is a full toss, and it's been punished. No mistakes this time from Klein. He gets to it, and he belts this over. And that's a big strike from him. 6 runs, and that's what he's there to do. He's there to get the acceleration in, because at this moment of time, there haven't been too many Maximos, have there? Only been up before that shot. There's only been 4. Shorter, and he goes for it again, but this time he may have found a fielder. No, he hasn't. It goes all the way over him. Well, he's backed himself to play the shot. He's hit it fairly well. The fielder at one point looked like he was in the hunt for this, but he's gone over him. So back-to-back 6s from Ryan Klein.
Well, he's already justified his promotion up to number 4 in the order. Really good hitting. I know he was frustrated at leaving a few on the table earlier on when he came out in that game against Spain. Not so here. He's got Belgium changing their field frantically now. They've gone to basically a baseball field. All 5 out in front of square, all 4 in behind.
This is a really good strike, and good fielding there on the boundary, because he's literally He's on the move, he's on the walk as he's played this. And you can see what he was trying to do, just get it in between those two fielders. Gets a firmly struck single.
Yeah, so they've basically got a baseball field here near enough. All four got to be in behind square, apart from a short cover.
So it's quite happy to take the single. I think he'd be quite happy with what Ryan Klein is doing at the other end at the moment for him. It just takes perhaps a little bit of pressure off him to always have to be looking to play the big shot.
And we will see Ryan Klein at the 2022 European Cricket League. He's player and coach of HBS Krijnhout, who perennial runners-up in the Dutch T20.
Oh, well, this is a bit fortunate. He's reaching for this. I don't think this is a chance. I think he plays it into the deck as it goes past Ali Raza, but he does get four fortuitous runs.
76 for 6 then at the end of a 76 for 2, I should say, at the end of a very expensive over. It concedes 20 as all of a sudden the wind has really whipped up here at the Cartama Oval. That's your card so far, and Klein is going very nicely indeed. Just for those sort of unfamiliar with what I mentioned, that's because in I believe it's now 3 consecutive seasons, VOC Rotterdam have won the T20 final against HBS Krijnhout, and that's really important for the ECL because VOC Rotterdam get an automatic invite back as the champions anyway, so there isn't a champion Dutch T20 club, so that means it has to go to the runner-up. And was a joke actually made with some of the Dutch players that even the RBS ones were able to laugh at, that so much has changed in the world in the last 2 years or so since that ECL in so many different ways, both inside and outside cricket, and yet you check in on Dutch cricket, same old story. But Klein and RBS will be back here for the 2022 ECL. For now, the man who's bowling is as good as his hair is long, Khalid Ahmedzai.
Ahmedzai, yeah, he's had a good day. And he comes for his first, and it's been pretty well hit, and that's going to race away to the boundary. What a lovely shot this is. He was given the width, really. There was nothing wrong with the length of the delivery. It was the width that was given to Musa, and he's moosed it. 4 runs, lovely shot. And if you want to know, we're talking about the wind has picked up. Well, you can look at the flags, or you can look at Khalid's here. It's really blowing around a bit.
I wouldn't say moosed that so much as he smoothed that.
Yeah, smooth shot.
That's
Here's
moosed.
another one. That one goes all the way. 6 runs. Shaba, Shaba. 6 carreras más. Qué bueno, qué grande. Genial.
Well, that's a bit of moosage. Bit of oomph in that one from Musa Ahmed. Timed the one before to the point boundary. Smacks this one out through cover. Khalid Ahmedzai's got some thinking to do here. Both deliveries so far missed Yorkers.
And he goes for it again. It's up in the air. This one should be taken. Oh, he's missed it. He's totally missed it. The batsman taking the 2. Now this could still be. He's going to be out. He's going to be out, I believe. Yes. Well, look, they say you never run on a misfield. Well, this was a drop catch misfield. And Musa Ahmed, he needed to stay at the other end. He goes. They get a double chance. They don't take him first time, but they do get him run out, and you've got to give credit to the fielder as well. I mean, it was a horrible attempt of the catch. It could have been nasty. It could have ended up being an injury. You'll see this here again, but he's done well. He's kept alert. He's not been disappointed. Hasn't put his head down, gathered the ball, and got the throw in straight away. And excellent work there from Ali Raza as well.
I think that's pretty much the shortest possible time you can be given another life as a batter and then waste it out 7 or 8 seconds later. I think the argument would be that they've got to try and take a 2 like that. It does all make a difference eventually, but the cost is that Musa Ahmed, who is in, ticking and hitting the ball well, has to go for 39 off 19, 3 4s and 3 6s. That's a very good contribution to set the innings up at the top. Now comes someone who really can give it a whack. Sebastian Brat, the Netherlands 11 skipper, plays club cricket with Hermes, where he's been captain for the last 5 years. It says a bit about the person he is. He sort of refers to Hermes, the club, as effectively his back garden from when he was a kid. That they got relegated from the top class a few years back, but he stayed. Felt like, this is my club. I've been here. It's given me so much. I've been coached right through the age groups here. I'm still going to stay here. And he's managed to break back into the Dutch national team setup after some bad injuries while still playing in the second division. That says a lot about how highly he's rated. But it's Klein facing.
Nice shot to get off the marks, down the ground. And Sebastian Braat, he is one who does like to take on the fielding side.
Yeah, beg your pardon. Was Braat off and running there?
Firmly struck. So nice shots being played at the moment. Just finding the fielders. Ryan Klein gets a single and says to his captain, there you go. Have
Well
another
set.
go.
Well set for a big charge though here. 2 good hitters in. Imagine Eilenbas isn't far away as well. Got Rafa Fons.
Oh, he's done him. This is a beautiful delivery. Now, when you watch this again, you'll notice the movement from the captain, Sebastian Braat. He's just trying to give himself a little bit of room, a little shuffle down towards his leg stick. And the bowler, he picks it up quickly enough, gets the Yorker in. I have to say, I mean, we've seen some good bowlers that bowl Yorkers. Khalid Almadzai, he's one of the good ones as well. This is a really good delivery. Look where he is. You can see the space he's given himself by moving down that leg stick. He wasn't expecting that one. Bang, right on the money. Jag the Fateh, and the captain goes.
Do you know what? I think for me, Khalid Almadzai, of all the players who've come in for finals week who didn't play a part in their team's group stage campaigns, might have made the biggest impact on his side in terms of what he's added to this Belgian team. They are a bit bowling-like compared to the batting side of things, and you know you're always going to get 2 good overs from him. He dragged them back into that game against the England 11, match they had no right to win, and then they had it basically won, and then they lost it again. So it is Olivier Eilenbas who comes out. Does have a strike rate in excess of 4 a ball. Hit 4 big sixes against Noor Khan in the Group B final against Austria in the last over that turned the game in favour of the Dutch, and he won the Player of the Match award for that. It's going to be Aziz Mohammed, who's still limping, still got one leg. Well, he's got knee and ankle problems, he told me, on the same leg.
Good shot. And he's looking to split them, but he hasn't done it. That has been taken. That is a really good catch. But that's me saying that's a good shot. Well, I think it was a good shot. He's hit it nice, clean and straight, but he wasn't backing the fact that the fielder was going to take the catch. Aziz, well, he keeps doing it. He may be a broken man, but he finds a way to get the wickets. And maybe just catching the toe end of the bat here, so not getting too much of the power. But that is a really, really good catch. He's had to make up a lot of ground. So Sherry Butt, good work from him, good catch. So this, well, a little bit of a wobble here now, that collapse. They look set, as you were saying. They look set to go big. Well, Musa Ahmed, he went, and then we saw Sebastian Braat, the captain, follow, just scoring one. And here's another one here. And now, with Ryan Klein back, 23 he scored of 8 deliveries. You've got 2 new batsmen together out there.
I think when he hits this, he thinks it's 6. And you can't really blame him, because, certainly speaking on behalf of myself, never mind the man to my left, I think we both probably did as well. It's a super take from Sherry Butt. What you didn't necessarily pick up from that replay, he's had to run 15 yards or so around to his left. He's taken that while running in motion.
Yeah.
If he judges that ever so slightly wrong, either way, that goes past him for 6. Out comes Victor Lubbers, who scored his runs in this tournament at not far off 2.5 a ball. So, man, it's part of the latest line of rich history of Dutch sportsmen with the name Lubbers.
Drills this down the ground. Need to get some sort of stability first in with the batting. They've still got plenty of balls, haven't they, to try and set a good... They've still got that 120 is still on, but they've got to put a stop on these wickets that are falling. 5 down already, 90 to score.
And before that ball, neither of these 2 batters had faced a delivery. The only positive is that they're probably the 2 quickest starters in this Dutch team.
Down the ground again. So all the shots really here we're seeing are being played straight. So at the moment, that tells you that the bowlers are bowling a pretty decent line.
Yeah, Belgium have just dragged this back a bit in the seesaw that is T10 cricket.
This one's a bit of width, but once more the fielder will stop it. I think there's Akrami out there doing the job. He was the man who put the catch down, Musa Ahmed, but was quick enough to react to get the throw in and get him run out, going for the second. This one's come out wrong from Aziz, and they'll take the wide. I think they'd be eyeing up. I mean, ideally they would have eyed up getting to the 100 at the end of the 8th, and then have 12 deliveries to try and go for the 120 in here. 2 wides here. I'm not sure. I think Aziz Mohammed, he's got something in mind he's trying to do, but he's just not executing it.
Fascinating as well, the pressure that Lubbers is putting on through that stance, being a yard down the pitch.
This one goes out towards extra cover. Again, it's just a single, so a bit of tiki-taka here when you're needing to go boom, boom.
Bit of an ego thing as well. He's just saying, look, Aziz Mohammed, I know you're not bowling quick. Not scared of you off 22 yards. I'll face you off 19 instead. We did see actually this with Rishabh Pant in a test match where he's batting so far out of his crease that he actually ended up in the protected area. Genuinely got a warning.
Again, he's trying to hit this pretty hard. He's trying to go wider off that man out there this time. That's what he was trying to do, but doesn't get it right. It's the end of the over, and it's a good over from Aziz. So the last couple of overs have been well bowled. I mean, Khalid Ahmadzai, his last one only went for 13, and though Aziz Mohammed went for 20 off his first, this one's been a nice one. He's only got just went for 7 runs.
No boundaries in 10 balls since Musa Ahmed hit that 6 and then had that run out off the drop catch the next ball. Going to need a big finish, bit of an Aidan Barson Lubbers special. After these two, they've got others who can contribute, but no one who's really made a score of note in the tournament yet. So probably going to want these two to finish off the innings, really, take responsibility.
Changing the field here to the left-hander, to Lubbers. So they've got that man to the backward point going back. Similar field that they had to Musa Ahmed now. And this is just over him. That's been really thumped hard. Well, he's got enough on this. He's given it some welly. It goes over the fielder inside the 30-yard circle. 4 runs.
Nice work from Lubbers, the clubber. He gave that one a good club. And it was calculated, though, because he knew that pretty much the one boundary in front of square unprotected was out of cover. And they're now going to the full-on baseball field. All 4 in the circle behind square, everyone else out in front.
Asking the question, the umpire, keep an eye on him. Yeah, it does signal the leg bite, so no bat on this. Get a feeling that this is probably outside the line when it hits him. You may get a better look at this here. That angle won't tell us. This one will. No, it's probably, I think, swinging and going to go on to miss the leg. Height as well would have come into the equation.
Apart from that, you hear all club and village cricketers say.
He hasn't got hold of this properly. Is he going to pass the fielders? Yeah, they get into each other's way. It's an opportunity to take the catch. Once again, it's the double teapot between one fielder to another. And well, this one, look, he's gone for the catch. He's dropped it. I think it's actually hit the man that's closest to him. I mean, could you imagine if that ricocheted back into his hands?
But again, there didn't seem to be a lot of communication here. It's been a real theme. 3rd or 4th catch dropped in this innings for Belgium. And it ends up hitting Sherry Butt as he's taking evasive action to try and get out of the way of Sabo Zakir, which kind of just sums it up.
Yeah, this one is flicked away. He's watched the spin on it, and it's enough to get to the boundary. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think if you see that if the fielder keeps his eye on it, Sherry Butt, it would have fallen pretty much into his hands. But as it happens, it was a drop catch, and the next ball has been hit for 4 from the same batsman. So this is rubbing it in a little bit, and the bowler again is that man Khalid Ahmadzai, will be feeling just a little bit disappointed that he hasn't got this man back already. And this is the shot. Alan Bass plays pretty well, and he's not going to get it this time. Once more, they've gone for the straight hit, and once more, those two fielders out there are doing an outstanding job. That's a good catch. So that drop catch, although they were able to get 6 more runs on the board, they're not going to get it past Munib. Munib is an outstanding fielder, isn't he?
Well, Belgium will be relieved that they've managed to take one. Their overall percentage for the innings isn't looking great, but Munib Mohammed has done his job, and can't remember him dropping one in pretty much this entire Dream11 European Cricket Championship. So that is a useful man to get, because we've seen Alan Bass can hurt you right until the very last ball of an innings. He has to go for 8 off 4.
Yeah, and from the size of the batsman that's coming in, I think this is the wicket keeper, Rafa Alphonse. And I was talking to his father earlier, who's here watching the match. A very proud man he is as well. And he did say to me, because we were talking about his wicket keeping, and I said, I hear that he's a very useful bat as well. And he said, yes, he is. He said, but he's trying to be too funky. He said, the way you would say, Rico, too funky. I hope he just stands up tall and plays his shots. Well, let's see. Well, he misses out on this one. This must have caught a bit of the pad on the way through, I think.
Yep.
And that is the end of the over. So, well, considering, I think that was the 9th over, not too much damage done there. And then once again, I think Khalid Ahmadzai, he's probably the most unluckiest bowler, but he doesn't get fazed by that, does he? Things happen in his over. The players sometimes do let him down, but he just sticks to his task and he gets the job done for his team. 107 for 6.
I actually make it that Khalid Ahmadzai's had 4 catches dropped off his bowling in the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Poor guy. But on Rafa Alphonse, he's a real character, a cheeky chappy of a wicket keeper. His side have got promoted up to the top class for next season, so that's going to get him exposure at the top level of Dutch cricket. And I'm always sort of chatting to players, trying to get a bit on their story, and just turned to me at one point very cheekily and said, I've copyrighted my name. You can't use it. I said, well, what am I going to call you on commentary? He said, call me the Hulk. He says he has a celebration when he has a good stumping, where he likes to sort of turn into the Hulk, apparently, the mini Hulk.
I was going to say, you took the words out of my mouth. He's the mini Hulk. Well, he's not on strike here at the moment. You have Victor Lubbers. And he allows this one to go by, and the umpire takes his time to give it, but does. Given it.
I think Victor Lubbers will be very relieved there. Took his time. Well, to be fair, now we've got that replay. That confirms it. Would have been very unlucky if that wasn't given. Of course, that blue line can move if the batter premeditatively moves before the ball is delivered.
And this is going to be 4 runs. Chances he's armed the batter, and he'll get 4 from it. So the first ball was the wide, and the next one slightly shorter. And Lubbers, rather than come out to it, which I think what the bowler was expecting, he stays back. Big swing of the bat.
Do remember you can chip in on our European Cricket Network YouTube live chat. Darren Watson said fielding needs to step up from Belgium guys, costing you big time. Well, you know what? I'd say that's harsh, but also probably fair.
He's got plenty on this. Has it got enough to go past the 2 fielders? And, well, they've done well. And it's that man, well, they all let him down when he's doing the bowling. But he throws himself about and he's prepared to get very dirty for his team. This is a really good shot. I mean, we'll probably see it again on the camera here. Ahmadzai does fantastically well.
Well, Ahmadzai did fantastically well, but then Sabir Zakil threw the ball to nobody. Sabir Zakil has thrown the ball underarm from deep square leg to short fine leg, where Aziz has had to get the ball in. So just watch Ahmadzai there. He gets it right, but then look at Sabir now.
Yeah, but you know why. Come on, you know why.
Well, that is true, although I think it was reasonable to think he could get it underarm in the direction of the wicketkeeper rather than short fine leg.
Just to recap, I mean,
so they get 3.
Zakil was
the second 3 of the whole tournament.
Yeah, Sabir Zakil was the man to pull his shoulder out. And this is thumped in his direction. Oh, that's good work again from Khalid. He's been top notch, hasn't he? He does. I mean, he's one guy. I mean, if you were in a team talk and you wanted to G up your players, you just have to say, well, look at this guy. You see what he does? We want you to do the same. Keep your head up just keep pumping energy in all the time, because that will rub off on the other players.
There isn't an award for it, but if there was an award for, say, most impactful player in finals week who wasn't in the group stage, who's come in fresh, it's definitely him across any team.
He didn't have the best introduction his first match, but since then he's just got better and better.
Yeah, he's picked the format up quickly. He got 3 wickets against the Dutch from playing them earlier on. He's got a good spell. Now it's Wakas Raja trying to close it out.
This one is not going to get past the fielder. They'll take one. You think about the 2. That would be really risky. So the Mini Hulk, we're going to see the Mini Hulk with 2 balls to go. And the score moves up to 117. So the 120 is what they're going to be looking at. Now, does he try and get fancy here, or does he just say, well, look, the important thing for me to do here is not to make this into a dot ball. Just get a single here, get a run.
Well, what you would say, so Aziz Mohammed is coming to in front of our commentary box at deep third, and there is a deep fine leg, so they are covering that area.
Oh, he's going to have to run, and now race is on, and he's going to be short. He gets run out, and well, he had to get bat onto this. Doesn't do so. I think he was again preempted the shot he was going to play. So he gets run out with the ball to go in the innings. The score stays at 117. Another wicket goes down, and Alphonse, the Mini Hulk, is not able to get bat onto this. Makes a lot of room for himself, you see, and goes for that fancy shot. Tries to get funky. So his father again will say, "Son, I told you, don't try and get funky. Stand still and hit the ball."
The only thing I would say, if that's your natural game, then play it. But I made the point before the ball was bowled. He's got deep third and deep fine leg back. So with the field up, I think it's a different conversation. But he's got to essentially flip that ball away pretty much for 6. Otherwise, he probably should be caught. Vivian Kingma out there, much more used to seeing him out there with the ball.
Probably out there because maybe he's the quickest runner of whatever's left, because if this don't go to the boundary, they've got to run, and they've got to run hard. The bowler stops in his tracks. I'm not sure if that was because the batter wasn't ready or there was some talk in the field. So last ball, 117. A boundary to get you over 120 is what the Netherlands will be looking for here. Hit it well, and the chase is on, and the fielder is not going to get to it, so that's a well-struck boundary. Victor Lubbers, he finishes on 19 of 9 deliveries, and that boundary there helps them get past the 120 mark. It will be 121 off their 10 overs, 7 wickets down, so this one is very much alive, this match. You'd have to say, though, based on the early form of Belgium and knowing the hitters that they have in their side, it's a score that they'll be more than happy with chasing, but they've had a few wobbles themselves. You're relying on Ali Raza and Aziz Mahmood to give them a very big start here.
And we've seen every time they don't get that start from those two, it can fall apart quite quickly. In their last few games, 3 times they've fallen short of the 100 mark. The Netherlands won by 11 runs when these teams met earlier on in finals week, albeit they had a little bit more on the board. You'd say right now, this is pretty much a 50-50 contest. This is going to be a lot of fun to see who wins this one and faces the England 11 in the final. Well, it was a very good start for the Belgians. Clayton Floyd caught by Omid Rahimi off Murid Akrami for just a 2-ball duck. He couldn't believe his luck. Then
this was an important catch, wasn't it? You can see the disappointment as that catch is taken by Raza. That was Boris Gawley getting out. But it was Musa Ahmed that all eyes were on. Was he going to go on and score big runs? Well, once we saw him being dropped, we thought, well, maybe. But he got dropped, but he got up. He got up again, got the throw in. The wicketkeeper, Ali Raza, got in the right place and, well, got him stumped in the end. This was a beautiful delivery to the captain, Sebastian Braat. Well, if he gets going, it makes a difference of the score you see on your board, or something like 140, 150, but they got him early. And that man, he's always smiling, Aziz Mohammed, and he'll be smiling if he can score some runs as well with the bat. He is an exceptional hitter of the ball. Those 2 men straight, they did brilliantly well, and that was Munib, of course. But that man there, Khalid Ahmedzai, he was fantastic. He really was the one that I think kept the Belgium team upbeat. He kept their heads high and he was able to give them a good performance. Nice to see that from Viv Kingma coming back, accepting the applause of the spectators there, but he knows that he himself is going to be key. This is going to be the battle between Kingma and Azim Mohammed as we have a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, I've got a lot of time for Viv Kingma getting naught off naught and being able to just enjoy the humour of the moment by taking the applause in a very self-deprecating way. Klein and Gorley got into the 20s. Gorley's so often done that throughout this tournament, but there was a bit of a mini collapse in that middle part of the innings, and Victor Lubbers just held things together at the end. As for the Belgians, nobody really let them down. Nobody was necessarily the star, but Khalid Ahmedzai again bowled better than those 2 for 23 figures would suggest, and now has had 4 catches dropped off his bowling in the last 2 days. You would say 10 to 15 runs were cost by Belgium through the fielding, and you would expect the Netherlands 11 to be better than that. It's the big hitting, barnstorming Belgians up against the Netherlands, who are one of the very best bowling and fielding sides in the competition. A place against the England 11 in the grand final up for grabs. This is going to be one to take in, sit back and enjoy, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, and you haven't got too much longer to wait. So just to recap there, you see the midway summary there. Musa Ahmed, 39 of 19. Ryan Klein, well, he contributed well with 23 of 8. Boris Gorley, 21 of 12. But those wickets fell pretty quickly there for the Netherlands. It was a slight recovery there towards the end. Victor Lubbers, he played a good part in that, which got them to a score 121 for 7. This is going to be very competitive. It all depends for me how the power play goes. Will the likes of Vivian Kingma be up there again and take those early crucial wickets, or will the likes of Ali Raza, Munib himself or Azim Mohammed get going? If they get going, well, they can get these in a hurry as well. But it's going to be an exciting game, another exciting one. So join me, Rico Full, and well, joining me for the second innings will be Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandu, for the conclusion of this one. See you in a few moments' time. Hasta pronto! Bienvenido el campo de Cartama, aquí en la región de Andalucía, en Málaga. ¿Qué campo eso es, eh? Y también qué partido tienes aquí de partido de Bélgica contra the Netherlands. Hello and welcome. Welcome back to what promises to be a very exciting conclusion to this match. The Netherlands batting first, and they posted 121, losing 7 wickets. Belgium, well, they've been in this position before. They're trying to get themselves into the final, and they lost out by the smallest of margins in a very tight game against England. Little things did not go their way. They lost out, and so now they get another chance. 122 required. Look, normal circumstances, you would say that a team of their ability should be able to get these, but it's the pressure. It's what's at stake. The winners of this match will play the England 11 in the first ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship final. It is the Euros of cricket. That is what this is. And I hope that you have enjoyed this journey with us. We've been here. This is the 4th week. This is the final day. And it's been a historic moment. It's been a historic event. And this is going to be a historic day. As well, maybe this man here, who's got a lot of people that have followed him and liked his work with the ball around the world. Maybe Viv Kingma is going to make the difference between the Netherlands getting there or not. In terms of the batting, this man who's ready to face the first delivery, Munib Mohammed. Well, can he be the star for his team, or the man at the other end, Azim Mohammed? Both of them have been in cracking form, and if they hit their best form here, you can see the ball racing to all parts of the boundary, but it's not going to be easy against a Netherlands attack that were hot favourites this morning against Spain. And, well, they went through and did the job very professionally. They bowled well. Shot at the stumps to get that quick leg by. Yeah, I mean, Spain. That was the match this morning that the Netherlands had to win. There you go. I think he's comfortably in there. And that's important there. You see the backgrounded. Makes all the difference. But Netherlands came through in that match. The Netherlands made 142 for 2. Floyd, 83. Boris Corley, 24. And Spain, despite the efforts of Wais Ahmed, 33 of 20, finished on 76 for 5. So it was a comprehensive victory. And that is why they are here, up against Belgium, who lost the match to England. Kingma hit hard over the top, chase on for the fielders, and the ball gets away from the man chasing it hard. Alan Bass, Joka lag gaya, fielding the cautious, the Gitti, but the ball gay bounded there, 4 runs, and that's what you expect to see. Rico Full here in the commentary box, and alongside me now for this second innings is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Good to be back, and very busy day out in the ground, but it's good to finally be back in the box. Can't wait to see what Kingma is able to produce. This one is a pretty good shot. He just stands and delivers, and well, we saw Aziz Mohammed miss out in the previous game, but we know, Rico, he is one player. If he stays there for any length of time, he'll be able to chase off a fair bit of this target.
Yeah, Aziz Mohammed, I mean, his hitting ability is amazing. It really is. He hits to all parts of the ground, and his strike rate is phenomenal. And this is against one of the best bowlers of the championship. Just making a change in his field, making some adjustments. So he's got the 2 men, well, 2 men, but one of them up. So long on is up. So long on off has been pushed back. Also mid-wicket on the boundary. Up in the air, and it's hanging in there. Oh, this dropped him. That is a big drop. Kingma cannot believe it. Oh, well, you would not have expected this from Julian DeMay. He's set the field exactly to what he wanted. He brings in long on. Long off goes back, mid-wicket back. He bowls the delivery, and this, he thinks, yeah, I've done it. I've got the wicket. And, well, Netherlands, their standards have been so high that you'd have to say this is, by their standards, a very simple drop.
Especially to May, who's one of their very best fielders. Might be a big moment in the match. But
He's fired up now, isn't he?
We've seen Muneeb Mohammed nicking off early to Kingma earlier in the week. You know, he's a young player, he's promising, but you wonder if he's faced the kind of raw pace that Kingma's bringing to the table here. A bit about Viv Kingma though, you know, he's been doing a lot behind the scenes. He's been taking the time to coach some of the bowlers from the other countries at times as well. And this is one of the things, probably won't want me to say on air, but he's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet and really cares a lot about his craft. He's putting a lot back into the game for a player that's already so accomplished. Here he is around the wicket.
Gets this one into the sort of chest region of the batsman. Works it away for a single one. You just get the feeling there that those last two deliveries from Kingma, he certainly put a lot more into them after that catch went down. 10 off the first over. And, well, we should be looking at, well, it's the score 11. 10 came off Kingma because there was, of course, the leg by 11 without loss. But Kingma, he knows it should read 11 for 1 with that catch being put down.
And what do you think about this target of 122? Maybe it's a few more than par. I think the Netherlands 11 would have wanted a few more to feel safe. We know that they're very good defenders of a total, but how do you feel about the first half of this game and the way the Netherlands batting innings panned out?
I mean, I think the Netherlands, they lost key wickets at the wrong time. I think especially the captain, Sebastian Braat, when he went. And they would have liked between 130 and 140 for sure, because they know the strength of Belgium and they would like extra runs to play with. Taking a gamble with the spin early on. And good start. Just trying to work, Munee, just trying to work Ahmed here down the leg side area. Probably trying to guide it between the two men on the fine leg and back behind square. Doesn't get it right. Yeah, I think they will believe they needed about 10 to 15 runs more on the board.
I agree.
This is a nice shot, and fielder has taken a good catch, has he? Well, he stays inside. And, well, that's really good catch. Good balance from him as well. He knew he was close to the boundary. And at one point I thought, well, is he going to release it? Because he knows he was sort of looking like he was going to fall over the wrong side of the rope, but he gets his balance right. He backs himself, takes a catch, big wicket, and the spin coming on in the second over has paid off.
Yeah, and gets a good look at the ground, doesn't he? And I think he was just worried if he released it. He didn't know if he'd ever get it back. Have a look here. He gets about as close as you can get.
Oh, wow.
He has a very good look. You see, he just stays inside. And that's an impressive bit of athleticism. Just the kind of magic you want to start the innings. Again, have a look at it here. And it's Alan Buss. Well, he's no tourist anymore. He's out there. He's in the thick of the action. And that is a very, very good catch to remove Muneeb Mohammed. It's the first wicket down for Belgium. It's 11 for 1.
That is such a good catch. I mean, you just see there when he's landed back. I mean, he's almost on tiptoes, and I think, oh, he's going over, he's going to release it. But somehow he keeps his balance and he stays in the field of play. Complete what is an exceptional catch. Well done. And a bit of shaba about that one.
He made a smart decision because he's probably thinking, okay, I need to throw this away. But then he would have had to have landed, turned around and gotten the ball back. So if he thought he could avoid touching the rope or going over the rope, then he had to hold on to the ball. It's exactly what he did. How about Shiraz Ahmed though, with his leg spinners, his little sliders in over number 2. It's been used in that way today, and he takes a wicket off his second ball, and now he's bowling to the dangerous Ali Raza.
Raza backs himself and plays the shot and gets it right. Well, we saw the Netherlands batsman play the same type of shot a couple of occasions, and each time the fielders were taking the catches. They weren't really getting the oomph in the shot. Well, there's no shortage of oomph from Ali Raza. That goes all the way.
How good is
6
this?
runs.
How good is this cricket? Comes out first ball, hits the sight screen. It wants to come back from Shiraz Ahmed.
Oh, this was hit in the air as well, and I think this is going to go all the way. And yes, it does. It's 6 more. And that's the way he bats, especially when you're not going to have those 2 men back on the line. The opportunity for him to play the shot is there, and he's going to take it. He only knows one way to bat. 6 more. Shaba. 6 queridas más.
Well, that's why you learn your 6 times tables. That is 2 balls, 2 sixes, 12 runs for Ali Raza. So just like that, the momentum can change. And I think if Ali Raza's at the crease, I'm going to see some more fireworks.
This one's a full toss, and he's going to split the field once more. 4 more. So he does take a wicket, and then he goes for 3 consecutive boundaries, and that's what Ali Raza can do. That's why he is such a dangerous player. And well, what's the bowler going to do here now?
That's just smart cricket as well. He knows there's a long on, there's no long off, so he just has to beat the man at mid-off. So he gets it nice and straight. That one clatters off the fence. So, oh no, but dot wicket, 6, 6, 4, and still 1 to come.
Shorter. Trying to do the same thing again, and he's done it. Well, they're not learning, are they? And you would have thought they would have tried to do something different here with the field. I know that we're still in the power play, but maybe just have them slightly straighter. But that's fantastic hitting, though, from Raza.
They did make a change before that last ball. They took the mid-off and put the mid-off back to long off, but this is just too well placed. It's straight down the ground. You see that both the boundary riders, they can only look at each other and watch the ball go over the rope. So started with a wicket, but turned out to be a magical over as 20 come off the second of this innings. And Belgium, after 2, are 31 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, Shariz Ahmed, it was a great catch to get him his first wicket, but then after that, he went a little bit wrong, and we've seen 20 come off the over.
Kingma comes back.
Races along.
Kingma's bowling out here in the 3rd.
Well bowled. That was that Yorker length delivery, and he's kept this one out somehow, Aziz.
So I'm very interested, Rico, about the extent to which or if they use Ryan Klein with the ball, because I know that he's just feeling a little bit sore. And they're kind of just using him if necessary. I think that's what's behind him not bowling the second. They're thinking that Shariz Ahmed can do a job, which he did and got the wicket, but then he disappeared for 20 as well. So let's see if they use Klein in the 4th, or perhaps they might turn to one of their spin options.
Slow ball, and well, fortunately for the batsman, it doesn't go all the way to the fielder who is waiting, and it's the man we were talking about, Ryan Klein. He's in that position. And, this one could have quite easily just been gifted to him as a catch.
Yeah, exactly right. Aziz Mohammed, he'll want to counter-attack, and this is what makes this battle for me in particular so interesting. The firepower with the ball of Kingma against Aziz Mohammed, who's reckless.
They take the single, and in the end, it's comfortably done.
The other thing, Rico, I mean, just keep an eye on that rate. I mean, they're now 32 off 2.5. They'd want to be about 36 after 3. I mean, they'll keep an eye on that. I think they'll fancy themselves, even though the left-arm spin options of DeMay and Floyd, they've been so effective during this series. But I think Belgium like those matchups. They think if they err at all with their length, they'll fancy themselves to take them out of the ground.
That was quick, really quick, and Kingma, you can't believe that he's managed to get bat onto this. But Raza does. Single taken.
We've seen some great cricket today, though, really. In particular, that last game was something else. The last ball finish, and then this one here is right in the balance. So that one just behind the line.
Full toss, and what's this one to be called? Well, the umpires are at the moment just looking at that ball sailing over the boundary fence, but there's no call for no ball. Well, that was an interesting one because it was quite full. He's been dispatched. It's a big hit. It goes for 6 from Aziz Mohammed. But what about a hide on this?
Yeah, it's probably just okay, but it was borderline. I've seen them called, and some would argue they should be called. I think letter of the law, probably just below the waist, but still, Aziz Mohammed knew how to deal with it. He sends it out of the ground for a Maximo. And now they are ahead of the rate, 39, with the ball to go on the power play.
Huge delivery, this one. Kingma looking to make it a good one. Oh, so now this one, it's called a no ball. It goes with the slower delivery. And it does beat the batsman, but it catches the eye of the umpire, who says, no, this one's not allowed. And yeah, that's a good call there. And you see the heel may have just caught the line, but it's got to be behind it.
Yeah, exactly right. Didn't have anything behind the line when the foot landed. fair bit of chat about the no balls and when they've come into the game today, but no controversy about that one. King will have to re-bowl it, and it's a free hit for last ball of the power play.
Now this one's been called wide, and Kingma is not happy. He's not happy about this one at all. Well, we'll see this again. He's quite frustrated. You heard him say no man.
Yes, I think that is wide. He does move across a bit, but it is a lot wider.
The Kingma has to bowl it again. He's a little bit frustrated. He's had to bowl a couple of extra balls he wasn't counting on. Gets the catch. Oh, gets the edge, I'd say. Offers the catch, diving from the wicketkeeper. Well, he's only a little man, isn't he? But he tries his hardest to get to this, but it flies past him. Ratha Alphonse can't get to it, and it's the end of a very frustrating over for Viv Kingma.
Yeah, and look, it was a free hit anyway, don't forget, because we had the no ball, then we had a wide. But this one, I mean, he just needs to try and make the stop, and he's within half a glove of doing it. It's an acrobatic attempt from Ratha Alphonse. But frustration for Kingma. He'll be certainly hoping that isn't the last ball he bowls in this tournament as we get to the end of the third over. It's 45 for 1.
Well, this is an astonishing start. I mean, that's what you expect from Belgium. They do go off like well, like they're on a mission, don't they? They don't wait around. They don't hold back. They play the shots. They're going to look to see if they can get a couple of wickets here, looking like the game for Clayton Floyd.
There's the scenery though. I'm going to miss this. And Floyd, just wants to have a look and see what the batsman's going to do. I tell you what, I've loved the surroundings. I know a lot of people have been enjoying just the views of this cricket ground, no matter where you're watching around the world. Floyd slows this down. Now I should mention there's a bit of a breeze and it's blowing left to right on your screen. So it's favouring the leg side for the right-hander. Now I do think it's pretty much a cross breeze, so it doesn't assist or hinder those straight hits, but certainly think that Ali Raza is thinking about getting across and trying to drag to the leg side, but the bowler's trying to avoid that by going outside off stump, just like that.
Wicketkeeper getting underneath it, and no mistakes made, and that's a big wicket. You can see they're pumped up, and look at that. Clayton Floyd, that's what it means to him, and he's giving the mini Hulk a bit of a hug there. Well, that's why he's called the mini Hulk. Did you see the celebration when he takes the catch? There was a big roar. Well, luckily he doesn't turn green and his shirt doesn't rip off, but that's a wicket that they wanted. They need to get these two pretty quickly. Well, that's one of them back.
Yeah, end of the bat. That's exactly what I said. I think it's a battle between the batsman who tries to go leg side, but Floyd pushes it wider. And pretty much off the end of the bat, or definitely down the bottom of the bat from Ali Raza, but still, that was quick work from him, scoring 21 off 7. But he becomes the second wicket to fall, and now Belgium are 45 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's one man that you need to get out, because not only does he score his runs quickly, but it's a clever little bat, and he can be a tricky character as well. He can hang around, and if a few wickets fall, he then can be the rock that you need to get you to the winning runs.
Yeah.
The new batsman now comes in, and we'll be feeling just a bit of pressure.
The hitters just keep on coming for Belgium though, don't they? And it's a real test of their game plan where they're not too fussed about the game situation or anything. They'll play their game, and Sherry Butt does like to go large. And some discussion between the captain, Sebastian Brutt, and the umpires. Umpires just saying, oh, you know, understand you're fired up. Let's make sure that things don't get out of control. And, well, you can see how much it means to these players. It's a big prize on the line, isn't it? And, a chance to meet the England 11 in the final. Team that the Netherlands 11 have not beaten yet. And Belgium have beaten the England 11. They also went within about as close as you can get to beating them in the previous match, qualifier number 1. So Floyd just keeps on producing, doesn't he? Wickets, runs.
Yep, he's very good player to watch. He's very talented. Here he comes again to Sherry Butt. This one will be called a wide. You can see how much he's holding this back.
I think it's a deliberate ploy.
The pace of it,
yeah,
outside the off stump.
Wants to upset the timing. Netherlands, I mean, the Belgian batsman probably expecting darts, Instead, he's kind of locking them up with these slightly off-speed deliveries.
There he is, and the field, well, he hasn't gone for a man back on the boundary here, sort of backward point or third man. So he's still relying on the fact that the miscues are going to be sort of inside the circle zone. And this one, there's no hit, miss, hit. This is going all the way. And, well, just one bounce to the boundary. Nice shot. And remember, we are inside the power play. Well, we've had the power play completed, so they can split the fielders and spread them out a bit.
Yeah.
But at the moment, well, we've seen that change here now. I was going to say, what he's done there, I don't mind that. He's waited to see what the batsman's going to do, the shots are going to play before.
Yeah. That was the pace on delivery from Floyd. That's exactly what he's trying to do there, because he knows the Belgian batsmen, they'll just reach with their hands. It's a difficult one to play, even though these guys have incredible hand-eye coordination. But if you get them reaching, it also takes away from that leg side where the wind is assisting it.
This one may be wide, it is, but see what he's trying to do, he's trying to consistently get the ball in that area. So if he gets it wrong once or twice, he still believes it's worth doing that. This one is shorter, and he gets this one through, and the batsman, well, he just leaves this. So there were a couple of wides in the over. There was also that very important wicket, but it ends up being a good one. Just 6 runs from it and picking up a wicket, so the score moves along to 51 for 2, so very good over there from Clayton Floyd.
I think it's probably fine when it goes past the popping crease, which is when those get judged. So a bit of a game of cat and mouse, and if you'd like to follow us around Europe, we'd love you to watch us from Monday morning, in fact, for our Fancode European Cricket Series tour, which continues through Croatia for a week, and then Greece will be in Corfu, then Alicante, pretty near to where you live, Rico, for a week before we head to Rome for the Super Series. Plenty of cricket after that. We plan another 4 weeks. Planning to go to Cyprus for an ECS, and then perhaps Malta. The schedule will come out shortly, and we'll be heading towards that 1,000 match mark before too long as well on the European Cricket Network. So join us. Here's Julian DeMay.
Julian DeMay trying to do the same sort of line as Clayton Floyd. So again, just keeping it pace off outside the off stump, but just gone a little bit too wide here. Now this one here is interesting because you've got to take into account, I mean, that was pretty wide, but you've got to take into account of what the batsman's doing as well. This one has been hit, and it's been hit hard. Balle, says Guerreras.
Yeah, big shot, really big shot, isn't it? And just gets slightly wrong. Yeah, the previous one, if a ball is outside the return crease, then it is a wide kind of regardless of how much you move. That's another one of the conditions. So the next one flips it away, and this will be 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. As is Mohammed. So he is a firecracker, and he moves to 30 in style. He hasn't had too much of the strike, but he's 30 off only 11 balls, Rico.
That's what he does, and look how quick he is getting in behind this delivery. Sort of moves very quickly inside his crease, gets himself into the right areas, and plays it away 4 runs. So May just needs to go just a little bit fuller. Just adjusting his field slightly. Short again, and he's hit this pretty hard and straight, and it will be 4 runs. And he just wants to have a little chat with his captain. Not sure what this will be about. It's got to be something to do with the field that he wants.
Yeah, DeMay, I mean, when he's got it right, he's been almost unhittable, but in the second half of this tournament, the batsmen seem to have gotten after him a fair bit. Saw him lose his place in the 11, but he's got it back now. Come in at the expense of Aryan Dutt for today's matches.
It's a better delivery, it's fuller, the better line as well from him. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I think he had a small issue, didn't he, sort of halfway through the championship where he just started to bowl too short and batsmen started to go after him, but he bowled very, very well against Spain here today. This one, well, it's gone a long way across. It's not a bad shout, but pitching outside the line.
Yeah, hit him outside the line by a stump or two, I think. So 2 balls remain in this over.
Firmly hit and all the way over and onto the top of the icebox. Well, this one's going to come back cold. That's a big hit, 6 runs. And they're relying on their power. It's the power that have got Belgium so far. And it was the power that they're hoping is going to get them into the final.
Yeah, this is a really good shot through the line. You're right. Bounces off the top of the giant ice cube. I was asking, can that come with us around Europe? Because I really love the giant ice cube. And I know that Belgium are loving their position at the moment. I mean, 73 with the ball to go. It's a very good first half of the innings despite losing 2 wickets.
Good finish from Delmay. Gets a good length delivery in. You can see the difference though, can't you? Every time it's slightly short, they get punished. But get it in the right areas, and then he gets the dot ball in there. So the score is 73. 5 overs gone. So the Netherlands, they need to get wickets from somewhere, and I'm wondering if here they're going to make that call or make that decision whether we're going to see Klein come on to bowl or not.
Yeah, that will happen to be a decision I think that they'll make. And the way the game's going, I think they're going to have to go to Klein and just see if he can handle it and hopefully get through his 2 overs. A very good afternoon or good morning, good evening, wherever you are around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico. We are a bit golden, and we got so close to the golden ball, didn't we, earlier today? The funny thing is, I mean, everyone loves your shirt, and we said this morning, and a few people in the crew that were saying, well, I bet you don't have one of those shirts, do you, Mr. Maximo? And I said, well, actually, I've got 2 at home. But I like it. It looks better on you than me, I think, because I think you can look a bit like a Christmas decoration, but I like that. But I'll tell you what I'm also liking here, the contest and what Belgium have done, the way they've bounced back, because we thought maybe they'd be a bit mentally shot before this game, the way the last one finished. But just speaking to some people that know them pretty well, they said, well, these guys, they don't think that way. They very, very much think in the short term, in the moment, and they have seemed to reset pretty quickly. And now with the bat, which I think is their strength, they're certainly showing that they're a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, look, I think they know where their strength is with the bat. So when they're out there with the field, sometimes we feel, well, maybe they're just not giving 110%. Sometimes we feel that maybe they're just being a bit lethargic. But I think in their own mind, they know what they need to try and restrict the score to, and they know what they can bat themselves and what they will bat themselves to get. And I think that's exactly what they're trying to demonstrate here. We're not worried about the 120s or the 130s because we know we can get them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Discussions about wides as well. I mean, if you actually look at the ICC directions on wide, it's about 4 pages long. It's typically, these umpires will judge it when it passes the popping crease. So, for example, those ones of Floyd, they might be turning outside the wide line by the time they pass the stumps. But, yeah, it's at the popping crease that'll be judged. And, of course, some movement of the strike will be taken into account. And here we go. Right on cue, Ryan Klein is coming into the attack. And Belgium need 49 off the second half.
Well, he's got to get down, and he does. Kingma stops this one going to the boundary. And it wasn't the most authentic type of shot that was played. Gets a bit lucky. Klein now, this is remember, they would have only using him if they need to. And now they know they need to. They need wickets. They need one of the big performers to get a few wickets here and get them back into this match. Get them back into, well, what they're hoping to do. Get into the final.
2 wickets in this over, Ryan.
You can hear that. 2 wickets in this over. Here's the shout. That's what they're looking for. In the air, this could be one of them. Will the fielder get there quick enough? Yes, he does. This is a great catch. Oh, that's wonderful. And they're liking that. That was really, really class. That was quality from Clayton and Floyd, running in and then diving forward. And what about the landing? A perfect landing there. Well, I know that one of our partners, Bizaway, will be happy with that landing. He absolutely takes a corker here.
Yeah, and it's just beaten for pace here, isn't he, Sherry Butt? And it went straight up in the air. But, yeah, Floyd had some work to do. And the thing I love about this slide is he protects the ball. It's all about protecting the ball. He's got 2 hands clutched around it. He gets there, reasonably comfortably in the end. But just have a look at this. You see, he's just late on that. And then you watch the way he holds the ball up in the air and he slides on his forearms. And then he had another obstacle. We had Alphonse all over him. And why not Floyd? Another highlight for him to put in the bank. And a big wicket. It'll mean another hitter comes to the crease. But Belgium now in the 6th over are 74 for 3. This is where I thought they would send in Sabir Zakil. And, well, right on cue. Here he is. And he is a man that if he stays there, he will be able to finish this off. So the Netherlands will be very keen to see the back of him.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a strong hitter of the ball. One thing I like about his hitting is that he hits them hard and flat. He doesn't go always for the big high hits. It's just the power in those flat shots. And there we go. on the ground. This has been fielded. They'll take the single.
How's the way his wrist snapped through the ball? I mean, it's the first ball he's faced in the innings, and yeah, it's a full toss. And Klein, who's bowling low 130s, has no problem, right in the middle of the bat. And that one, fielder just able to get there, keep it to 1, but that's why Zakil for me is a real danger man. It looked like he'd be out for the week with that shoulder injury, but he's back with the bat at least. He is a real obstacle that the Netherlands 11 will want to remove.
And Azim Mohammed, he's always going to take up that challenge. I think he placed his shot so well. I think he's the best puller and hooker of the ball that we've seen. And anything that he's been given in that zone, no matter who it's from, he gets put away. Boom, shaka, lagya, seis carreras más.
It's an extraordinary shot because it was so wide of the off stump. And Aziz Mohammed still gets in position to hit it away over square leg. He's a one-legged warrior, Aziz Mohammed. He moves into the 40s. Look, these two at the crease, you know, if they hit a couple more out of the middle, could be real danger times for the Netherlands. Already it is. It's down under 10 and over. 41 required off the last 26.
Well, this is the big wicket, isn't it? This is the man, Aziz Mohammed. And smashes this big as well. And watch out, Ice Cube. This is another one for you. It smashes into the ice box. Ice all over the place. But the Kookaburra bounces back, chilled. And what a shot this is. And this man is hitting abilities is incredible. Aziz Mahmood, he's racing away to another 50. What a shot this is.
He just backs himself. It's such a difficult shot. Last ball of the over.
This one he drags right across the line, gets the single, he'll keep on strike. That is the end of the over. It does bring a wicket, so getting Klein to bowl, well, he does do one thing, he does get them 1 wicket, but he also goes for 15 off the over, 88 for 3 after 6.
And so you can see why that match last night was crucial between these two teams in match 20, third playoff game where Belgium defeated the Netherlands and they secured the double chance. And you're seeing how important that is right now because Belgium, although they lost the qualifier number 1 by the barest of margins to England, they do get another chance. Whereas the Netherlands, they had a very strong performance in their first match today, but they just need to slip up once. If they do, they're out of the tournament. And right now, it's danger signs. And I think they're going back to Floyd, who he's had the ball on a string, more or less. He'll have one more over. Klein's over ends up going for 15. Did pick up a wicket though. It's just brought Zakil to the crease, who's facing Floyd.
Well, I think there's no real big celebration here from Alfonso. Just get the feeling he's maybe, because of the bounce on this, probably a little bit slow getting there. So has Zakil got himself in?
He fumbles the first time, I think, Alphonse here. See here, just the first one. Doesn't gather it cleanly. And then, well, this will be very close. Oh, I think that's fine because you know that bat looks in the air there, but see, this moment now, I think there's some of that is back behind the line. So I think this will be not out.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, you see, look, the bat's down. Just the next frame, we'll see it. The bat goes down and the bail stay on. And here we go, we're seeing it from the other angle. This one just shows us how awkwardly Alphonse falls on it. But this is going to be a tight one, but I think you'll probably see that the decision is going to be not out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see it here. And I thought it was going to have a bit of a periscope situation here, but see, this one here, she's in the air, but I think you see, and when the bails come off, there is something behind the line. I mean, it's touch and go, but to me, that's pretty conclusive that it's not out. But I've been surprised before, so let's see what the officials say. No, it's not out, and so the system works, and Floyd gets very close. You know who's really lucky there? Here's the batsman, because I think he probably should be back in the pavilion.
And now it goes the other way. This is an opportunity, I think, or is it? No, it's gone all the way over them. Just for one moment, it looked like Musa Ahmed was getting set to take a catch. And then the next thing you know, it's gone all the way over. So Aziz Mohammed has got himself to 50 of 19 deliveries, 54 of 19. Well batted, sir. बहुत बढ़िया batting की है, बहुत बढ़िया. अपनी 50 बना ली Aziz Mohammed.
That was wind assisted. Remember, the wind is going that way. That's why I think it carries over the line, even though it didn't get all of it. 28 off 22 now.
So it's a full toss, and they take the single, and of course, Aziz Mohammed is not going to be running too many quickly. He's a man that's been held together by duct tape at the moment.
He sure is. But Floyd, I mean, he almost got the wicket early in the over. Like I say, it was just slightly mishandled. You could tell Alphonse didn't get in the glove straight away. But well done by the batsman to get back very, very quickly. He never gave it up.
This is very clever. Well, we are in the Costa del Sol, and this is all about the sun, the sea, the sand, and sexy cricket. Seis carreras, que guay, que genial. Así me gusta.
Now, I always talk about being bold with your plans, and if you're going to have a plan, commit to it. And he knows what Floyd's trying to do. So he thinks, okay, you're going to put it out there. I'm going to get ready to go the reverse, and he executed that perfectly. That went a long way off the bat. Seis carreras más. Belgium looking good.
Full again, and this has been absolutely crunched. It's been muscled out of here, and we see a nice catch taken here. I think that's Samir, one of the ground crew, taking a catch, and he gives us a wave. Let's give him a wave back. Well taken, Samir. What a shot this is. This absolutely muscled out of the ground.
And he faced 3 balls a kill, but he's got 13.
Firmly struck. Fielder makes the stop.
I mean,
Take the one.
Didn't I say about 5 minutes ago, and it was only about 5 minutes ago, we've had so much action, that these two, if they stick around for a little bit, it could be pretty much game, set, match very quickly. At the moment, it's looking very much like Belgium would have to fall over to lose, although we did see England almost do just that in the last match after 7 overs. Belgium are 108 for 3, requiring 14 off the last 3 overs.
Yeah, I mean, you say England, I mean, Belgium themselves, I mean, they know, well, they would still believe that they should have had that match sewn up, but a dramatic final few deliveries in that match against England, see them lose, so they're looking to bounce right back.
Yeah, we see that the final will be coming up in approximately an hour and 20 minutes between England and the winner of this match.
Nicely played, and Klein, look, you can see he's struggling. He's just bowled this one, and as soon as he's bowled it, he's feeling the pain in the side. That's where I know he's got the problem. And he does take the ball back. So it's certainly going through the pain barrier for his team here.
You often wonder as well, I mean, if they do somehow pull this off in Netherlands, what kind of shape will Klein be in for the final as far as the ball? I think he's been batting very well. He's been pushed up the order. 13 off 17 now.
Another single taken. Of course, singles here now. I mean, these are all, this is just win-win situation.
This is where you would think, okay, just be sensible, score for every ball, we can't lose. That's not what they're thinking, Belgium. No. They're thinking 2 6s. That's just the way they bat. You can't get that out of their DNA. They're just so attacking. Zakil, guess he can afford to be a bit selective, play the ball on its merits.
This is gone big. Ball. 6 carreras más, manos arriba, Vitro, manos arriba, eso es 6 carreras, and well, Samir, well, he's showing what he can do. That's 2 out of 2.
Him in my fantasy team, Samir, he's been incredible, and just like that, that's half of them. They can win it with one swing of the bat, Belgium.
Well, this is going to be probably a wide ball. It is. It's well, this is all about just a mental victory for the bowler, but it is at a cost. It's at a cost of 1 run, because that's a wide, bouncing clearly over the batsman's head. And you can see there, umpire Nilkesh at square leg, giving the signal.
I mean, Netherlands 11, what a ride they've had over there week in, week 2, and through finals week. 5 to win now.
Sliced up in the air, this should be taken, and it is. So they do get a wicket. So Sabir Zakil goes, just as we said, they're not going to try and do it with the singles. They're going to play their shots. Shariz Ahmed taking the catch, and the young leg spinner for the Netherlands. He's had a good championship, hasn't he? And coming in for championship week, we've seen some good bowling from him. We've seen him being pretty emphatic in the field as well. But at the moment, unless Belgium find a way to do something extremely rare, they should be still going into the final here. Just have a look at that. They only need 5 runs in 14 deliveries.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, this Netherlands 11, I'm just going back to their first 3 days as we say goodbye to Zakil for this match at least. 21 off 7. And he's able to flash a little smile there. He knows that he's pretty much got them over the line. And hand it off to the new batsman, Sheikh Shiraz, the captain. You know, Netherlands in the first 3 days, their group match, they just looked untouchable, didn't they? You go back to Group B, it was a couple of weeks ago, seems like so much longer ago now. Hey, Sheikh Shiraz on strike, 3 to win.
So very good delivery, and I think the umpire should there just signal first of all to say no, that was going down leg, but for a moment is one of those you think, is that finger coming up or not?
Correct myself, it's actually 5 to win, now it's 4. It's, you know, it's been great. I mean, they've set the standard in so many ways, the Netherlands 11. You can see the other teams that played in Group B as well, just learning from the way they went about their business, the professionalism, you know, a fair bit of international, you know, high-level experience, ODI experience amongst this Netherlands team as well. Right now, they're trying to do the impossible, defending 4 off the last 2 and a bit overs.
Well, Aziz there just trying to walk and negotiate this ball out on the offside. He doesn't manage to do so. That is the end of the over. You can probably hear that on the microphone from our DJ. We have to thank our DJ, Anthony. He's been with us throughout the duration of these 4 weeks. And he's been absolutely quality. So anybody listening out there, come on, give Anthony a big hand, the DJ. Well done, Anthony.
Yeah, and while you're there, if you're in the fan zone, give yourselves a round of applause. We've loved having you here as part of this first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And you can even give us a wave if you're over in the fan zone.
Yeah, shaba shaba, everybody.
And, well, now we can start preparing, I think, shortly for the final. It could be over very quickly. Sebastian Brandt trying to do the impossible. 4 to win. Here's the 9th.
Oh, a defensive little push, and, well, maybe.
Well, to have any chance, you need dot balls. I mean, I like the field here. They've brought 4 in a ring into the infield on the offside. They still have that kind of long on, long off. I think they think they're a chance for a catch there. But with every dot ball, we've seen some funny things happen in the last over, haven't we, when there's only a couple required? But they've got to get to the last over first. They are walking a tightrope at the moment.
Well, this could be it, and once it goes past the fielder, there's nothing going to stop this, and Belgium, they have done it, and they are absolutely delighted with themselves. Look at these scenes. This is what it means to them. And Belgium have defeated the Netherlands in this crucial match. It will be them that make their way to the final. It will be them that will face England in a match. And what a rematch it's going to be. They were so close, weren't they, in getting the victory over them the first time round. They weren't to do it. That meant they had to play another match, this one against the Netherlands. But they have done it. They have won it. And they've done it in style as well. They've done it by beating the Netherlands with 6 wickets and with plenty of balls to go. This is a Belgian team. Don't write them off. They never say die. They just keep coming at you. They keep hitting big. And once more, they've done it. And Aziz Mohammed, what a knot from him again. And, well, what a name he's making for himself around the globe. This is excellent batting. And just look at them there. Look at the welcome he's getting back. Yeah, yeah. Shaba, shaba, shaba. Jacare Hante. Muy bien, chicos. Muy bien to Team Belgium. They have done it. And, well, also spare a thought for the Netherlands. Give them a very warm round of applause as well. They certainly have entertained us. They've had their ups, they've had their downs, they've had their health issues as well, but they've kept smiling all the way through. They've kept entertaining us, and also they've entertained the youngsters here as well. They've helped the other teams, like you've said. It's been magnificent to have them here, but on this occasion, they've just lost out to Belgium, and they will not be making it into the final. The final is set. It's going to be between the England 11 and Belgium.
It's unbelievable, and look, take a moment to appreciate the Netherlands 11 and everything that they brought to the competition. I know they had a really tough schedule. Just some of those matches that they lost during the week. How's that from Alan Bus, by the way? Staying in the field to play. But, you know, you think the schedule, mate, they had a tough Super Thursday, having to play first and fifth games, and that was a long day for them. Not winning that last game last night meant they were in the eliminator. They know that they were really feeling it, the Netherlands. They pulled out a big effort. But, yeah, Belgium, you never know what they're going to get. And that shows some real mental resilience, I think, the Belgians. Because to come back from that heartbreaking loss when really you say that they almost literally threw the game away. But how about some of these highlights? Netherlands, even though Belgium kept swinging the bat, they provided plenty of highlights of their own. It was a great catch by Floyd. came in and cushioned the ball. Meanwhile, John Ice Cube is getting a real workout, and then we got Top Gun now. This was one of the shots for me. That's making a plan to counter a plan from the bowler, as Floyd got reversed out of the Cartama Oval. And this one, I still think it's a misstumping because he doesn't gather it, so he can't swing his arms. He has to clutch the ball to his chest and kind of lunge at the stumps. But Sapir's a kill. He was happy enough to smile, and then just a couple that were left. And that was the one that did it. Rico, we're going to have a great rematch on our hands. England versus Belgium coming up in the final, which will begin in approximately an hour and 10 minutes.
Well, look, aren't they delighted? And I have to say, look, I don't want to take anything away from Netherlands, but I do believe that they are the team that deserve this. I mean, they will be really, really disappointed the way that match against England finished. And it was nice to see their Abhijit Harikrishna Khan, their manager, their coach as well, all together. They're all celebrating because they know they came so close. It could have gone wrong again for them again, and they would be looking back at that match against England, and there would be lots of ifs and buts. And, well, that's forgotten about now. Whatever happened there has happened. They've got there in the end. I mean, they've had to do it the hard way, but I think they deserve it.
Yeah, well, they certainly do. So congratulations to Belgium, but also, commiserations to Netherlands 11. I think, they've learnt a lot during this tournament as well, and it's sad to say goodbye to them. And they certainly have a lot of characters. We do have the final coming up in approximately an hour and 10 minutes. We'll be back with you. So set your alarm, do whatever you have to do, but you do need to join us again because you don't want to miss that. But before that, before we have the 96th and final game of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, Rico, I do want to take a minute to tell you about a bit of a charity project that we are supportive of at European Cricket. And here at the European Cricket Network and Norcane, our time partners, are proud to support something called the Butterfly Help Project. So just to explain to everyone what this is, it's an organisation created by Norbu Sherpa and Andreas Sherpa Zimmerman from a place called Wild Yak Expeditions. And they help families of Sherpas who've lost their lives in the Himalayan mountains and during earthquakes. And it gives their children access to education. So obviously it's something that we're very supportive of here. And 10% of the earnings of Neverest sales will be donated to the foundation. So there's a bit of a clip coming up all about the Butterfly Help Project. Join us in an hour and 10 minutes for the final. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu, as well as Mr. Rico Fool. Michael McCann will be joining us for the final. But here, let's find out a little bit more about the Butterfly Help Project.
The situation in Nepal in 2015 was quite particular and tough because in April, 25th of April, they had a very serious earthquake, 7.8 on the Richter scale, and most of the part of Nepal was affected and got destroyed.
It was like somebody had thrown the bomb in whole region, and everywhere you can see people were on the streets, on the free space, crowded, no proper food, no proper sanitizations. Slowly, after days gone, we realized that more than 6,000 schools is destroyed, and it was end of the winter also. People lost lots of whatever they have leftover food. This was all destroyed. Kids has no clothes because all the clothes were buried under the depth of the collapsed houses. So it was quite tough at the time to see the country. It was very hard.
So the initial thought of our association charity organization, Butterfly Help Project, was to support actually some of the kids in a very remote area nearby where Norbu actually is originated. And the aim is to give the opportunity to these kids to go to school, simply go to school. Here in Switzerland it seems so obvious.
In Nepal we have schools in some places, but kids are not motivated to come to school because of walk, because of tiredness. In one big valley there is one school and the kids has to go to school, the small kids, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years. Some they have to work every day, 4 hours. That means they have to cross the valley, they have to go through the landslide. And in the monsoon time, it's terrible because the river grows so big and they have to cross these rivers through the help of wires or sometimes like this. And we had lots of accidents with the kids. For the parents, it is very tough. They think, oh, why should I send my kids with the risks of landslide, the risks of walk, risks of snake bites? It's better I can have my kids in my farm so that he or she is looking after the cows, goats, collecting the wood. So, and at the time, what they think is okay, but for the long time basis, I think that for the kids, it's very hard to go on with their life. So with the help of Norca, they can really focus on the education. We think that the basic education is very, very important to survive in this modern world.
And now, thanks to Norca, we can even more support these kids from this region to tell to the parents, listen, education is so important. You don't need to worry about the financial aspect of this, of the education of your kids. So we are so grateful, actually.
4 weeks, 15 European cricket nations, 95 matches, and it all comes down to this, the technical excellence of the England 11. What an adventure they have been on against the brute talent and fearlessness of the Belgians. 2 teams remain, only one will raise this trophy, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship final, and it starts right now. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol for the final time. Well, it's hard to believe this is the 96th match of the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And well, we're about to go to the toss, but first I'm here with some of the crowd. And how are you guys enjoying the action today? Well, I know there's a lot of excitement and anticipation for this toss. It's England 11 against Belgium in the decider. The winner will walk away with the trophy. So there's all to play for. Let's go down to the toss. And well, ECN founder Dan Weston will be tossing the coin. He's with Rob Kemming and the 2 captains.
Your call. Heads. Tails it is. Heads. You'll have a bowl, please.
Well, there you go. It was a Dan that tossed the coin, and a Dan wins the toss. Dan Lincoln of the England 11, he wins the toss, and he's elected to bowl first. I think both teams wanted to chase the England 11. Well, they're 16-2, and look, like I say, only dropped 2 games during the tournament. One of them was to Belgium. The other one was to Italy earlier in the ECC, but Belgium, they are fearless. They're 12-7 for the tournament, but they're capable of anything. These 2 teams have met 3 times. The first time Belgium won, the second time England won, and the third time was that qualifier one earlier in the day. It went down to the very last ball, so not much between these teams. Anything can happen. And I'm going to have to ask the crowd, who do you guys think is going to win the final? Well, I'll tell you what, I have no idea. Michael McCann is in the comedy box. It's going to be a huge one, the biggest match of the year. Let's go over to you now in the comedy box to get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Vinny. it is the one we've all been waiting for across 4 weeks of cricket. If you're watching on Fox in Australia, Flow Sports in the USA, Willow TV in Canada, Sport en France, Sport 1 Germany, BT Sport if you're in the UK and Ireland, Malaga TV if you're in Spain, or in Sub-Saharan Africa on Star Times, or Sportsmax TV in Jamaica and the Caribbean. It is fantastic to have your company. That's what they're playing for, a truly magnificent trophy. It weighs 10 kilos, no less, and we're so good that we'll even pay for the excess baggage, of course, for whoever has to take it home. But is it going to London or Brussels? Belgium heading out there on the left, England 11 on the right. Those are your teams. Now, after their match earlier on today, where the English beat the Belgians on a dramatic final ball win with just 3 wickets in hand, the England 11 have decided to strengthen their batting, which makes sense because they did have a bit of a collapse in that game. Luke Webb has come in. It's Max Utley who's unfortunate enough to miss out. Faisal Mahmood and Adnan Razak, 2 players to not make it in for Belgium. Your umpires are Stefan Gooch and Charles Croucher. But before the match, we'll start this inaugural Dream11 European Cricket Championship final with the national anthems. It will be the English national anthem, God Save the Queen, followed by the Belgian national anthem, Brabant Kon.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not already doing so, please stand for the national anthems of both teams. We will start with the national anthem of Great Britain.
Save our Queen.
from Belgium.
So the anthem's complete. It is the English that have won in 2 of the 3 head-to-heads where these sides have met so far in this tournament. This is the match that counts, and that anthem was written in 1830 by a French-Belgian revolutionary who was killed in the independence struggle with the Dutch. Well, they're not going to have to die for their country today, Belgium, but they're going to do their best to win for their country. And joining me for this final, of course, is Vinny Sandu.
Great to be here. Great to be here. So excited. Biggest game of the year. Biggest game of 2021 in European cricket for me, Michael. And the Belgians, well, they've been on quite an adventure, haven't they? England 11 as well. But, you know, we've got a little package just showing you some of the action we've seen so far today. And it was something that I know a lot of you have been following around the world. But, you know, these highlights have just kept coming throughout this entire 4 weeks, the 96 games. So we do have a bit of a highlights package for you to show you exactly what has happened so far in this series. Very good. So, roller coaster of emotions. How was that last ball win that England secured over Belgium? These two teams meet again just a few hours later. Oh, about just over 4 since that dramatic finish in the first qualifier. It's going to be Muneeb Mohammed out there with Aziz Mohammed. Belgium batting first. I think both teams wanted to chase. England were the ones that won the toss, and Dan Lincoln said, yep, they'll have a field. And the Belgian coaching staff, you saw the whole spectrum of emotions from then as well in that dramatic first qualifier. So here's Rich Edwards to start things off. It's the final. Only one will prevail. Starts with a slow ball that jumps on Muneeb Mohammed. And Michael, I'll be interested to get your thoughts about this final. I mean, 2 quite different teams, but I think 2 quite even teams.
Yeah, it's a proper 50-50 final. You'd probably say England started the minor favourites by virtue of the fact they've only lost twice in the competition so far compared to Belgium. Lost a fair few more games. They've also won 2 of the 3 head-to-heads between these teams. Maybe 55-45, I'd say, or even 60-40.
Swing and a miss. It's one thing about Muneeb Mohammed. Has struggled a little bit with the high-quality pace bowling of England 11 and the Netherlands 11. But Rich Edwards, he's had quite the series as well, hasn't he? And nothing sums up ECN T10 cricket as much as him conceding only 1 run in a 2-over spell, and then the very next game going for 47.
Well, it is going to be very difficult to beat that record of Edwards. Someone's going to have to bowl 2 maidens for the most economical ever T10 international spell.
Well, Muneeb's after him, but this hasn't gone too far at all. It's going to be a wicket. And so Muneeb Mohammed goes for a duck in the final. Rich Edwards gets early blood for the England 11. The first wicket falls without a run on the board.
Well, it's a great start, and he's made a really good habit of doing this throughout the tournament, Rich Edwards. He's been one of the most economical seam bowlers in the competition, and he's right up there for wickets too. Just bangs it in back of a length, and a good diving catch from Rishton. He enjoyed that moment with a big bank of England expat fans over the far side. Early blood to the English.
There's a big crowd in for this one, biggest crowd of the tournament, as you'd imagine. Word has got around, and a lot of people travelling to be here as well. So disappointment for Muneeb Mohammed. He goes without scoring. It is none for one. But having said that, every door that closes, there's one that opens, and I think it's not a bad thing to get some of the hitters in earlier. I think they're going to need a big score if they're going to test the England 11 chasing. And I think, you know, at least Muneeb Mohammed didn't waste too many balls in that duck, just the 3 of them. And now Ali Raza comes to the crease. Michael, he is capable of anything.
Yeah, this is a man who scored 3 consecutive half-centuries to power Belgium into a really good position in finals week. He hit 56 of just 23 balls in their victory against the England 11 on Tuesday. And he is a shot a ball, Ali Raza. You will get a massive 80-metre 6, followed by the ugliest swipe you've ever seen for a dot.
Let's see his approach to Edwards. Belgium normally attack everything, and he does. This is one hard down the ground. It's on the ground. I won't get a run. Saw Raza come out and just bang 6s from the word go in that previous innings. And one thing about this T10 format that I've noticed, Michael, is teams that can bat deep and have genuine hitters that can come in and score from ball 1, which is pretty much what the Belgians are. They're well suited to it because they have the confidence to risk their wicket, knowing if they do get out, then someone else can come up and pick up the slack.
I know it's a target from Abhijit Khan, their coach, wants every player to hit their first ball for 6 at least once.
Well, he goes short, and this one is going to go all the way. The first one of the final, Maximal. Raza gets Belgium off the mark with a bang.
Well, it was the short ball from Edwards, but it wasn't quite quick enough to bother Ali Raza. I just wonder whether it was maybe a snowball bouncer from Edwards. Just sits very deep in his crease, as that replay shows. That's towards the fan zone, not quite into it.
Well, the fan zone, they are in the firing line, and a lot of people have come from all parts of the country and even Europe to be here. And I know that following this, we will have a championship ceremony where the trophy will be awarded, and I'm sure a lot of them will be sticking around for that. Last ball of the over. They've had a 6, a wicket, and 3 dots. Edged and 4. This one flies away.
Oh, it's a bit of luck here. If you're going to swing, swing hard, and Ali Raza gets a fair few of these too in this tournament. 10 for 1 after the first.
Yeah, it was a thick edge, wasn't it? Goes hard at it, and Lincoln covers a lot of ground, but even he can't get to that one. So yeah, 10 off the first, all off the bat of Ali Raza. And the England 11, we saw them kind of get the staggers chasing. And a traditional theory, going back in finals matches, is you get the runs on the board, because there's a lot of pressure on the team batting second, especially if it starts to go wrong. But both these teams have shown they're capable of chasing down big totals. And the other thing is, occasionally they've fallen short. So I think when it comes down to it, whoever plays better will win. The batting first or batting second thing, perhaps not as relevant as we think.
Yeah, England's formula in this tournament generally has been always to bowl first. Speaking of bowling, on comes Saman Akhtar. He's great to watch. Saman Akhtar can get up into the low 80s in terms of miles per hour. I know his dad Ian and his mum Lala will be watching, very proud of him.
Wow, this one's totally mistimed, and this is going to be another wicket, I'm sure of it. And it is held by Alex Russell. So immediate success for Saman Akhtar. And he gets Aziz Mohammed very first ball. He's a very good puller of the ball normally, but this one, he was just a little bit late on it. It's a risky shot to play first up, and they live on risks. This one, the Belgians die on the sword, 10 for 2.
He's made a really happy knack of doing this, Saman Akhtar, as the tournament's gone on. As the enforcer of this England 11, he's become increasingly effective. 3 for 16 yesterday against the Belgians, and he's already picked up a wicket. It's just high quality pace that's not full and in that slot region that gets dispatched straight. And that is a big, big moment, because Aziz Mohammed, despite that leg injury, has been so often holding together this Belgian batting. He hit 56 off 22 against the Netherlands in the qualifier match to knock the Netherlands out and help get them here. So that's a huge psychological blow for Belgium. It's going to be left to the middle order to do the heavy lifting, and often when Aziz Mohammed and Munib Mohammed both fail, it doesn't tend to go so well for them. They have had their struggles with the bat recently. In 3 of their last 5 innings, they haven't got past 100.
And Sherry Butt is the new batsman. He'll be on strike, and they've got kind of a slip in a gully, but they're very, very deep, both on the circle, protecting against that edge. Sherry Butt just turns this one away behind square for a single. And what do you think about that fielding position, or fielding positions? Essentially, they've got 2 short third fielders on the circle, but before that, let's have a look at the stats gun key insights from this week. I mean, England only dropped the 1 game this week. Belgium had a much more mixed time of it. They're 2-2 batting first. When they have batted first, post an average score of 128 and in the range of 94 and 171. Ali Raza been very, very good for them with the bat this week. So he goes upstairs and gets through Ali Raza.
Beautifully bowled by Saman Akhtar. Your margin for error as a bowler with the bumper is not huge. That's his one over the shoulder, as the replay confirms. I think it makes sense to have these 2 catches. You know they're going to be thrashing hard in the power play, and it's probably as likely to go there as anywhere else inside the circle.
Yeah, it's a bit of a double chance in that position. This one is away, and this is probably going to beat the fielder at will. And so Ali Raza, and he a bit of luck as well. This one, I think he is a little bit late on it, to be honest, but goes away from the field. It was a little bit too square for him, and another boundary to Belgium.
Well, they're really dependent on Raza now. With the 2 openers out, it's got to be him who carries this innings through and sets up a total. Got plenty of hitters all the way down, but Raza's maybe the glue of it so often is.
This one's hit hard. 1 bounce to the fielder, who has a go. And just get the 1 here. So, I mean, all things considered, I think England 11 on top, despite Raza getting 15 of the 16 runs. But those 2 early wickets back in the shed, it's advantage England 11 at the moment. But you know, Belgium, they're going to keep attacking. They're going to keep coming at the men in red.
Yeah, their philosophy is, look, we've got 10 overs and 10 wickets. It's as simple as that. There's no reason to hold back. Sherry Butt certainly won't. He scored a T20 international ton.
Plays and misses.
There's not much he can do with that. End of a magnificent over from Saman Akhtar. And he plays his national counties cricket with Herefordshire. He is a fast bowler who lets the ball do the talking. And I tell you what, the ball had a lot to say in that over. 16 for 2 after 2.
Very good over, following up the work of Edwards in the first. So let's see, will they go back to Edwards here? I don't think so. I think they're going to go for a slower option. I see the keeper coming out for Dan Lincoln. There's the 2 teams. And you can see just the 1 change for England with Matt Utley going out and Luke Webb coming into the lineup. So they've gone for the extra batsman in this one. That's, I would say, that in our poll on our YouTube channel, actually 60-40 to Belgium. So a few people tipping what I guess would be considered an upset. But
dare I suggest that's quite a few who are rooting for the slight
could be
underdog. Of course, the England 11, probably alongside the Netherlands 11, would have started this tournament as the 2 favourites. And I think after that, people were, you know, there was a few other teams in the mix, but no one else who was quite clearly up there as a tournament favourite.
They're going for Alex Russell in the power play. They did this earlier. He gets this one away very fine. Or he's just lucky to get anything on it. I think it would have been a stumping chance for Lincoln if he'd missed it. And Russell, he's on you pretty quick. And you mentioned Woods, who unfortunately had to leave the squad injured, but Russell's picked up his position and done it pretty well since. Raza works this into the gap, and it's going to be 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Raza doing all the scoring at the moment. He has 19 out of the 20 runs on the board for Belgium so far.
Well, he needs a bit of support, but he's at least making sure Belgium have got out of this power play with something to show for it. So just straying onto the pads a touch. Alex Russell, who's come through the Gloucestershire Academy, spent some time at Essex at the back end of this summer as well.
Tosses this one up slightly and pays the penalty. Well, this one is out of here. Maximo! Raza brings up his 25 and only 9 balls. At the moment, he's striking the ball very sweetly.
Well, it just looks like he's refound his timing. Ali Raza was struggling a bit against the England 11 yesterday, but we know that Belgium prefer facing spin. There's no doubt about it.
Pushes this one through, but he's mistimed this horribly. It's Webb who goes back, and he spills the catch. Wow, this one, you'd expect this to be caught. I think Ali Raza, he was already walking back. He knows England 11, they don't drop many, but this one, the moment gets the better of Webb, maybe grappling with the sun a little bit in his eyes, and that is a man that you don't want to drop.
Well, this is a huge let-off. It's a relatively regulation catch. He does have to make ground going back, but it's a surprise.
And this time, it's going to be rubbed in. It's a crowd catch. There's Andrew down there. He's going to have to chase it, and Sherry Butt, he gets his first of the innings. Maximal, 6 more to Belgium.
Well, it's almost a surprise when any Belgian batter takes 3 balls to hit their first 6. I did mention they do tend to prefer facing spin. Dutch found that out a couple of hours or so ago.
This one just has the batsman guessing. What he does do, he mixes up his pace pretty well, but that gets us to the end of the power play. Belgium are now 33 for 2, and 17 come off the 3rd over.
So in the 4 overs of the Belgian run chase against the Netherlands that saw spin being used, they did take 2 wickets, the Dutch, but they went for 67 runs.
Yeah.
And that tells you a story, and I know quite a few people around the ground from various teams, including Italy and Austria, who've, of course, departed, been knocked out, and Spain, were really surprised to see so much spin used by the Dutch. It will be intriguing to see how this very versatile England attack is deployed by Captain Lincoln, and whether he even brings Russell back. He does have 6 bowling options, and on is another of them, Andy Rishton.
Yeah, Rishton's been good in the series, hasn't he, as well? He's another one who has a few deliveries, he bowls a lot of cutters, also has a pretty slippery Yorker that he throws in there now and then. So here he is. He's bowling to the number 3, Ali Raza. Starts with a cutter. This one will be called wide.
From my experience of watching Andy Rishton, he's just going to try and get 6 wide Yorkers in here against Ali Raza.
And this is the risk. This one just goes straight over the blue line. Good call. The officials, Charles Croucher and Stefan Gooch on field in this one.
Remember, that blue line can move if there's premeditated movement from the batter outside the off stump.
Well, it gets closer this time, but it's close enough for Ali to swing at. And this one's out of the ground. Maximal. That one is feeding the snakes into the jungle. 6 more to Belgium.
Well, he's just fallen into the slot, but it's a good shot from Ali Raza, because too often we see deliveries like this being hoiked through the leg side, but he went with the line of the ball, swung through that line nice and cleanly.
He's got a lot of confidence that he can go over that offside boundary. It's 2 full this time, and this is into the gap. It'll be 4 more. So Raza fighting back. He's really taking the ball by the horns, and that's something you see literally in this part of the world. Belgium move to 44.
It's a one-man show at the moment. Ali Raza is putting on quite the show. England 11 will just be getting a bit nervous here. Back-to-back boundaries against Rishton. Wonder, does he go to the bouncer as a change-up, or does he stick with those wide Yorkers?
He goes full, but this one's going down the leg side. Nervous moment for Raza. I think that's something as well that, okay, you might have a plan, but you need to mix it up now and then, otherwise become too predictable. We see Ali Raza wasn't really expecting that ball to be so straight. He's kind of setting up for something that's going to be near that wide line. And just gets himself in a bit of a tangle there.
And I'm sure they would have thought about how to better play Rishton. He took 3 for 3. An excellent spell against Belgium earlier on in the day.
He bowled very well. This one gets straight through him, doesn't miss by much. So you love the topsy-turvy nature of the contest. And remember, Belgium, they set a score in the 90s earlier on for England and went all the way to the last ball. They set them a target of 95. So England 11 just had the wobbles a little bit with that one. So they'll know anything. Ton plus is competitive. I think they'll want a few more than that. At the moment, they're going at the par of 12 and over. Oh, once again, this Yorker gets through.
Really good from Rishton. Or Mr. Rishton, as he's known at Felton Fleet School, Cobham in Surrey, where he teaches maths and PE. I'm told that a lot of the kids have stayed behind after school, and pretty much all of the staff to watch the game
It's good reason to do it. Hello to all of you there. Hope you're enjoying watching Mr. Rishin at work. He's such a baby face. He looks too young to be a mister, doesn't he? I know he does a lot of great work there. Last ball of his over. Oh, it's another good Yorker. So he comes back well. There's still 11 off the over. 4 overs down. All the fours. 44 for 2 Belgium.
I think right now, after that counter-attack that's in progress, pretty even.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, 11 and over. I just keep looking at that run rate. I mean, I think 12 is par, 11.5 to 12. Let's have a look at what's happened today on the finals Friday of the championship week. This is the 20th and final day of this first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. First game of the day, we saw Spain knocked out by the Netherlands 11. And then that England 11 Belgium game in qualifier 1, what a game it was. Went to the very last ball. We actually had 2 last balls because the first one was an O ball. And then Belgium knocking out the Netherlands 11 in that previous match qualifier number 2. So they see the value of the double chance. Although Belgium and the Netherlands 11 both lost a match today, Belgium did have the ability to come back and still make this final. And looks like we're going to see Sam Pearce bowling the 5th over. Another spin option for English 11 captain Dan Lincoln.
21 wickets already in the tournament for Pearce.
He goes after this. This is in the air, and it might never come down. When it does, it'll be over the fence. Maximo! 6 to start the 5th over, and Belgium hit 50.
Well, I think that might have snow on it.
I think so. I mean, certainly, I think it's got a bit of cumulus on it, because that was right up in the clouds. And thought for a second, it's so high. Does it have the journey? But it does. And the wind is actually kind of favouring that side of the ground. It's blowing across the ground, left to right on your screen. Goes again, and he's going to roll the dice, and he comes up double sixes. Maximo! 6 and 6 to start the 5th, and Sherry Butt is looking destructive.
Yeah, Sherry Butt finally giving Raza a bit of support. He hasn't had much strike, in fairness. He's now on to 19 of 6 Butt, who was brought in 4 finals week, and what a man to bring in. Averages 44 in T20 international cricket at a strike rate of 162, and you are seeing why.
Yeah, they're just not scared, are they? They're just not scared, these Belgians. Will he go for 3 in a row? I'm guessing yes. Well, he reaches for this, and it will be 3 in a row. Well, this is really classy. This is pure hand-eye coordination and pure talent from Sherry Butt, who goes 6-6-6, the Devil's number, and it's getting hot in the kitchen for the England 11 as Belgium pass 60.
Well, he's halfway to the perfect over. We've seen a few people get very close this week. Harrison Ward hit 5 sixes off Murid Ekrami. That was closest anybody got. We've seen a few overs that have had 5 sixes in. Tom Bevan did it too for the England 11.
That was all wrist. That ball's on middle stump, but he backs himself to hit it on length. And when you hit it in the middle of the bat, you get value for runs at the Cartama Cricket Oval. Pearce, what's his comeback? Short, and this will be called a wide, just turns outside the blue line. And, well, Sherry Butt has watched Ali Raza saying, okay, you've had your turn. See, certainly a plan, but you know, if you get any of that blue line as it goes past the crease, it will be called a wide. Goes again, and you can put this one with the rest. Sack him, rack him. Is that another catch to Samir? Well, that's 3 catches that he's taken today. And just like that, 4 sixes in a row, plus the wide. That's 25 off the over, still 2 to come. This over's gone magical for Belgium.
He couldn't, could he? He's 2/3 of the way there.
Don't mention it. It's always a jinx. Here it comes. He won't get 6 here, but he will get 4. It's the next best thing. This is a really expensive over now for Pearce. It's gone for 29. It's already magical. I think we're heading for 30 plus. That'll be a supersonic over. And Belgium, they are running away with it here. What a 5th over this is.
Well, he won't get 6. I think he'll take 4 though. This is sensational.
Oh, it won't be supersonic, but I think they'll settle for 29 as the last one slides past the bat of Sherry Butt, who's 35 off 10, and Belgium at the halfway mark are 73 for 2.
Well, I did mention that they love to feast on spin, the Belgians, and the 2 overs of spin have gone for 46 between them. Russell concedes 17, Pearce concedes 29, and as we get to the Norcane strategic timeout, suddenly that one big over means it all looks so different, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. And you know, this is reminds me of a comment I just saw in our live chat, Eastern European Cricket Network, which is attack is the best form of defence for Belgium. You've probably heard that saying. But that is how they play. They back themselves. They know, like, even at this stage, they have so many hitters to come. They're going to wait for a ball in their zone, and their zone is so big for them to hit sixes. You see, it's only really the real perfect Yorkers that they jam down on, and both these batsmen doing it at the moment. Remember, we still haven't seen batsmen like Zakil, who's still to come, and players of that calibre. So at the moment, you'd have to say at the halfway point, after that over, it's advantage Belgium.
You'd probably just about rather be Belgium, but it only takes one bad over to drag things back. I wonder now, do the England 11 think, look, we're just going to bowl 5 overs of pace? Because they've got enough players to do that. They've got 2 to come from Godsall.
Yeah,
I imagine
Godsall.
he'll bowl the 8th and the 10th. And then you've obviously got Akhtar and Rishton as well.
I think they will. Honestly, you have to think on your feet as a skipper because you don't have too much time in this form of the game. But also, I think that Norcane strategic timeout coming at a good time for the England 11 gives them a chance just to sit back, take a few rests, have a quick chat to the troops and say, look, guys, just hang in there and the momentum will come back to us. And I think we are going to see Godsall now. And he's bowled very well in this tournament. He's got an excellent change of pace. And batsmen just don't seem to be picking. And at the moment, who can stop the Belgian runaway train? Will it be Arthur Godsall, who comes in to bowl the 6th over? Short, and this one's going to be called a wide, probably on line and height. But that's what makes his quick one so effective. He's probably not the quickest bowler, Godsall, but the fact that he bowls so many slower balls, he often surprises batsmen with that quicker one.
Now, I know he started with a wide, but I think this is a good move. Godsall has been very difficult to get away. Took 1 for 2 from his only over against Belgium yesterday and 3 for 11 against them earlier today.
It's a big over after the timeout. Ali Raza hits this pretty well, but hits it straight at the man at deep square leg. It'll just be one. And the reason this is big is because we've seen things go a bit pear-shaped after the strategic timeout before, haven't we? And it reminds me a bit of the first time these two teams met today. And Belgium were 62 for 3 at the strategic timeout, and the next 2 overs went for 8 and 1. And one of those ovals, the one that went for 1, was off Arthur Godsall. Sherry Butt gets this right off the toe, so it'll be a dot ball. It's important that Belgium just keep pushing. So, I mean, what an exciting atmosphere this is with the crowd, and so many people have come in to get involved today. And they're loving the atmosphere. It's certainly one of the most unique and special experiences I've ever had in cricket to be here. Bring it to everyone all around the world. Akhtar, the third man, comes up into the circle now. They're going to push long off back. That's often a sign that the ball will be pitched up. Let's find out. Well, this one is short up and it's going, it's gone. Maximo! But is going great guns now. He overtakes Ali Raza. He's moved to 41 and Belgium move up into the 80s.
Well, this partnership is ticking, and Sherry Butt has had a really good spell here where he's managed to keep the strike. Now he's on a roll as well, and all of a sudden 150 comes back into the picture.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, still hard to believe in Belgium the way they've played, and what a story it will be if they can pull this off. A lot of cricket to go though. Pitches up, and this one has gone a long way. Wow, that could be another catch with the crowd down there. They're being very busy at the moment. They're doing more fielding than the fielders. Maximal, 6 more to Belgium as Butt moves to 47.
Well, this is an extraordinary assault. It is just raining boundaries. Pearce's over went for 29. Now Godsall's conceded 14 off 4 balls. And look at what it means to Abhijit Khan and his troops.
Goes short, misses out this time. Flat shot, please.
It's a great response from Godsall.
And have a look at this one on the replay. No real foot movement. So much of the batting from the Belgian batsmen is to do with their hand-eye coordination. They often don't move their feet, but they just are so good at cracking it. A lot of them have that tape ball background. It's quite extraordinary what they can get away with. Full, pitched up, another 6. It's another half a dozen, and that brings up Sherry Butt's 50, and it comes up in only 15 balls. What a performance it's been from Sherry Butt. And would you believe it, That 50 includes how many? 8 sixes. 8 sixes, 48 runs in sixes out of his 53 and a 4. So only one single in that 53. Amazing batting.
It is the first time in this tournament we've seen someone get to a half century with 8 sixes in it, and that just sums up this Belgian batting. Boom or bust. Pretty much near enough every ball that hasn't been a 6 has been a dot, apart from that 1-4 and the single. So dot ball percentage just isn't an issue with Belgium, because if it's not a dot, it's probably gone a long, long way.
93 for 6, and you mentioned seam might be the answer. Well, that one went for 20, and I talked about the importance of that over after the Norcane strategic timeout, but they're sticking with pace, and it's Zam Akhtar to bowl over number 7. Full toss, but he hasn't quite got this. Does he have enough? You betcha! And this one's out of here, and they're asking for it. Maximo, 6 runs. I don't know about the height of this one. I think they haven't a look at it. And I tell you what, the crowd, they are loving what they're seeing at the moment. And well, that's the crew from Spring Productions. Let's have a look at this one. I mean, how high is it? Oh, tell you what, borderline to say the least. It wasn't called, but still went the journey. 6 runs. Oh, and he's bowled. He's been bowled by a Yorker. And there's a bit of bad luck for Raza, who chops down. It comes off his body, just rolls back. And one bail is removed, and so is Ali Raza. Slightly overshadowed, but don't forget, he started it all off in this innings. But he goes for 43. Belgium lose another wicket. A third goes down. It's 99 for 3.
This is potentially a match turning moment, I beg your pardon, because this partnership was just running amok. They added 89 between them for this third wicket, and they added 89 together from just 30 balls. They were going at almost exactly 3 a ball. He gets a warm ovation as he comes off, Ali Raza. That is another magnificent innings from Belgium's top run scorer in the tournament so far. He's been really consistent for them right through finals week, and he's given them every chance in the match that matters most.
Such a selfless team as well. Remember, he got dropped a bit earlier, and he certainly went on, so he made the most of that life. And this is a great time for Sabir Zakil to come to the crease, I think, with just over 3 overs remaining. It's, yeah, I mean, that's a bit of bad luck. But he, like I said, he had a slice of fortune earlier in the innings when he did get dropped. So, cashed in to an extent, and show him up there. He's looking set, and Zakil, the new batsman, he's a man England want to see the back of pretty early. Oh, that's such a good shot. First ball, he won't get a run. But this guy, what an eye he's got. And this is Zaman Akhtar, who's bowling in the low 130s, probably 130 to 135. So kind of the kind of 80 to 85 miles an hour spectrum. And he's just cracked that off the middle of the bat, first ball. It goes upstairs, and this one, he doesn't catch up with Michael.
Well, this is really good from Akhtar. We know he's got a good sharp bouncer, and you might know what he's going to do, but there's not necessarily a lot you can do about it. Sabir Zakil's hit the 4th most 6s in T20 internationals this year, but when it's an 80 mile an hour bouncer, easier said than done to get hold of it.
Yeah, but he's spent his over the shoulder there, so he won't be able to bowl another one. Still 3 to come. Akhtar's bowled well here, 2 for 12 in his spell. 2 balls remaining. That's a little bit short, and this is 6. Maximo! What a shot. I mean, what a shot to get off the mark. He's got these wrists. I don't know what they're made of, these wrists. I think they're made of silk or something, because they are so smooth, and he cracks them through the ball. 6 to Zakil.
Well, he's arguably Belgium's very best hitter, Sabir Zakil, and you can make a case that it's surprising he's not come in until this point in the innings, but you can see the quality of those who are above him as well.
100's up. Still over 3 overs remaining. Last ball, the 7th coming up. He gets funky, but he might have found trouble here. It's Edwards who holds on to the catch. So, just like that, Zakil, I think it's a shot that he'll regret when he looks back at it, because they had a pretty fine man on the offside in place behind the wicket. They also had the fine leg in the circle, and it was Edwards that takes the catch. So the 100's up, but also the big wicket of Zakil. And Akhtar takes a 3rd. He finishes with 3 for 18 to score 105 for 4.
And smart field placing, because they know that either for that sort of top-edged pull or the outside edge, they're going to want their 3rd and their fine leg both really quite fine. And this is what it means. Edwards can easily get there, takes the catch. and throws it up. Proud Welshman said it is a bit strange playing for the England 11, but he's got his head around it.
You see there,
have an ECC winners medal.
It's quite possible, but I mean, he saw that hit quite high up the bat towards the top, kind of the splice of the bat. So I guess sometimes on reflection that seems like a crazy shot, but that's the way they play. I think he'll be frustrated to get out playing a shot like that when he hits the ball so well in front of the wicket. And so with 7 overs down, they are going to bring back Rich Edwards to bowl the 8th over. England 11 with the bat. I mean, which England will we see with the bat? We've seen them score some really big runs, but you know, they will feel the pressure. This is what's coming up on Monday. We'll be in Croatia with the Fancode European Cricket Series, and you can follow that one on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, starting at 7 AM GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 PM in India. So same time, just if you are watching on one of our international broadcast partners, you can subscribe to our channel and follow more T10 cricket from Europe. Here's Edwards. Swing and a miss outside the off. What do you think about bringing back Edwards at this stage? Would you been tempted maybe to bowl him at the death? I suppose we've still got Godsall to bowl at the end, probably Rishton to bowl the last 2 overs. Is that what you're thinking?
I probably would have stuck with Edwards in 1 and 3 slot, but he's more than capable of coming back here and doing a good job, so perfectly sensible decision.
Good Yorker. Dug out though by Sherry Butt. And I'll be pretty happy to stay at the other end. And here's a man, Omid Rahimi. Yeah, it must be sunny because he's wearing a cap today. Often comes out with the bare head look. And he is another one. He will swing from the get-go.
Now, we've got to mention this from a health and safety point of view. It's quite ironic Rich Edwards is bowling at him because his job is actually a health and safety officer, but I'm sure when he's not bowling to Omid Rahimi, he'll probably step down and just tell him, mate, wear a helmet. But we cannot make these players do so.
Beats him for pace this time. Dot ball. Yeah, it's a good point you make.
Advise it, don't we?
Yeah, for sure. We always do. It's a matter of personal choice when it comes down to it. And I think you see younger players as well, new generation, they're very used to batting in helmets. It's been the way they've grown up. And so you see England 11 fielders saying, come on, let's take 2, let's take 2. Rahimi's just got to score here at least. Well, that's one way to do it. This is going. It's a long way up and it's a long way down. That one's gone over the DJ. Well, start the music, Maximo, and that's how you get off the mark, Michael.
Well, there was that song, Hang the DJ. This has nearly killed poor old DJ Anthony. It was right into his DJ booth. Thankfully, he does seem up and okay, playing the tunes as he has throughout the 4 weeks here at the Cartama Oval.
How's that for a shot? I mean, you're thinking, oh, maybe he's a bit too quick for him. And that one was on the roof, was it? Well, at least the roof is providing some protection, not only from the sun, and the sun is out today on the Costa del Sol. What a place it is to play cricket. Fantastic climate for it as well. So Edwards goes the journey. He's got 2 balls remaining. And he goes offside this time, and this is going to be 6 more. Well, Omid Rahimi has come out and he's gone bang, bang. And, you know, traditional cricket theory, say, well, get the single, get the established man on strike. Well, the Belgians don't think that way. Every ball is precious, and he comes out and whacks double 6s.
If you're watching this for the first time, maybe because it's the final wherever you are across the world, whatever you think about traditional cricketing ways of doing it, think what that is, think what the polar opposite of that is, and that is probably what Belgium will do. The barnstorming Belgians, they've been a joy to watch. If they were a football team, they'd be a team who'd probably play with sort of 1 defender and say, look, if you score 6, we'll score 7.
Probably don't need a goalkeeper either. Waste of a man. Here's the next one. Oh, this is one where he kind of yorks himself, and I think this is smart because they refuse the single. Rahimi's hit him well. It is the last ball of the over, so it takes us into the 8th, and Sherry Butt will be on strike to start the 9th. Belgium are 118 for 4.
Right now, I think I'd maybe just rather be Belgian, but it's pretty narrow. The England batting side haven't chased a score of more than 115 in this tournament, but it is worth mentioning the main reason for that, as often is the case, is because they've not really had the opportunity to do so, because normally their bowlers have been so good. And they've obviously got a fine batting lineup, strengthened by having Luke Webb in the team this time. So I hope we'll mitigate somewhat against the mini collapse they had in that game earlier on against Belgium.
Another big over for me. I think Godsall, he's been the best bowler for England in this kind of situation. I mean, be him or Rishton, but I think consistently Godsall has fooled the batsman with his change of pace. Here he is in the 9th. Well, this one's worked off his hip, and it probably is going to be out. It is out, and a nice catch. And well, the two death bowling partners will combine. Rishton takes the catch on the boundary rope. It's the end of a very good innings from Sherry Butt, but he's got to go for 54. The 9th starts with a wicket. It all happens in the 9th, 118 for 5.
Well, he's coming especially for finals week, Sherry Butt, and he saved his very best until last, his first half-century of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's carried Belgium to a total that's looking like it's going to be at least at, if not above par. But he has to depart for 54 of 18, a strike rate of exactly 300 runs per 100 balls, or if you throw it a bit more simply, 3 per ball, 8 sixes and 1 4. Superbly played.
Yeah, only 2 singles in that innings, including the last one he scored, but he decided to keep the strike, pretty much turning down a single that I think was there off the end of the last over, but you can see what it means to the Belgians. Yeah, I think I'd certainly rather be Belgium. Don't get me wrong, England 11 do have the potential to chase this down. Truly, they've got the chance to chase anything down, to be honest. We saw a big chase against Italy in the Group C final, but I mean, you need things to go right for you, and I'm sure the batsmen, although very, very talented, will be feeling the pressure in this second innings. Wicket for Godsall, his first. Next one, fools the batsman. We're going to have a run out here. And yeah, well, I suppose this is smart in the end. Well, what's happened here? Well,
because what happened is Rahimi was trying to make his ground, saying that he should be sacrificed. So there was a bit of a disagreement over who should be trying to...
Yeah, well, I thought they got this right in the end because Rahimi's there.
Yeah,
so I know no one wants to see run-outs, but you see that they had a bit of a conversation. They couldn't work it out. I think that Omid Rahimi would be the one that's out.
Yeah, I agree, because Sheikh Shiraz doesn't appear to leave his ground much. Rahimi tries to overtake Sheikh Shiraz and say, look, you've just got out here, I should be in.
Shiraz goes then, so Shiraz is going, then he says, no, and then he says, oh, you're the captain. So I think at the end, it's Omid Rahimi that's out, you see?
They had so much time. They had time to have a good chat about it. They end up rushing into each other. Watch Rahimi here. Rahimi says, look, I'm going to make my ground. And then, as Godsall takes the bails off, it's definitely Omid Rahimi who has to go here.
Yeah, so let's try and get the exact moment the bails are off. See, what happens here is, I think now Rahimi's going, look, we know it's going to be a wicket, but you got to let me go. So he says, okay, I'll go. But then he says, come on. He says, well, you're the captain. And at this moment here, when the bails come off,
Rahimi.
Yeah, it's Rahimi for sure that's going to have to go. And well, that's a bit of a disaster. And that's just what you need if you're England 11 at this stage. Bit of luck. And yeah, Omid Rahimi is going to have to go.
It's very, very frustrated. And can you blame him? Hit 2 sixes already. Classic Belgian batting. 2 sixes and 2 dots. And Omid Rahimi troops off. So Sheikh Shiraz is joined by Khalid Ahmedzai. Ahmedzai, who has contributed superbly with the ball, but hasn't made any real score of note with the bat. He's come out a couple of times and swung a 6 or 2, though, at the end of the innings, and sometimes that really is all you need.
So Rahimi goes for 12. We'll continue with the next ball from Godsall. Slow ball, and this one gets past the infield, takes a friendly bounce. It's going to be 4. So it's a bit of pressure on the captain, Sheikh Shiraz, who is the man that survives the run out. But his clever bowling actually waits for it to get to him. He probably knows Godsall's going to bowl a bunch of slow balls at him. And once you get it over that infield, it shows you that more often than not going to go all the way for 4. Hello to all the crowd there in the fan zone. And if you're having fun in the fan zone, you can give us a wave up here in the commentary box. We're enjoying that you are here with us today. 3 to come in the 9th. Bouncer, this is probably going to be a wide. Yeah, it's pretty high for me.
Yeah, it looked like it was well over that head height mark, as you see the crowd, which is dominated by English expats, but it's been great to see supporters from all across the European cricketing community here. I know a few members of the Portugal side have driven for 6 hours to come and watch. Rafael Fonse's parents, the Netherlands 11 wicketkeeper, they're here.
Full dugout, and they can run hard here. I think they'll only get 1. Yeah, for me now, I mean, if you can get that 140, it's very imposing as a score. I'd say 120 to 130 is about par with these two teams, because I think they are both quite batting heavy teams. I know the par for the tournament's probably around 115. 130s is stretching. 140s is really stretching to see a chase that big biggest chase we've seen in the series, 150 by Sweden earlier in the tournament. This one's going to go for 6. It's a bit of a top edge, but that's going to carry all the way into the fan zone. Maximo! Khalid Ahmadzai gets off the mark. And once again, Michael, we see a player come out from Belgium and hit their very first ball for 6.
Well, the whole of the Belgian team have been told that they'll get a meal out on the coach, Abhijit Khan, if every single one of them can make sure that at some point they've hit their first ball for 6. And that is another one ticked off. Khalid Ahmadzai's done it. They're almost there, in truth.
Yeah, I mean, that's a handy one, isn't it? It was a bit of a top edge, but carried all the way. Last ball of the 9th, and it all happens in the 9th. And this one's hit hard as well, and it was a slow ball. It was picked. It was sent out of the ground. Ahmadzai 12 off 2. Maximo time, back-to-back. Belgium finished the 9th at 136 for 6.
Well, that is just ridiculous. I mean, Arthur Godsaw, who's been superb throughout finals week, has consistently picked up wickets and kept things very, very tight, has, in the final, I wouldn't say necessarily through much of a fault of his own, just some brilliant barnstorming ball striking from the Belgians, conceded 38 from his 2, and look, that Belgian camp, they're just buoyant.
We got a game on.
Over 150.
We got a game on here, Michael. Don't worry about that. You know, what I did say actually to the Belgian captain, Sheikh Shiraz, I said to him, it's probably not a bad toss to lose. I think Belgium wanted to chase, so did England, but runs on the board in a final, and no one can take them away from you. And they have batted very well. So England, under some self-imposed pressure now to chase this down. Looks for certain that it'll be 140 plus, maybe 150 plus, as Andy Rishton will bowl the last over. I'm sure all of his students will be glued to their televisions. 6 balls to go in this Belgian innings. This is hit down the ground. This is 1. I don't mind this because Khalid Ahmadzai, or the Belgian Fabio, as he's known in some circles, is going to come back on strike. He's only faced 2 deliveries. Now, what are the tactics here from Rishton? Do you think he'll stick with that wide Yorker kind of tactic, or will you try and bowl some more of those cutters? What are you thinking, Michael?
I would think he'll stick with the wide Yorker. It will be a wide Yorker or a wide Yorker that is also a cutter. Simple as that. He's not going to want to strike anywhere near the pads.
He doesn't get it quite right, and this one's going to be 4. This is into the gap. Pearce was hunting it in the infield, but it was past him, and Mellor in the outfield couldn't get it either. And Ahmadzai just keeps on swinging. 16 off 3 as Belgium move past 140.
It's worth reminding you about how they've accelerated here. They were 44 for 2 after 4, and since then they've scored almost 100 runs in the 6 overs that have followed.
Good Yorker again. This is sliced away. Well, how's this gone for 4? Well, this has gone some confusion raised. Well, that could be Jeffrey the Tortoise that's hit. And Zaman Akhtar cannot believe this. This is spun one way and then the other. And I don't know, but Belgium are now bending the laws of physics, and it ends up going for 4. And the bowler, Rishton, cannot believe it. To be honest, neither can I.
It just looked like maybe changed direction. He seemed in position and behind it, Akhtar.
So it's hit well down the ground. I think they've got to look for 2 here. I think he's going to want to come back. And now they're going to turn it down. It would have been a close one, but pretty happy to see Ahmadzai at the other end. Yeah, no, we probably didn't have time for a replay because it's such fast-paced action, but the first, if I was the fielder there, down deep backward point, the first one went right to left, and then the next bounce went left to right. That's why it's completely wrong-footed and ended up going for 4. So now for me, Shiraz has got to at least get Ahmadzai back on strike. Even better if he can hit one to the boundary or over. 2 to come. Hits it well. This will just be the 1, I'm sure. So 147. All right. Tell me, Michael, what do Belgium need to do to defend this total? Because, you know, England have some pretty heavy hitters, and Belgium, their bowling is a bit light on sometimes.
Well, if they bowl like they did earlier, they'll probably win the game. It really is as simple as that. The batting wasn't the problem earlier. Sorry, the bowling wasn't the problem for Belgium earlier. The batting was.
It's hard. Probably will settle for 1. Absolutely no chance of it 2. The 148 will be the final score, and Michael certainly set up a very interesting run chase.
Well, you might remember that earlier on today, Belgium was 62 for 3 and collapsed to 94 all out against the England 11, and England 11 won on the last ball. Not this time. No. They were 44 for 2 after 4. The platform was set, and then Raja and Butt got going, and they've added 104 from the last 6 overs of the innings. The last 6 overs of the innings have gone at a run rate of just above 17 and over. And that is what means it's going to take the second highest successful run chase of this entire tournament for the England 11 to take home the trophy. Game well and truly on.
I mean, what an innings that is from Khalid Ahmadzai as well. And look, I thought things were just starting to go off the rails when Rahimi got run out. Remember, he was in that mix-up with his captain, Sheikh Shiraz. But after that, there were 30 runs off the 10 balls that followed. So it really didn't slow them down at all. And Michael, it was the final. It's the one we've all been waiting for. The 96th and final game of the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And Belgium, you knew they were going to come out swinging, but Muneeb Mohammed couldn't get anything going. He went for a duck, but there was plenty of firepower left in the tank as Ali Raza came out, and he really got the ball rolling for the men in black.
Yeah, to have both openers go for it, ducks, when they've carried Belgium so far through this tournament was obviously a long way from being ideal. This was a crucial moment. Luke Webb hands Ali Raza alive, and Raza took it. Firstly, took to the spin of Russell. We mentioned just how much the Belgians seem to like spin. The 2 overs of spin went for 46. Sam Pearce getting hit for 4 big sixes in a row. Couldn't quite turn into 5 from 5 or 6 from 6, but they wouldn't have been too bothered about that. And it was through this middle period, this partnership from Ali Raza and Sherry Butt that ended here. Zaman Akhtar getting the breakthrough. And then after that, they managed to chip away, but as we know with Belgium, taking wickets only means so much.
Yeah, that's right, because they're all so good at coming out and getting runs from the get-go. I mean, this innings saw 17 maximos. That's 102 runs in 6s alone, and only 8 4s. So you saw that's how they like to deal. And then Rishton, well, took that one, and you just felt the wheels might be coming off a little bit here. This is, like I said, 8.2. They were 118 at this stage, and you're thinking, well, from here, they've got 2 new batsmen at the crease. Maybe they're going to stagger to something like 125, 130. But Khalid Ahmadzai, he had something to say about it. He came out and hit a very brisk 22 off only 6 balls. He hit his first 2 balls out of the park. And at the end of the day, that score of 148, that is going to take some catching. But I tell you what, if there's one batting lineup in this competition you think might be able to pull this off, it is the England 11.
Yeah, particularly with Harrison Ward. He's played for Sussex in all 3 formats last summer. The big hitting left-hander to open up with the right-handed England skipper Dan Lincoln, who of course has played for Middlesex and then Kent in recent seasons. The batting card tells a story. Ali Raza and Sherry Butt carried them through the majority of the innings, putting on that partnership of 89 at almost exactly 3 a ball. And then Khalid Ahmadzai with a really good finisher's knock, 22 not out from just 6, meaning the England 11 will need 149 to win. And as for the England bowling figures, well, if you're watching on BT Sport in UK or Ireland, or you're an England fan wherever you are across the world, for once in this tournament, and not necessarily brilliant to be looking at if that is your persuasion, because they got a fair bit of tap, didn't they?
Yeah, they certainly did. But, I mean, I like the bowling of Akhtar, 3 for 18 of his 2 overs. Didn't go for too many, but everyone else in double digits, and some of them quite nasty indeed. You see the 2 overs of spin went for 46 combined from Alex Russell and Sam Pearce, but also wickets for Rich Edwards, 1 for 23. Gotzel picked up a wicket, but it was a bit more expensive than we're used to seeing from him, 1 for 38 off his 2 overs. Well, Michael, thank you very much, and I know that Rico will be back with me for the second half, but we'll hear from you at the end of the day. Michael, I know that so many people, whether they're watching on our YouTube channel or BT Sport in England and Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, everywhere, I know that people are enjoying your commentary, and we look forward to seeing plenty more of you in the future, starting with the end of the day. But Michael, I'll let you sit and enjoy the second innings. Certainly a very close game on the cards.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's going to be brilliant, and thanks for the kind words. But as you and I both know, it's very much about the players, the coaches, the volunteers, and everyone who makes an event like this possible at the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And this is what we've all been waiting for. And these players will have another big moment in their storied careers coming up? Will they be getting the gold medals from Local Lifestyle designed by Sanjay Sharma, or the silver ones? We will know very, very shortly. 149 to win.
Yeah, so stick with us. In just a few minutes, we'll see the exciting conclusion of this first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Rico will be back with me to take you through the chase. It'll be the England 11 requiring 149 runs off their 10 overs to lift the trophy. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Michael McCann. We'll see you shortly for the final innings of the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. A very warm welcome to you wherever you are watching around the world, and welcome back for the final time to the beautiful Cartama Oval, just outside Malaga in the Costa del Sol, Spain. And thanks to our officials, of course, Charles Croucher and Stefan Gooch, you saw on your screen there, followed by the Belgian fielders who are going out to defend their total, and a very healthy one at that, in the final of this first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And England 11, their openers, a lot of pressure on them. 149 the target. It would be the second highest target achieved in this European Cricket Championship over the 4 weeks, right here in game 96. It'll be eclipsed only by the chase we called the impossible chase, when Sweden knocked off, guess who? Belgium in that impossible chase. Oh, there's Tony Redden, who's looking pretty good. And he said he's got his finals day shirt on, and I tell you what, everyone is loving the action. Fan zone is chock-a-block today, as you'd expect. Day 20, it's a very special time of the year. It'll be the biggest innings, I think, of the year in what will be over 1,000 games of European cricket that we bring to you on the European Cricket Network. And by my side is somebody that has seen plenty of it with me. It's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu, as we rejoin Rico Full in the box. Hey Rico, and what did you think of the first innings?
Wow. Good afternoon, everybody. Muy buenas tardes. Bienvenido en este campo en Málaga, in Cartama, Cartamania, taking the world by storm. I tell you what, while I was enjoying that first innings, watching the explosion of shots being played. I think 17 sixes, is that right? Something like that?
17 sixes, only 8 fours.
Yeah, 17 sixes, 8 fours. I mean, the fan zone is rampant with people. They're all enjoying it. And they're all saying the same thing. They're all saying they don't get this team. They get one man out, the next one goes out, and does the same thing. They've never seen anything like it.
Doesn't compute. I mean, like I was saying, they have some sort of super brains that doesn't get affected by nervousness or anything. I mean, even the way they bounce back from that heartbreaking loss in qualifier number 1 to the England 11 on the last ball, when they, I think, literally threw the game away. We thought maybe they'd be a bit flat against the Netherlands 11. Well, they had nothing coming. This is going to be Murid Akrami who's going to open the bowling. So it's 149 for the trophy. England 11, they're going to have to fight every inch of the way. And it's Ward on strike. And he starts with 6, and the crowd goes wild, and the catching has been very good out there, as the first one is caught but not on the field, Rico. Maximo, England are on the board.
Vale, 6 carreras. And, well, it's Harrison Ward, and hits the big 6 of the first ball of Akrami.
Left-hander to left-hander. And, well, you can put this one with the rest, because that's double 6s, and that is a pure straight hit from Ward. He's off to the races with a dozen.
I tell you what, you better check his passport. It is British, or is it Belgium? Because he's hitting them like the Belgians. That is big, that is huge. Chakalagia!
I think it's no mistake that Ward starts on strike to the left-hand spinner, Akrami, because it's a good matchup. Again, you know, this is the thing chasing, though. In the back of your mind, you've got to be thinking, if it gets wrong, if I get it wrong once, it's going to be the end of my tournament. So Akrami, worst possible start for him. He's going to go around the wicket. And there's 3, and you know it. And can you believe it? Have you ever seen the first 3 balls of the match hit for 6? Well, you have now. Maximo, 3 in a row.
I tell you what, look, I've got to say this. I think this was similar to what we saw yesterday, and I think it was the bowler Akrami then, and he was, well, in danger of going for 6 sixes. There was 5 of them. He did get a wicket off the 5th ball, but this one has gone absolutely huge. That's the biggest one I think we've seen in the month here. That's gone all the way over the trees. That ball is still travelling. It's on its way to Marbella, I think, Vinny.
That one might be able to pick that one up in Croatia on Monday morning. This has landed closer to there than here. Now, what does Akrami do here? I think he wants to get outside the off stump, but say Ward is jumping across, and he's going to go back over the wicket, so he's changing a few things. And like I said, it's no mistake that Ward started on strike. It's a full toss. This one's just tapped down the ground.
Now, this disappointment from the fan zone there. Disappointment. I mean, they're booing him. They wanted this to go for 6. Oh, leave the lad alone. Come on. That's not a bad start, is it? 19?
Yeah, they wanted the 6 sixes, you see. They're not going to get it. They might get 5. Dan Lincoln, the English captain, comes onto strike, and what about his century in a fairly similar sized chase earlier in this tournament? It was against Italy in the Group C final. And Krami just trying to get a bit more grip in the fingers. You can kind of excuse him having a few sweaty palms there. 2 to come. This is going to be 6 more, and once again, what a cricket shot it is. The 4th of the over, the first for Lincoln, as England 11 take 25 with still a ball to go in the first. The first has gone magical for the men in red.
Well, we saw the power of Ward, and now it's the timing and placement of Lincoln. Look at this, he doesn't try to overhit it, just gets himself into position and plays the shot beautifully. Lovely shot, and all the pressure on Belgium straight away, and especially the bowler, Akrami.
Phil G in the chat says, if I was Akrami, I'd fake a coma right now. Well, I don't think he'll be going for that option, but I like the way you think. And he's going to have to deal with one more ball, but I mean, things can change very quickly with a wicket. This one's drilled straight at Rahimi, who fields it. So a red dot ball, the first of the innings. And after 1 over, England are off to a flyer. It's 25 for no loss.
Oh, what a start that is. And you know, and Belgium will know this as well. And I think all the people around the ground, especially those that are supporting Belgium, are saying the same. You got to take these 2 wickets early. You get Ward out and you get through Lincoln, then you have a chance. If you don't get them, then, well, we know they can take this game away from them. That is a big score on the board. But have to say, we've seen a lot of chases here. We've seen a lot of runs scored. And on a beautiful afternoon like this, and with this ball coming onto the bat, well, these 2, if you don't get them out early, they're going to punish you.
No doubt about it. And now, I'm sure they'll go to Butty to bowl the second. He just wobbles the ball around. I think Sheikh Shiraz just saying this ball. You see this ball? It's been on a few journeys so far. He's saying, I don't like this one.
Well, that ball, the ones that have been on the journey are still going. They haven't come back. Well, this is another ball, and I think the discussion could be, look, it should be a new ball by now. This is not a new ball, and I think that's the discussion. Look, while they're having that discussion, I've got to say, and this is from Charlie. Charlie wants to give a big shout out to Mark Roberts in Scarborough. He's out there watching the cricket on BT Sports. Well, I hope you're enjoying it, Mark Roberts, and I suppose that's a perfect start for you. And Charlie just wants to give you a big shout out. And, well, I think he's got a few shirts for you as well. Some Cricket Hispania shirts.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I'd be making it as well if I was Sheikh Shiraz about the ball, saying it's only 1 overall. It has taken a pounding, to be fair, but Ibati's a swing bowler. Yeah, but hello to everyone that Rico mentioned, everyone else out there. I know we're getting so many messages from people that perhaps have been new to the world of European cricket, watching it for the first time on one of our international broadcast partners, and you can stick with us throughout the next few weeks as we continue the European Cricket Series around Europe. That's on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. So now they've sorted this out, and Fahim Bhatti will be the bowler. Harrison Ward on strike. So yeah, look, they need something to happen and quick. I've played a lot of finals cricket, and sometimes there's just a moment where things change, and the game still can change. Still 124 required from here. Here's Bhatti.
Just opting to push this away, and the throw comes in. I think that's hit Ward, and nice to see that the batsman, no, they're totally entitled to do so, decide not to take the second. So just pushes this out, says I'll take a single here. I think it's all about the start they've made. They don't have to go crazy.
This is a huge over now. I mean, it's huge because you have another magical over like that, you're really deflated. But Belgium, they need to basically start again. And Bhatti normally has been pretty tight. He doesn't whistle it through at a frightening pace, but he does just move it around a little bit. And that's what you have to do to good batsmen. He gets it wrong here. Ali Raza, good bit of keeping from him. Yeah, so he normally swings the ball into the right-hander. So I don't know whether this particular ball, it's just not going to go. And that might have been what that discussion was about. But yeah, second over ball, if it was in the same condition as the ones that left, would have been pretty large. Well, this one almost taken. Oh, and that's a very, very costly drop, you'd have to say. And it wasn't an easy catch. He's looking straight into the sun out there. It went to his left. And in the end, it goes down, dips on him, and even worse, it goes to the boundary.
Goes to the boundary, and well, it's the man whose day hasn't started very well this afternoon. It's Akrami there, and the worst thing is for him, like you said, it also goes to the boundary. 4 runs.
This one off the bottom of the bat. Well, it might, I was going to say, might have been a chance, but he decides not to throw, and that's Zakil. I think he's struggling with his shoulder, so decides he's not going to have a full throw at that one. He may be available to bowl if it gets desperate. I know they don't want to bowl Sabah Zakil. Of course, his batting tournament is over now. So, yeah, I mean, they just need a steadier, don't they, Belgium? They really need to remove one, or ideally both of these batsmen, because we saw, remember what Lincoln did in that Group C final. This one, unfortunately, goes straight to the fielder. And Lincoln has to hustle, but he gets home. Just a single.
Good throw from Ahmed Zai. And what an introduction he's made for Belgium.
Yeah.
He's been a great bowler, and I see that he scored some valuable runs as well with the bat. So he's really been a good addition for Belgium in Championship Week.
After that disastrous run out, after 8.2 overs, where both batsmen were at one end, I thought maybe they'd lose a bit of momentum, but they scored 30 off the last 10 balls. It goes for this. Now this one is a chance. The fielder's going best. Ahmed Zai. Oh, and he almost takes an outstanding catch. He had that for a while. And, well, the England supporters, well, they're happy with the outcome. This one was curving all the way. It wasn't an easy catch at all. At the last moment, just pops out of the fingers of Ahmed Zai, and the result is 4 runs to Lincoln.
Oh, this is cruel. He's done so well. This was never going to be easy. He's made the ground, and in the end, he's done the hard work. Look, and it's in his hands just for a while, and then it, well, comes out, pops out. I think catches him on the knee, and well, it wasn't quite 6, but it was a boundary.
Such a hard catch. I mean, if that one sticks, that's the kind of moment that changes the momentum of the game, isn't it? This is a very, very destructive start from the England 11.
2 chances in the over, both put down.
And it's going to finish with a wallop, bang, crash, wallop, Maximo to finish the second. The England 11, they get 18 off Butty's over, and they are 43 for no loss.
Well, Charles Croucher took a long time to give that 6. I think he was thinking, well, if I could, I'd give this 12. It went so far. What a hit that was. A big one. Boom! Shaka-lagia. 6 more, and they are rocking and rolling here. 43 off the first 2. But it has to be said, the bowler there, Fahim Bhatti, he's going to feel he's unlucky. 2 chances in that over.
Yes, exactly right. Well, we will be in Croatia from Monday morning. You can join us as we will have 5 new teams that you'll be able to see in that European Cricket Series. It will be shown on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or you can watch it on Vancode if you're watching in the subcontinent. Wakas Raja is going to come in to bowl the 3rd over. Now, he was the man that was trusted with the last over. Some crucial times. You see there the crowd. A few of them from Molly Malone's. I had a great time there in Cohen on Tuesday night. What I remember of it anyway. And Wakas Raja is going to have to bowl the last over of the power play.
Wakas Raja, we know about his last over in that crunch match against England. Well, they did get into the final in the end, but they could have done it without having to play a second match. It all went down to the wire when there was 11 needed. And he got 2 wickets in the over, but then when just needed 4 of the last, he bowls a no ball. They also run 1, and then it all went wrong. England won the game off the last ball.
And the wicket to Ward. That's a dangerous tactic. He goes over mid-off, and not just over mid-off, he goes over the fence. Maximo! Best possible start for Ward, worst possible for Raja, and the fans are loving it. It's 6 more to England.
Good shot, big shot. And it's, well, it's Shaka time, and basically maybe they're out to break that record of 17 sixes. And the way these two are hitting the ball at the moment, that's the mission.
Yeah, man. Hasn't mistimed one, has he, Harrison Ward? He's been in great form today. 27 off 7. And he goes straight, and he goes long, and he goes strong. Maximo, 6 more as England pass 50 in record time. Only 14 balls, and they've passed the half century.
Gia Shaka Lungia. This is an amazing shot, Vinny. I mean, the shot is incredible. He goes right the way back into his crease. You see he's got that. He stands sort of pretty behind anyway. He's on the line, goes all the way back and thumps it straight over for 6. What a shot this is. The power of the man is incredible.
This is just so powerful, but still, I mean, it's a lot of runs still to get. This could go pear-shaped, but Belgium have to stop the bleeding here. It's Wakas Raja. He doesn't let this one go. I mean, what can they do here? Who can they turn to? Can you think of any ideas? I mean, who'd be a captain? How do you stop this kind of assault, Rico?
Well, good question. How do you? I mean, they've tried Akrami, the spin. That hasn't worked. For me, there's one man to try. There's one man who hasn't done too much wrong, and that's got to be Khalid Amazazia. I mean, they tend to use him much later on, maybe coming 5 or 6. I think he's got to come on straight after this one. He gets this wrong again. Well, that gives us an opportunity to just give it. I know that people around the world have loved the production, so let's give them a shout for Spring Productions, the people that have been doing all the camera work. Thank you very much to, well, Martins. There's 2 Martins, so both the Martins, Elvira, Germans, Tom, Christians, and Karina. They've been quality, great work from them. Appreciated around the world for sure. Well done, guys. You've done a fantastic job.
Thank you so much, guys. Pleasure to work with. Third time lucky for Raja. Does let this one go, could be trouble, hits him full, but I think going just down the leg side according to the umpire. I mean, with the angle that he's bowling, this may hit him in line, Rico, but I suppose the umpire, Stefan Gooch, is thinking it's probably just going past the line of that leg stump.
Yeah, well, we'll get a chance to see it again here. So have a look, he shuffles back and across. And well, yeah, I think it's the angle. You're absolutely right, Vinny. And you don't probably appreciate that on the replay, but the umpire will see that. And that ball is going to go into probably missed leg stick.
Yeah, I think that's a very good decision. So, I mean, at the moment, Belgium, they'll have to hustle as well. They don't want to give any penalty runs for a slow over 8. It hasn't exactly been rocketing along here. But the umpires, let's give a shout out to them. The officials out there, Stefan Gooch and Charles Croucher, as well as Nilkesh Patel, Anand Shub, match referee, Sir Rob Kemming. I think the standard's been very high, especially when you consider the intensity of this tournament, the duration of this tournament, and everyone else that helped along the way. Halfway through the 3rd over. This one stroked away and it gets through the field. It's going to be 4. And this one really should have been stopped. The captain, won't be happy with that. It gets through and the result is another boundary to England.
Well, there's a mistake there from the fielder and he's going to be disappointed about that. And that's the captain as well, Shiraz. Well, somebody needs to tell him, Shiraz, I know that we have a beer partner here. It's Cervezas Victoria. Well, they also do sin alcohol. Goes through for 4 runs. A bit of a blunder. It's a gift.
Really was. You can't be giving gifts at this stage, can you? I mean, what can they do, the Belgians? Deer in the headlights. I see another one, and this is going to be more runs. And it's going to be 4 more runs. And we're still in the power play. And the English captain is bringing the power now. He moves to 29. And England 64 without loss with the ball to go. What a power play this is.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crushing start from England. Just pinging the ball to all parts of the ground. And I know, Maximo, you'll know this. What's the highest runs we've had scored in a power play?
Yeah, well, 77 is our all-time record. Don't think they'll get that many. Hold the phone. Well, they might. If this is no ball and it's called, this is the only way they will. And no ball, +6. It's a disaster. The wheels are off Belgium. And that one takes them to 71. And maybe they could equal that best power play. And I will stop talking because I've jinxed the Belgians good there. And, well, how can you stop this assault? I've got no idea.
Well, the only thing in their favour, I suppose, is after this delivery, be it if it's a legal one, they can then at least spread the field. But they're hitting the ball so well.
Free hit coming up. And that's how you hit a free hit. It's gone a long way. Not quite enough, actually. So, went a long way up, went a long way down. It was on the far side of the ground from us. In the end, it'll just be a long single. So the power play finishes. Still a lot of runs in there. 72 for no loss after 3 overs.
Yeah, massive power play. 1 or 2 of the Belgian players sort of screamed yes when that was called, and then, of course, realised, oops, it's a free hit. It won't be out. What a start. Now, this is, if they're going to get back into this match, Vinny, this is where it has to happen. I mean, look at that power play there. I mean, that's sensational. And you're not going to see too many like that. But this is when they have to get back into the match. So they're going to get the field set right. They've got to bowl well. I'm surprised they're not going with Khalid. I mean, I thought that Ahmadzia, he has to come on here. He's, for me, been the pick of the bowlers. He bowls well, bowls a good length, and he bowls it full. I think this match is running away from them. There's no point holding him back. They like to do so. He normally bowls around the 6th and the 8th, or the 8th and the 10th. I don't think they can afford to do that. They need a wicket now.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, have to roll the dice and try anything. They've gone back to Bharti. They probably think with Bharti, he has to bowl early when the ball is new. But the problem is, this ball's taken such a pounding in the first 3 overs. Yeah, every ball that they've brought back into play has. Here we go, 4th overtime. Gets a good wide Yorker, but guess what? Still 4. Oh, this is hard to describe what we're seeing at the moment. I mean, this one I think Bharti gets just right, but still I think he gets plenty of bat on it, beats the infield. The result is 4 more runs.
Yeah, it's all about the positioning, how quickly he gets into position about this. He knows that this is not going to be a big hit down the ground. He gets down to one knee, reaches, gets it past the fielder, 4 more runs.
Shades of VOC Rotterdam in the ECL final at the moment, but they were setting a target. This one should be cut off. Nice bit of fielding that time. Just be a single. Look, in that match, which was essentially the Champions League final of European cricket back in 2019, VOC Rotterdam batted first and put 222 on the board without losing a wicket. Their openers, Scott Edwards and Max O'Dowd, doing the damage on that occasion. But we're seeing something similar at the moment from the England 11. The question is, can they sustain this early assault all the way to the target?
Oh, what a partnership this is. And these two just bat so well together. They really do.
Got the rate down below 11 and over. It's quite incredible. And this one goes up, and it'll be 6 more. Maximo! Ward moves to 39 off only 10 balls. Now this has been next level stuff from the England 11.
Well, it's just hitting on a different level. I mean, we've seen 1 or 2 master blasters, haven't we, in this championship? Well, they haven't been any better than these two. And how quickly they've adapted to the format as well.
Can't give these guys length. That one, a rare miss for Harrison Ward. But I'm sure a lot of people are watching the form of players like Harrison Ward, the way that he's played. Even though you called him Harrison Ford earlier in the series, haven't forgotten about that. But, you know, I'm sure the scouts are looking very closely at this and the way he's sucked up this pressure in this chase. Doesn't quite get this one, but it still beats the fielder. 4 more. And even when that one, I don't think it's the middle of the bat. He gets so much on it, it still races away for 4. And now he overtakes his captain. England 11 move up to 87 without loss.
Well, you're right. I did call him Harrison Ford. And because I was thinking about the Indiana Jones, well, he's after the treasure, isn't he? He's after that trophy. And he's also hitting this ball like the Temple of Doom. And here's another one. Hits it hard. Is he going to get through? He does. It's 4 more runs. There's no stopping him at the moment. He races along. 47 he moves on to. Of that, his 13th delivery. That is the end of another punishing over. And look at the score. We're in the 90s already. 91 without loss after 4 overs.
Oh, well, it's been crazy stuff. Let's tell you about other cricket you can see tonight on the ECN. Hey, good news. It looks like Cyprus, due to popular demand, will be running it a little bit longer. So it looks like we may have some more crickets, although we've listed their night 21 of 22. Stay tuned, because there could be even more cricket from Cyprus coming up because of the popularity of the extra 2 games a day. But I can tell you can tune in tonight to Cyprus. I know that Nishay will be there and all the crew. I know Joe Wegasani is there as well. And first game underway already, the 2 games tonight, but you don't want to go anywhere just yet. Now, this is a man they've gone to normally at the end of the innings, Aziz Mohammed, who's not off his full run. We know that he's only on 1 leg, but he has been pretty effective and was effective in the last match between these 2 teams. You know, it's strange. England were chasing a score in the 90s and made real hard work of it just a few hours ago. And here, when they're chasing 150, he managed to get there in 4 overs. Aziz gets this one just leaned on. Sabir Zakil doesn't really want to throw it. Yeah, you can tell that shoulder's bothering him. He's trying to hide down there. But the England players, they're alert to it, and they came back for a second run.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be looking at that, and they'll be targeting him here. And I think anything, this is what's also clever, you see, anything that's not in the zone, anything that's not a big shot, you take the single, because they know, they back themselves. I mean, look how quickly they've changed this rate. It's under 10.
Oh, I mean, it's actually incredible what we've seen. Probably get 2 here.
Oh, this isn't good. I mean, not sure why the fielder here isn't using his hands. Gets the big boot on it. And of course, as soon as these 2 batting see that, they know there's another run there. So 2 taken, 2's taken when really we should be looking at 2 singles. Belgium needs something to happen here. They need something to happen quick. Si puede, chicos. Vamos, vamos.
I mean, they're the deer in the headlights at the moment. Okay, it's low full toss. just gets one. And how do you get back into this game? That's the question. I mean, it involves getting rid of both of these batsmen and hoping that England 11 somehow collapse. But you think about some of the batting they've got to come, in particular the hitting of Bevan, the hitting of Rishton, for example, as well, and many others like Mellor, not even to mention him, Pearce. So it's a long way back. Still a little bit gobsmacked about what I've seen so far in the first 4.5 overs. Here's Aziz, full toss, hit down the ground. This will just be one, not quite high enough to be called that time. I mean, these two have had some very interesting tussles, haven't they, during the week as well. Remember when Belgium knocked off England on Tuesday night, that one just below the waist, not much in it though. And then yeah, England putting their foot down the next time they played, whacking 179. It's going to be a wide. And Aziz doesn't like it, but it wasn't really a premeditated change in stance. I think as the batsman goes across a little bit, but still, I think that's a wide.
Yeah, that's always a wide. I mean, that's not really a big early movement that you would expect the umpire to say, right, I'm moving the ball point. And this is going to be another one. So he's trying to get the ball in that area where he's taking that big shot away. But yeah, this is even wider than the one before. This one's better, slower, fuller. It's a single. So at least for the time being, it hasn't been the big hitting of Aziz Mohammed. He's gone for 9 off his 5 deliveries. So balls are coming the over, and now he's got to negotiate Ward. And I tell you one thing: if he bowls that slower full toss to Ward, Ward will put it away. And the 100 partnership comes up with the ball to go in the 4th.
Yeah, next one, it's worked away for a single. I mean, imagine that. I mean, imagine a batsman scoring 100 off 29 balls. Okay, and that's what we've seen from the England 11. I suppose 30 if you count the no ball. But that one does take us to the end of the 5th over and the Norcane strategic timeout. Well, let's see what the Belgians come up with, as it's 101 for no loss after 5. And, you know, Rico, you see the sun is slowly setting on us here, but it's been such a great experience. I want to say a big thank you to you as well for your enthusiasm and even some of your wardrobe choices. And I'm actually, probably most of the reflection you see is actually coming off Rico's shirt.
There you go.
But I know, look, as someone who has lived in Spain for 22 years and done so much for cricket in this country, you know, a very good example of the kind of person we see in European cricket that's very enthusiastic and very passionate about spreading the game. So this must have been a very exciting time for you.
Oh, very exciting indeed. I mean, it all started, of course, with that European Cricket Series in Sporting Alfas near Albia. That's where we started, Alfas DP, the very first one. And then from there, of course, we've been on the road. It's grown and grown. And it's just been magical for me just to see European cricketers come together, building this great community. And, you know, we see a lot of players that are on the chat with us all the time as we travel around. They come together. I love the passion that they're putting into it. I love the commitment, and I love the support given to them by the federations as well. So European cricket is on the up. And if you ever doubted that, well, what you've seen over the last 4 weeks will underline that. It's been brilliant. And well done to the European Cricket Network. Well done to people who have had the vision, like Daniel Weston, the founder, and also to Roger Finer for the support, and everybody else that's involved. And a shout out to all our partners. We love you.
Of course. And hear more about everyone in the championship trophy ceremony, which will follow the final. And yeah, I mean, people don't realise, most of these cricketers based in Europe, the kind of obstacles they have to overcome to play the game that they love. And, you know, there's financial obstacles, there's sacrifices due to the distance they have to go to play games, the amount of work they have to put in. You know, that's the way they sometimes affects their jobs and their family time. And I think that's something that people probably don't realise about the game not being kind of a professional pursuit as yet in continental Europe. All right, here is Ahmed Zai. He starts with a full toss. He's hit down to long on, and slight fumble, but gets hold of it quick enough to just keep to a single. But this will bring up the 50 for Harrison Ward. What a good innings from him in a pressure situation, opening the batting in the final. He wins the race to 50, and he brings it up off 16 balls with 6 sixes and 2 fours. Great innings.
Yeah, I mean, he's racing along, isn't he? I mean, that, according to my scribbles, it means he's on 584 runs in this championship. Amazing. But there's a man who's ahead of him at the moment, and that's his batting partner.
This one goes across, and no dice with the LBW appeal. But I was going to say, goes ahead of him. I thought Lincoln might go ahead of him then because he's 47, chasing 50 as well. This one just hits him outside the line. Another good decision. Jeez, I've got to say the umpiring's been good. You know, umpires, you often only notice them when there's one you don't agree with, or they might make a slight error. But I think these umpires, again, they're not full-time professional umpires. They've done a very, very good job, especially when you consider the scale of the operation, the amount of eyeballs on these matches. And now Ahmedzai will continue to Ward, who's reached his 50. Hits this one to the leg side. Keep it to 1. Now look, here's the thing, and it seems crazy, but still, we've seen teams lose from this position. They need 45 off 27 balls. I suppose the thing we're looking at the moment is these two batsmen are so set. Seems like there's absolutely no way they won't get there, but if you can get a couple of quick wickets, maybe get a new batsman out there that's been sitting on the bench for 5 overs, just might create a bit of drama. What do you think, Rico?
Yeah, that's what we were saying. I was talking to Michael about this when we saw these two play earlier, and when again these two openers were in there and they were making life look easy for the England 11. But I said, get those two men out, then we could see a wobble, and that's exactly what we did see. But this one has been hit beautifully through extra cover. Well, they're not intending to wobble. They're not intending to get themselves out because, well, that's a 15 out to Dan Lincoln. Both of these batsmen, not only have they put a 100 partnership together, they both reach individual 50s. Both badaiyan donne batsmen nu apne Harrison Ward ne bhi apni 50 bana li, Dan Lincoln ne bhi 50 bana li. Badaiyan tono. Congratulations to both the English batsmen.
You talk about the wobbling. The only thing wobbling there was the fence. Ahmedzai pitches up, gets a Yorker on Lincoln. This will just be 1. So in Belgium, they're probably wondering what has just happened in the space of 5 and a bit overs. This trophy has been ripped from their grasp, and I know there's a lot of English support around here, a lot of expats from the Costa del Sol who are here for this one. I think their mood has changed significantly over the past 6 overs now. Ward steps across, another good York from Ahmedzai. Hey, look, you know, it was a pretty good over from him under the circumstances, but still he goes for 9, and after 6 overs, it is 110 for no loss.
Yeah, well, you can see why I was calling for him to be bowling earlier. I would have had him coming on to bowl that 4th over because I think that's what he does. He reminds you of the likes of Zadran as well, the likes of Rishton, the likes of Atif Mahmood for the Spanish team. Just gets a really good Yorker in there. Adil Raja as well for Spain. Those Yorkers, they're difficult to play. Anything that's short of a length, these two batsmen are putting it away. So you need something different, and that's exactly what Aziz is trying to do here now. Aziz Mohammed, all he will try and do is get those Yorker length deliveries in. He's trying to take the pace off the ball, but he's not giving any half trackers. Anything short, anything on the legs will be put away.
So they're going to go back to Aziz Mohammed. 39 required of the last 24. Again, single digits overs are what's required for the Belgian team, but it's hard to see them coming. You've got 2 batsmen, about as set as it gets, to be honest. Just look, they're very similar, aren't they? 52 off 18, 53 off 19. Frightening scoring rate. Aziz was a low full toss. This one gets hit with some power down the ground, but finds the long off, and it's just a single.
It's going to get difficult now as well, Vinny, with this sun coming down, especially anything that's hit on, well, if you're a right-hander, say like now, Clayton, anything that goes on the offside in the air is going to be very difficult to see because of that sun.
Yeah, well, look, 53 off 19, 53 off 19, and the score, 1-1-1. Well, I know that sometimes things happen on the Nelson. The Belgians will certainly be hoping they can remove one of these batsmen. This one's just chopped away. They'll move up to 112 with that one.
Yeah, look, according to it's my scribble, so apologies if I'm wrong, but I think that run there takes Dan Lincoln to 600 in the championship. That's a massive feat. 600 runs, congratulations, and he is at the moment the leading run scorer in the championship behind Ward.
This is called a wide, and Aziz can't believe it. It's yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, there's a feeling, and even though statistically Belgium still have a fighting chance, I mean, that certainly was a wide. You know, you just feel like they're mentally gone now, the Belgians. This is hit down the ground, and should just be 1. Nice bit of fielding down there by Manib Mohammed.
Yeah, they're not giving it up though, are they? They're still really positive. Their heads haven't gone down. They're still fighting. You see there, anything goes out to the boundary, they get into it quickly, get into throw in. They will know that this is all about. This is masterclass batting. They can't take anything away from the batsman. It's all about trying to get this breakthrough, and a little bit of playmanship there again between the bowler and the batter.
Yeah, it's been something quite amazing. Now he goes, this could be a chance, and it's put down. And what's worse, they will come back for 2. Again, they have had a couple of opportunities, not easy ones. This one's hit hard, it's hit flat. And was that Ekrami out there? Well, he's had a bit of innings to forget, and he's taken some very good catches in this tournament, but in this final, this isn't an easy one. I know it looks easy on TV, but it's clobbered. Just look at that one fly off the bat. But I think more often than not, he'd hold that one, burst through his hands. And that pretty much sums it up for Belgium at the moment.
Yeah, just didn't have the balance right, did he? You can see when the ball's making contact with him, his legs are all over the place. It's not got a soft landing, if you like, and the ball escapes him. It's another one he puts down.
Just leans on this, and it's pretty well struck. Should just be the one. But, well, they're going to get back for 2, and that's excellent running. To be honest, Rico, Belgium, they're starting to look like a team that's had to play 3 games on the spin because they lost that qualifier 1. Although they did rebound in qualifier number 2, this third match, and this final is the day. They're looking pretty flat at the moment.
Yeah, they need something to happen here. They need a minor miracle, don't they? Stranger things have happened in sport. So, even though you can hear people saying, come on, Belgium, it's still 9, just under to 10 and over. That's what they need, don't they? They need a few more dot balls like that. But the question is where they're going to come from. I'm sure that they'll go with Ahmed Zia one more time to see if he can get the breakthrough here.
One was fine, just inside the wide guideline. So it's the end of the 7th over. The score is 118 for no loss, with 31 required off the last 3 overs. Just a reminder that we have more cricket coming your way, and starting on Monday we have a 6-day series in Croatia. First time we have been there. We'll see Zagreb Sokol versus Belgrade in the first half of the day. Then split India, Broda Split versus Olivia Split in the second half of the day. And I'm telling you, Pavel Florin, he's been recruited by one of the teams to find out. And you can find out by joining us on Monday morning. And yes, I'll give some more time zones because all the Australians are asking what's the time zone. 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India, 3 p.m. Western Australia, and 5 p.m. Eastern Australia.
Ouch. You don't want to try and stop a ball like that. This is going to hurt. And, well, the magic spray may not be good enough here. That's been absolutely clobbered. I think has he tried to stop this, or has he tried to get out of the way? I don't know, but that spray is going to have to come out there pretty quickly. And, well, that's hit him quite hard. And that's why one thing we say, you don't want to try and stop the ball with your feet, because if you get it wrong, I mean, we saw one earlier from Azim Mohammed, of all people, and we know he's already got an injury, but he was lucky. He just managed to trap it underneath the shoe. But this one, you'll see here, I think this has clobbered him right on the ankle. Here's the shot. Yeah. He tries to stop it with his foot, and you can't be doing that. It's, I mean, it's reflexes, really.
Yeah, I mean, your instinct is to get something behind it. I think it gets him on the bony bit of the ankle, just above his shoe, where there's no protection there. And, yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if he can recover from this, but things just going from bad to worse for the Belgians at the moment. But, well, Rico, at the moment, it's just one of those games, isn't it? And Belgium, they had all the running, didn't they? They came out full of confidence. But just think about the start that we had from England, the way that Ward really got after Ekrami in the first over. In fact, there were 4 sixes in the first over, including 6-6-6 to start the innings. And, well, it just seems like from then, Belgium have never really had a chance to settle.
Yeah, I mean, it's when we saw that score on the ball, 148, I know a lot of people in the fan zone were saying, well, that's a huge score. And they thought, well, maybe we're going to see an upset here. And one of the things that I was reminding them of is, don't forget the power of this England opening attack. If the likes of Ward and the likes of Lincoln get going, then we know there's going to be fireworks. We know that they're going to score runs really quickly. They had to break that partnership. They haven't been able to do it. The magical spray has come out. So Ahmed Zia seemed to be walking okay. I didn't recognise him at first. He's got his hair tied up. I mean, normally He's running in and he's looking a bit like the Lion, a bit like Shoaib Azam. Hello, Shoaib. I know you're watching wherever you are. Hope you're enjoying the cricket. And also a big shout out to everybody, our global cricket family, wherever you're watching from. A good afternoon from us, or a good morning and good evening, depending where you are. Hope you've enjoyed the cricket, not just today, not just Championship Week, but all the 4 weeks. And we've absolutely loved having you here. And a big shout out to everybody there watching in the fan zone. Hello, everybody in Cartama.
Ahmedzai will continue. And he will continue by getting a hit out of the ground. Maximo! And what I was going to say, Rico, before that there hadn't been a boundary in 9 balls. But I'll tell you what, Lincoln, he was having no mercy. It was Ward that knocked the bowler Ahmedzai down, and then Lincoln knocks him out of the park.
Well, what hurts him more, the one that hit him on the ankle or the one that just went over for 6 runs? Well, this has been hard work for Belgium. Will something go their way?
No ball called.
No, it won't.
This is bad to worse. And, well, I mentioned the no ball from the end of the qualifier, number 1. So Ahmedzai, you think of his foot swollen up, he should have more foot to go behind the line. See this one? I mean, it's one of those ones, isn't it? The umpire gets one look at it. It's been one of those days, hasn't it, for Belgium? That's a line ball call at real time. That's Ahmedzai. He's going to have to deal with a free hit now. Ward on strike. It goes bang, but doesn't quite get it. It'll just be a single down the ground.
Good recovery. You can see he's still struggling. Oh no, he's gone down. He's gone down. He's in more pain here. This time he seems to be holding. This is more the leg rather than the foot. Oh dear. And I think it could. This time it may just be cramp, because he's saying it's
that's
the muscle. I think that's more cramp. And that comes back to what you were saying earlier. I mean, Belgium have had to play. This is the 3rd match that they've had to play today at the end of what's been a very long and grueling Championship week. And I think the medics will come back on again just to make sure he's okay. But as soon as he's bowled this, he's turned around and he's felt the pain and he goes down again. And let's hope that he's okay this time. Well, he's certainly been in the wars, hasn't he? You see here, he's bowled here. He's at the moment, he's fine. But as he goes back, you can see he's holding in. Well, he's holding actually the top part. It's the hammy part, right?
I don't think it's anything more serious than that. And look, gives a chance to say hello to everyone who's in the chat. And a lot of people have contributed in the chat. And sorry I haven't given you more attention because things have been happening so quickly in the middle. But also a lot of the players are in the chat, players that took part in the series. I see Kushal Mandan from the Czech Republic in at the moment. So I want to give a big thank you to all of the players that took part from all 15 nations that took part in this first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. You know, we'll have more cricket coming your way, hopefully with all of our international broadcast partners in February with the European Cricket League, which is the Champions League. So think of this as the Euros, but the ECL, it's the same fast-paced T10 format. And we're planning to have 30 clubs involved in that starting on February 7. So maybe put a little note in your phone right now to turn on for that tournament. When that starts, it'll go over quite a few weeks.
Yeah.
And now.
Look, while they're out there.
Yeah.
While they're out there, why don't we start? I mean, we know it's all been about Cardamania.
Yeah.
What about starting the Cartama wave? Should we start a Cartama wave?
You want to start a wave?
Come on, fan zone. The Cartama wave starting. You go first. Here we go.
Start it, and then it should go all the way to the
it goes all the way around. Cartama wave.
Ready?
Let's go. Let's go.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1, go. Come on, let's see the wave.
There we go.
Hey! Cartama wave. That's it.
Well, I need a bit more practice. There is a bit of distance between us.
A bit more practice. It was the first attempt.
I should have counted back in Spanish as well and shown that my skills off. Anyway.
Back to the cricket.
Ahmedzai has recovered. And he won't recover from this, so this is gone. You can forget about it. This is Maximo time as Lincoln moves into the swinging 70s, and he is swinging hard, the England captain. As they're saying in the chat, it's coming home as they move into the 130s.
This is a crushing blow. Well, every time he gets injured and he gets up, well, they hit him for 6. They're taking no pity on him at all. Well, Ahmedzai.
What's that song? I get knocked down, but I get up again. The ball disappears. He gets a full toss. The umpire says that's fine. So Ahmedzai still has 2 balls to go in this over. And at the moment, you'd have to say England would have to fall over to lose. But that's exactly what I said when I was in the fan zone on qualifier number 1. So
he's still hobbling around, you know. He ain't right. And, you know, why risk a further injury? If you're not right, just have a chat with your skip and say, look, Skip, sorry, mate. I may have to let you down, but I can't continue.
Not a bad Yorker. Let's drill down the ground. There's no way this is getting chased down either. So Ward says to his captain, whatever you can do, I can do as well. He finds the boundary, takes it under a runner ball. England 11, what a chase this has been. Have not lost a wicket after 8 overs. They are 139 for no loss.
Yeah, I mean, this is super batting. And if my memory serves me right, I think these two, they hold the record for the highest partnership done. Did they put on 178 in one of their matches?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 178 for no loss off a whole 10 overs.
Yeah.
You know, and at the moment, I mean, they're not quite going at that pace, but they're going certainly better than the pace required.
Look at that view. I mean, we're going to miss that view.
I really am.
Absolute corker of a view as we have a look at the two worms here. And you can see here, there's a big space between the two, and it's all thanks to the big hitting, the power hitting. Well, there you go, that's that view. And I love the castle at the top. And at the top there, I tell you what, there's no princesses there at the castle at the top you see there. It's the Italian team, and mixed in with some of the Netherlands teams, the boys having fun. Hello, boys. Hope you're enjoying the game. And once again, as you said, Vinny, well done to all the players and the coaching staff that have been here during these 4 weeks.
Ekrami, who started things off, and he's going to disappear. Maximo! Half a dozen to Lincoln, takes him up to 78, and that brings them within 4 of the target. Well, they can bring this up now, Rico, with one swing of the bat.
No, it's just awesome hitting, and this was pretty wide from Ekrami and too short. It was a Gandhi ball, and if you bowl a Gandhi ball, it's going to be put away. 6 carreras más. 4 needed in 11, and they're going to try and do this in style, I'm sure.
Big appeal. Umpire says no. And, well, now even Dan Lincoln's doing his own fielding. And I think the enthusiasm's dropped out there. The Belgians, what a tournament they've played, though. I mean, they've captured the imagination of all the neutral supporters. They know that about the way they've got about this. But 4 to win now. Make that 3. It's, you know, they'll be so disappointed. But when you think about it, out of these 15 nations, I don't think anyone had Belgium in the final when this tournament got underway. But they did win their group in Group A.
Slower delivery.
I've got to say thanks also to the Netherlands 11 and Spain, but then also thanks to Austria and Italy in the championship week and all the nations. I mean, we've seen some such outstanding cricket, haven't we? And I want to thank everyone for being a part of it. Stick with us, because after the match is finished, we will be having the trophy ceremony. You don't want to miss that, because that trophy is something else, and there's something quite special planned for after this. So stay with us. 2 to win. And he goes bang, but this one should tie the scores. It'll just be the one. And, well, somewhat fittingly, I think that will bring Dan Lincoln on strike. He's a man that has been asked to lead his country, this England 11. And a lot of them haven't played cricket with each other before, but I think he's done very well. He's been excellent with the gloves. He's had plenty of time for the other teams, plenty of time for us as well. His sporting journey has taken him to this moment where, with a single run, he can bring the trophy to England. And that'll do it. That will do it. England 11, they have done it. They pulled off a monumental chase in the final. And the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship goes to the England 11. What a performance from those men. And they have been absolutely outstanding, and they certainly were tested during the tournament. But after 96 matches and 4 weeks of cricketing brilliance and excitement on the Costa del Sol, it's England 11 that rule the roost.
Muchas felicidades de equipo de Inglaterra. Ganamos, sí, ganamos. Eso trofía, ganamos. Eso es, ellos es de campeones de Europa. Then well done to the champions of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. The first ever, the first one, and the first team to lift that cup. That magnificent trophy will be Inglaterra, and it's quite fitting that the captain of England hits the winning runs. What a partnership these two have put on together. How they have been absolutely awesome. 149, they get to the target without losing a wicket. It's been exceptional. It's been batting at a different level. I mean, they've had some of their ups and downs, but really they have just been quality all the way through, and you can't take it away from them. They've deserved this victory.
They certainly have, and they're going to get a hero's welcome back to the fan zone. A lot of support for the England 11. Oh, what an experience for them as well. They've had a lot of time for the fans, but what a moment that would be to walk off victorious. Belgium not able to take a wicket in the final. Once again, we see an unbroken opening partnership in a major final on the European Cricket Network. But Belgium, look, let's give them their dues as well. They'll walk away with runners-up medals. That's the English 11 are the ones that will be lifting that quite unique and special trophy. Thanks to our partners at Local Lifestyle. And they will be taking that trophy home to England. They'll get it in the trophy ceremony, which will follow this broadcast after the highlights in just a few minutes' time, so stay with us. But Belgium, they can be very, very proud of their efforts. They had their injury concerns, but their mindset, I think that when it comes down to it, I think England 11 probably learnt so much off a team like Belgium about the way they went about the chase. And speaking of chases, it had to be a flawless chase for England 11 if they were able to do this. And, well, I know that Tony was ready to go. And the Belgian fielders, they were out there thinking, well, we've got the runs on the board. They're going to have to do something pretty special to knock them off. And special is what came next as England started 6-6-6 off Ekrami.
Oh, well, Ekrami didn't know what to do. I mean, they were after him again. There's one team that had taken a liking to his bowling, and they were doing it in sixes. There were a couple of chances. Well, this was one, and it was Khalid Ahmadzai that puts it down. Ekrami himself put 2 catches down. None of them were easy, but if you don't take the opportunities against good batsmen like this, well, they are going to punish you, and that's what they did. It wasn't all about power. It wasn't all about blasting the ball to all parts of the ground. There was some lovely stroke throw play there as well, Vinny.
Yeah, there certainly was, and it was just hard to know where to turn because spin went the distance, pace was going the distance. Aziz Mohammed is one of the few to be effective, despite certainly not being at 100%, not really coming off his full run. But when it came down to it, it was the England 11 that had all the answers. Then Ahmadzai, well, he toiled hard as well, but he had struggles with cramp. Look, it's been a long 4-week tournament, and that was the one that brought up the victory for the England 11. Look, these guys were under a lot of pressure. You know, a lot of them have played cricket at a professional level, very high level of club cricket as well. And they had a weight of expectation on their shoulders. You can see the relief there and the joy from the England 11, but also, you know, credit to the Belgians and thanks to all the fans and everyone else that got involved. And Harrison Ward, well, let's just say, I think that's an innings he'll remember for a long time. Likewise with the captain, Dan Lincoln, who were undefeated. Their 149-run opening partnership went the distance as they were scoring at almost 17 and over. They brought up the winning runs with 7 balls to spare. Now, Rico, I'm going to step out because I have to get ready for the trophy ceremony. But I'm going to hand back to Michael McCann, who will take you through. And I'm sure that you've got plenty to talk about because that was the kind of game that will get tongues wagging.
Well, what a game, and tongues wagging indeed. And congratulations to Harrison Ward and Dan Lincoln. They didn't put a foot wrong. And when talking about foot, well, luckily, Khalid Ahmadzai has still got his foot there after that one was blasted back at him. He goes without taking any wickets, as all the bowlers do. And, well, only, I think, Aziz Mohammed, the man who only has one leg, they say, he's the only one who really contributed well. Just 18 runs he concedes, but all the rest, Michael, welcome back, went for a lot. Well, a bit of carnage there.
An extraordinary game, and if you manage the second highest successful run chase of the entire tournament in the pressure of a final, then there is absolutely no doubt that you deserve to win it. And it is the England 11 that have beaten the Belgians by 10 wickets. But this tournament was never just about one game. We've seen 96 matches across 4 weeks, 15 nations competing, and as well as the 6 who gave us so much joy in finals week. I think it's important just to have a nod back to the other 9 that didn't make it. We saw in Group A Luxembourg, Harpal Singh, the dancing leggy, Tony Whiteman, a 52-year-old but a half-centurion on the ECC stage. Norway, where Radhik Gori became the first T10 international hat-trick taker. Keezer Ahmed hitting the big at the top of the order. For Sweden, Azam Khalil, the first man to take a T20 international forfeit. And remember as well that Sweden chased down 150 to win against Belgium, the best chase of the entire tournament. You look into Group B, Romania, Taranjeet Singh's big hitting. Portugal gave us that shock win against the Netherlands 11. We saw Sean Gomsch hit 4 50s in a row. Hungary, Abhishek Ketapal, the man who starts his bowling run up at mid-on, and yet somehow it still works in Group C. Finland, who can forget 8 slips and a leg slip for the first ball against England. That went viral. The Czech Republic, we saw the beast Sudesh Wickramasekara and the captain Aaron Ashokan almost dragging them into finals week. And then we think of Germany, Rohit Singh, 3 50s in a row, Faiz Khan Nasseri, the big hitter and superb opening bowler. Then you move into finals week. Italy, Amir Sharif, one of the contenders for the MVP, even though they didn't get to finals day. Dimith Kosler with a hat-trick in T10 international cricket. As for Spain, I'm sure you're going to be having dreams about that Atif Mahmood over. Defended 4 to win of the last over against Sweden. The impossible defence. Hamza Salim, the 7th highest run scorer of the tournament. For Austria, Razmal Shigarov probably should have been the first man to get a T10 international ton. 96 against Romania, the 8th highest run scorer of the tournament. Iqbal Hussein's 6-hitting excellence, and the Netherlands, who finish in 3rd. Clayton Floyd, got to be a strong contender for MVP. Right near the top of the runs and wickets tally, the first T10 international Centurion against Romania. Ryan Klein, the 2nd ever hat-trick taker, and Sebastian Bratt 3rd on the wickets table. And as for Belgium and England, well, you've just seen what they can do. We've had an amazing tournament, haven't we?
Oh, it's been absolutely fantastic, and I've enjoyed my time with yourself, Michael. Corey's been up here as well, and
it's been a pleasure.
Vinny, who's just now getting ready for the presentation ceremony. So don't go away, because you know what's coming up. It's going to be massive. But I think it's our opportunity here now really to thank, first of all the organisers here, the Federation, Cricket España, and we've seen them here most of the time, the President, Juan Carlos, and also John Howden and Kevin Lawndon, the Chairman. Well done, and also well done to Cricket España, well done to the team. I mean, look, at one point we never thought they were going to come so far. They did, they finished 4th. That's a massive achievement from them, and we know that they're going to get better and they're going to get stronger in this format as well. But well done to all the teams, all the players. I mean, look, what they've done on the pitch and the field of play, it's been fantastic, but what they've done off the field of play for me as well, that's really warmed my heart. I've loved the way they've come together, and I love the way they've interacted with each other. It's almost like it's been a massive networking sort of fiesta festival, you know. It's been great. Yeah, that's the word I like. I mean, I would say it's been a fiesta, being in Spanish. It's been a fiesta of cricket, but yeah, cricket carnival. The players coming together, appreciating each other, talking to each other. Some of the lower teams that cricket's relatively new to them, they're talking to the big boys like Netherlands. I mean, Vinny said earlier that the likes of Viv Kingra has been doing some coaching with some of the bowlers, and they're just sharing the skills of their trade, and I think that's beautiful.
And one of the great things has been we've got almost 200 European cricketers at this tournament. I think we all thought that the Netherlands 11, the England 11 could pass on their knowledge, but it's been a two-way process, particularly in regards to the big hitting that often comes from tape ball skills. It's one of the things that really hones that. You know, not having the conventional, my 2 feet are going to be planted here along the lines of middle. I'm going to get all funky. I'm going to step outside off. I'm going to step away to leg. I'm going to come down the track. And you see in the way Harrison Ford and Dan Lincoln batted in that final, it was so different to Monday morning 2 weeks ago. So they've learned a lot too.
I mean, it wasn't that long ago, was it, when we were talking about, well, look, how the lower teams, what they can learn from the likes of the Netherlands, what they can learn from the likes of the England 11, right? And there is lots to learn. But what I like about this championship as it's gone along, it's not about what we can learn, it's what they did learn. They started to put those things into practice, little things. Field positioning, right? The fitness side of the field positioning, the field placement, the running between the wicket, but on the other side of the coin as well, it's what the teams like the Netherlands and the England 11 learn from the teams like Austria, Belgium, the big hitting sides, Sweden as well, and that's how to play those big shots. And you made a very good observation with somebody like Ward. I mean, Ward, we saw how he started batting in the beginning part of this championship, what his stance was, and how he changed it. And that's all about his observation of these guys. So the England and the Netherlands guys are saying, how these batsmen, for example, like Belgium, just walking out there and from the very first ball, just hitting sixes for fun. But they've learned. So it's been a massive learning process, hasn't it?
And it's going to be interesting to see how someone like Ward takes that moving deep into his crease back in to potentially first class in county cricket going forward. And That is the thing that has shocked so many people. And the Netherlands 11, who were expected by many to end up in a final with England, of course, fell short, finishing third. They gave us some rich entertainment. And the other thing that we have to get to as well, we just can't ignore them, is Spring Productions. They have been magnificent. Almost too many people to name, but in terms of everything that you see, both in this commentary box, behind the scenes and out on the field, so much of it comes down to their outstanding work.
Yeah, I mean, it has been fantastic. I mean, the coverage has been great. I know people have commented on it all around the world, just saying how brilliant it's been. The replays have been good. And the whole production, from where it started to where it is now, it's awesome, isn't it? I mean, I've got some highlights as well. Maybe you can talk about some of these. I mean, first of all, starting back in in the very first group, Group A, it was that match, Belgium. I mean, we've talked about Belgium here making it in the final. Belgium against Norway. Remember that match? 165 for 5. That was the first time we saw the explosive power of Sabir Zakil scoring 53 of 18. They beat Luxembourg by 83 runs. Then you've mentioned Walid Guru already when he took the hat-trick. But don't forget the runs he scored as well in that match with Norway. Scored 145 to beat Belgium by 31 runs. He scored 57 of 25. And of course, you've mentioned the hat-trick as well. And well, the match. And look, you can go back and watch these matches.
The impossible chase.
Go match it, because in Group A, match number 18, Belgium 149 for 4. And there was a 133 partnership there between Ali Raza and Munib Mohammed. But Sweden, they got them. They got them with 6 wickets down, thanks to it was Emil Zuwak scoring 61 of 23 balls. They got them with 5 balls to go. That was the unbelievable chase. And what a match that was. So much action. And Group B, well, I don't know if you've got any of your personal highlights of Group B, but again, a team that we will remember thanks to Razmal Chigawal when he scored that 96 of 28. They played Romania, scoring 195 runs for 4 down, and that was a 100-run partnership. Came in 22 balls between Razmal Chigawal and Miza Ashan there. And then, of course, we saw Hungary's Abhishek Katsapal taking 4 for 10 versus Portugal in match 6. That was a highlight for me as well. And then, of course, the century from Clayton Floyd, the very first Dream11 European Cricket Championship century, 115 of 35 balls against Romania.
Oh, yeah, just superb. And well, it's actually difficult to pin down the magic moments, as we're kind of showing between us here, because there's just so many, isn't there?
Yeah, there's so many magical moments. It's been, I mean, these are just my own personal ones, and, you know, I can go on and go on, but I have to mention Portugal as well. Portugal were a bit like Italy, weren't they, in Group B? Everybody's favourite team, the underdogs. They just couldn't win a match. Then all of a sudden, they pulled off the impossible win against the Netherlands, 125 for 4, and that was when Gomes, he started going 59 for 28, and he went on to score 4 50s on the spin and helped Portugal. They beat the Netherlands by 28 runs, and Portugal then did what Italy did later on. And well, there's so many highlights we can go on and on and on.
But we can't.
But we will later, because we'll be celebrating this day for a long time. We really would. Look, thank you all very much for joining us, the Good Time crew. Well, there's 2 members missing. One is Corey Rutgers. He's out there somewhere, and he's doing his Instagram post, I'm sure, on the social media. And also Vinny Sandy, because he's ready for the presentation ceremony. So I think it's that time for me and Michael to say thank you very much and goodbye.
So much,
but don't go away, because that presentation ceremony is coming up right now.
Hello everybody, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first ever trophy ceremony for the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Well, my name is Vinny Sandhu. I'm the head of media at the European Cricket Network, and it's my pleasure to be here to conduct these proceedings. And look, it's been an exciting 4 weeks of cricketing action, the first ever international T10 cricket, with 15 European cricket nations taking part in this fast-paced format. And I certainly have enjoyed every minute, as I know all the players have, all the officials have, all the spectators as well, whether you've been watching at the ground or whether you've been watching around the world on the European Cricket Network. Give yourselves a big round of applause. And really, to me, it's what the game of cricket is all about. It's what sport's all about, is bringing people together. We do have our mantra, stronger together, and it was a real team effort that was necessary to pull something like this off. And for 96 matches over 4 weeks, I just want to give a couple of shout outs. And we are lucky enough to have some sponsors that do keep us moving, and would like to acknowledge our title partner Dream11 for their support and the support of European cricket, as well as Norcane, our official timekeepers, Strath, the official food supplement of the ECN, and also Victoria Cerveza, the official beer of the European Cricket Championship. And I can tell you firsthand that I wholeheartedly, as many of our supporters have done, have been very supportive of that partnership. But also I would like to acknowledge the presence of some VIPs today as well. And I'd like to say hello and a warm welcome to the head of sport for the Junta de Andalucía in Malaga, Ms. Mercedes García Jaime. Thank you very much for joining us. And we appreciate your company, as well as the Mayor of the Junta de Cartama, Jorge Callado. Jorge, a very warm welcome to you as well, and thank you for your support. He's a very popular mayor. Is there a re-election soon, I assume? But I'd also like to acknowledge some other people, and one in particular that I think is highly responsible for the product that you've seen over the last 4 weeks, and that is the Cartama Oval owner and Sports World Spain operator, Mr. David Cooper. Thank you so much, David, for all your hard work. And I tell you what, there's not too many more stressful jobs than you've had over the last 4 weeks, but you've done it with a smile on your face, and I think we can all agree that this ground has been something else. What do we think? Congratulations on a wonderful effort. I do want to also acknowledge the partnership that we have with a particular organisation, and I often talk about partnerships being important on the field in cricket, but they're also very important off the field, and we value our partnership with all of the European cricket federations that we deal with. But in particular, I want to acknowledge our partnership with Cricket España, and to their president, Juan Carlos Rodriguez, and their CEO, John Howden. Thank you very much to Cricket España for your support of the European Cricket Network. And I also want to acknowledge one particular person, but also another team. Now, this team wasn't on the field actually in the ECC this year, but they were really significant contributors to what happened over the last 4 weeks. And I want to thank everyone from the Costa del Sol Cricket Club, in particular their president, Jay Wild. Thank you very much, Prez. Thank you for your tireless efforts and your support and your unwavering support of the European Cricket Championship project and the European Cricket Network. And also, how about all the volunteers from the Costa del Sol Cricket Club? It's been wonderful. I can see so many of them up there. And you guys really have made our experience extra special. It's something that we weren't necessarily expecting, but the way that you guys went over and above, the way you even were bringing juniors in, introducing them to the game, coaching, and fetching the balls, which I think is one of the hardest jobs because there were plenty of them, and even catching them sometimes, that's right. Also, thanks to our DJ, Anthony, for your work over the last four weeks. We really appreciate that. And to everyone that helped out, no matter how big or how small, I do want to say a very big thank you. Like I said, I want to give another shout out to everyone that took the time to come and be a part of this very exciting project, because it's the first time we've done this particular tournament, and hopefully it's not the last. We want to do it for generations to come. So a big shout out to all the spectators, all of you guys here that have taken the time to come down and experience what it's all about. And look, I also want to acknowledge those of you that are watching around the world. Maybe you're watching for the first time on one of our international broadcast partners, or you might be watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Remember, the action will continue on Monday morning. But I also have some other thank yous just quickly. And I want to acknowledge a group of people that have worked really hard. And there's been some long hours. I mean, if you know what it's like to come here an hour before the sun rises and then be leaving when the sun's gone down again and be working pretty hard in between, I do want to acknowledge all the work of the team we call the Blue Crew, the ECN crew, everyone that works behind the scenes, and quite a few of them behind me. Some of them are around, some of them are still working. Diana, I can see in front of me, still taking some photos. But I also want to acknowledge them for the hard work that you guys have put in over the last few weeks. And look, I also want to acknowledge a group of people that sometimes you only notice them for the wrong reasons, but I actually notice them for a lot of right reasons this time. They've got a big job. If you've ever stood in a cricket match, you know there's a lot of pressure, inherent pressure that goes with it. But when you add the fact that there are so many eyeballs on this cricket, they've held their cool in some long days as well. So I want to give a big thank you to the umpiring crew and the officials. So to Stefan Gooch, Charles Croucher, to Nilkesh Patel and Anand Shub, as well as the match referee, Sir Rob Kemming, and for everyone that helped out along the way, a big well done to you guys. I really think we can say the umpiring was of a very high standard. And look, before we move on to the trophies, I do want to also acknowledge another group of people. And these people, they never cease to amaze me with what they can do. And they had a limited introduction to cricket, but now with a few hundred matches under their belt, I think they're going from strength to strength. And that's the TV production crew from Spring Productions. They are really doing some amazing things with the resources that we have at our disposal now. And again, long days. And it's a pleasure to work with you guys. Very big thank you to everyone, not just the crew here, but everyone that helped out over the last 4 weeks. They're the ones that turn the magic that you're able to produce on the field and turn it into a product which is consumed by literally millions of people. And look, it'd be remiss of me not to thank a couple of other people that worked with me quite closely over the last few weeks. Thank you so much to Michael McCann for his work in the commentary box, as well as Rico Full. So I don't know if they've come down yet. There they are. And I know that we're very, very lucky to have such kind feedback, and obviously the enthusiasm for what we do comes out, as well as Corey, wherever you are. Corey Rutgers, thanks for a few guest stints in the commentary box this week. Corey will be with me for the next 3 weeks. So look, a big thank you and a big thank you. We do cricket a little bit differently, but it's good that so many people are enjoying it. All right, well, before we head on to the trophies, I just want to acknowledge, finally, some of our suppliers, and we do appreciate the support of the Sunset Beach Club Hotel, as well as Costa del Sol Tourism, as well as Mateos, the bus transportation company that supported us, and Carquest for providing rental cars, as well as Purple Pepper for the catering. Thanks so much for the lunches, everyone that helped out every day. I really appreciated that. And also, I have to acknowledge Bizaway Travel. It's not easy getting us around Europe. I think I've been on 45 flights this year, so thank you very much to Bizaway Travel, to Kookaburra for supplying the balls, to iPrint Printing Services and Local Lifestyle for providing the trophies and medals that you'll see. They are something else, as well as Vitas Hospitals for their PCR testing support, and Full Track AI with the ball tracking. Thanks to the guys, Vivek and Brogan, for your work. So thanks to all of our suppliers. A very big thank you. And it's now time to move on to the presentation of the runners-up medals. Now, this is a team which, what can you say about them, really? No one had them in the top two, I think, at the start of the tournament, but I think they were quietly confident with their squad and their approach to the game. And these guys ended up winning Group A in quite a tense final. They've had their ups, they've had their downs, but they were just playing a brand of cricket which I would call reckless, but it seemed to work in the T10 format, and they backed each other up. They had a succession of hitters, and also in the field they came up with moments of brilliance. So I do want to acknowledge the runners-up. If you'd like to come and collect your runners-up medals, the runners-up of the first ever Dream11 Cricket Championship are Belgium. excitement when the Belgians were at the crease, that's for sure. Congratulations on your achievement. And Sheikh Shiraz, perhaps Sheikh, you'd like to just join me for a word? Sheikh, come over here. And look, just quickly, I do have to have a word with the Belgian captain, Sheikh Shiraz. And Sheikh, congratulations on your achievement to be runners-up. How does it feel to make the final and to really mix it up with some high-quality cricketers? You showed that you could hold your own and even give a bit back. What a tournament for you guys.
Thank you very much. Actually, we are really happy with our performance. Really thank you to Daniel for organizing this tournament. It was really great. And, you know, I'm proud of my boys. Everybody, we played, our strength was that we played as a team. And that's why we came till here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Shiraz. Congratulations for an outstanding tournament. And congratulations on being the first ever runners-up. It's a big achievement for Belgian cricket, and to everyone in the future, we hope we see you again, maybe going one better next time. Gives me an opportunity also to give a shout out to all the other nations that took part as well. Of course, the Netherlands 11 finishing in third place. They gave us a lot of excitement along the way. Congratulations to them, as well as the host country Spain, who finished in fourth place, as well as Italy and Austria, who made it to Championship Week, qualifying from their groups, but not quite able to make it to Finals Friday, as well as all of the other countries. I think what we're seeing is the connection and the relationships being built between these players is something quite special, and it's a community, European cricket, and it's something that we're all very excited to be a part of. Now, before we get to the winners' medals, we have a couple of special awards. We do have an MVP award for the tournament. I'll keep you guessing on that one because we have another special award that we are presenting for the first time, and this is called the Stronger Together Award. Of course, that is something that we're saying all the time in European cricket. And this is in particular for someone that has played cricket in the spirit of the game, but also has gone over and above in contributing to the health of European cricket. And this goes to a man who did a lot of things that you didn't see. He actually took the time to coach and work with teams and bowlers from other countries. He's a very experienced bowler himself. He's played one-day international cricket for his country, but he was doing a lot of things that you didn't see and really trying hard to develop the skill set within some of the other bowlers. And look, this guy, he's a real character on the field as well. So you might know he's got big feet, but he's actually got a really big heart too. That's what you need to know about this guy. So I'd like to welcome this man to the stage, and he will win a custom-made suit from our partners, Stan Ahuja Tailoring. Thanks again to you, Stan. And the first ever Stronger Together Award in 2021. It goes to Viv Kingma from the Netherlands 11. Congratulations, Viv. What a character he is too. Congratulations. Viv, would you like to come over for a few words? Well, I know. Viv, look, first I want to congratulate you. Commiserations for not quite making it to the final, but what was your experience like in the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship?
Unbelievable. I learned a lot, and I think everyone learned a lot from our team. Unfortunately, we couldn't get to the finals, but listen, it's T10 cricket. It has to go your way. I think Belgium played very well, and England deserved to win. So
there we go. Well, big thank you to you. And Viv, just finally, what's your experience been like? Of course, you've played cricket at a very high level, playing ODI cricket, but what's it like to mix with European cricket and maybe some players that haven't had the kind of opportunities that you've had so far in the game?
Difficult question, but I think the main thing for me is that they play a different kind of cricket. Like you're not used to it, especially playing on a mat, 50-meter boundaries. You have to be a bit lucky, but you learn from it and you have to take the most out of it into your next chapter in your life, and you go for it.
Yeah, well, go for it. That's a good way to finish. Well, Viv, I know you could quite easily be in Netherlands colours at the top level soon. Congratulations. The first ever Stronger Together award goes to Viv Kingma. Congratulations. And, well, Viv Kingma, if he ever retires from fast bowling, he will have a good DJ career as well, because he always gets the tune cranking in the bus in the morning. All right, now we are going to go to the tournament MVP award. And look, this is a man, well, he had an outstanding tournament as well. And look, there's so many candidates. Normally I would go through a few candidates, but there's actually too many to name. But I think you know who would be in the shortlist for this one. In the end, there was some debate, but the award by a couple of votes went to this man, and he scored 435 runs in the tournament at a strike rate of 220. He hit 25 fours and 45 sixes for the tournament with a best of 115, 22 wickets along the way with a best of 3 for 10, an economy of less than 9 with 4 3-wicket hauls, and he's also the first ever T10 international centurion. The tournament MVP goes to Clayton Floyd of the Netherlands 11. And the tournament MVP, Clayton Floyd, he will receive a trophy, and also from our partners at Norcane, a luxury timepiece. And congratulations, Clayton, on a fantastic tournament, and just have a look at that. And you can show that. I mean, that is the genuine article. Thanks again to our time partners at Norcane and the tournament MVP trophy. Clayton, congratulations on a wonderful tournament. Again, commiserations about not quite making it to the top 2. But how was your experience in the first ever ECC?
Yeah, it was unbelievable. We didn't we didn't expect to get this. I don't even know what to say, to be honest.
You're speechless. Well, I can't say I know what that feels like. But tell me, how was it to go out there and play some T10 cricket? Because it was a fairly new experience for a lot of your guys.
Yeah, I think most of us haven't played T10, and we all learned a lot, and we all gained a lot of experience, and we're all looking forward to playing another tournament.
Now, I'm sure we'd love to see you back. And just finally, before you go, do you think that you guys would like to come back and go maybe a couple of rungs better after your experience this time?
Yeah, definitely. That's.
Well, Clayton, I tell you what, you're maybe a man of not too many words at the moment, but your performances speak for yourself. Congratulations on being the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship MVP. Clayton Floyd, everybody. Well deserved for over the 2 weeks they were involved. He was such an important contributor for his team. Now we are getting to the business end, and I do want to invite this team to come forward. And look, the England 11, they were kind of an unknown quantity, I suppose. We knew there was a lot of talent in their ranks, but how would they adapt to T10? Would they have it their own way, or perhaps would they be playing catch-up in a format that was a bit unfamiliar to most, if not all of them? But I can tell you that they were incredible the way they went about it, and some of the technical cricketing brilliance we saw from them and the way they adapted their skills to the ECN format was quite exciting to watch. They're a team that ended up winning their group in Group C, although they were pushed all the way by Italy in the final, having to chase down a big score of 146, led by a century from their captain, Dan Lincoln. And then they came into the championship week, again, with a bit of a target on their back. They were a team that everyone wanted to beat, and Belgium did in fact beat them. Only their second loss of the series on Tuesday night, but they rebounded. They performed well on Super Thursday. They earned that top seed for finals Friday, and they won a nail-biter, a game that looked like both teams were trying to lose back in qualifier 1, but they got home off the very last ball. And then in the final, it was a rematch against Belgium, and this time they conceded quite a high score, 148, but an unbroken opening partnership from Dan Lincoln and Harrison Ward got them home. So congratulations, the first ever winners of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. I'd like to invite them to come down now. It's the England 11. Congratulations, guys. And I'm sure it's every young cricketer's dream to represent their country, and to give that opportunity to this squad, it was something quite special. And as they settle behind me in the champion zone, The festivities are just beginning, I think, for this group of men. And a big congratulations also to their captain, Dan Lincoln, who I'll have a word with in a moment. But they will receive their caps and, of course, their gold medals on behalf of our partners, Local Lifestyle. What a performance they came up with in the final. I mean, the kind of pressure to chase 149 in a final, it doesn't matter who you are, that's got to get to you, but the way they performed under pressure was something quite special indeed. And I would like to invite Dan Lincoln to join me out the front here. Dan, well, you've probably got every right to feel a bit tired after that final. Once again, you performed chasing in a final. Look, congratulations. How does it feel to be the first ever ECC champion team?
No, it's great. We're very pleased to have finally got across the line. Like you said, the game before was hard work. We nearly threw it away once or twice. We just said to the guys in the last game, go and enjoy it. We're the first team to be here. We got the first opportunity and the guys tucked it away. They were brilliant.
And what's the kind of support been like? Because I know a lot of your family and friends have been watching on BT Sport. Of course, all the England supporters at the ground. What does it mean to have that kind of support for you and your guys?
Yeah, it's great. Obviously, everyone that's here, thank you for coming. You've been great for the last week or so. Thank you. And obviously back home as well, there's a lot of support, there's a lot of love, and we've needed it. It's been a hard couple of weeks, and especially with the schedules, and it's new to us as well, this T10. We've needed every ounce of help.
And I want to ask you about, it is very new for you guys. How did you find that adapting of your skills? Obviously, you're all very, very good cricketers. Was it a bit different to what you expected, or did you not really know what to expect?
We'd watched a little bit of cricket. We had a rough idea, but the skills as the weeks have gone on have been phenomenal. So, like, some of the ball striking has been sensational, and it's come down to us problem solving more than anything. The skills on show have been fantastic, and we've had to work out quickly where to bowl, where not to bowl, and that's what's got us out of trouble, I think.
Well, congratulations, Dan, once again. And I know you'll be lifting the trophy with your team very, very shortly. I want to congratulate you on behalf of everyone. Dan Lincoln from the England 11, everyone. So just before we get to the trophy presentation, I do want to remind all of you that actually we've had 4 weeks here, but actually we've had 35 weeks of cricket in a row on the European Cricket Network, and we want to invite all of you, whether you're here at the ground with us or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, to join us for more cricket. On Monday morning, we'll be resuming the European Cricket Series in Croatia. Then we're off to Greece and Spain again in Alicante before heading to Rome for the Super Series. Then it looks like we've got more cricket in Cyprus and Malta. So still plenty of cricket. So we do want to invite you Monday morning to continue the party. And it's always great if you come and join us in the live chat as well, because we see so many familiar faces. And it's something quite unique and special about the cricket on ECN that we are able to have that kind of interaction. It's like nothing else in the world. But right now, I want to stay in this moment, and I'd like to invite the founder of European Cricket, Dan Weston, and the CEO, Roger Finer, to present that magnificent Dream11 European Cricket Championship trophy. The winners of the first ever ECC are the England 11. And I'd like to invite Dan Lincoln now to raise the trophy of the first ever ECC. Well, right here, I can tell you the celebrations are just beginning, and we'll continue the party as well on Monday morning, as we will be back for more cricket on the European Cricket Network. It's been great to have your company over the past 4 weeks. And look, on behalf of all of us here, I think it is one of the greatest shows on earth. We'll be back to earth in Croatia on Monday morning. But thanks to everyone for your support. But until next time, this is Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, saying congratulations to England 11, to Belgium, to all the teams that were involved. And we'll see you on Monday morning for more European Cricket Network action. See you then, and good night.